If you enjoy long, uninterrupted audiobooks like this, subscribe. I upload full books every week.
Chapter 1: Confessions of a Non-Lady Harpist. I don't know whether my life has been a success or a failure, but not having any anxiety about becoming one instead of the other, and just taking things as they came along, I've had a lot of extra time to enjoy life. One thing I am not now and never have been is a celebrity. Strangers never stop me in the street and ask for my autograph. People don't recognize me out of costume. The public has never heard my voice. In this respect, I'm a good deal different from my brother Groucho, who is a genuine 14-carat celebrity. It wouldn't help to know what I look like. You still wouldn't recognize me. Have you seen the man who answers the following description? Little under average height, slow and easy of movement. Eyes green, hair might have been brown once, now too wispy to tell. Complexion golf player's tan. No distinguishing features except possibly eyebrows, which are usually raised. Could indicate either bafflement or curiosity. Hard to tell which. Inconspicuous in a social gathering. Apt to sit quietly with hands spread on edge of table, smiling at anybody who passes by. Occasionally says something out of corner of mouth that nobody seems to hear. Age impossible to tell. Could be older than he looks or prematurely mature. You may think you've seen this man. He might have been the second fellow from the end at the fourth table, in the group picture of the Southern Counties Grapefruit Growers Convention. He might have been the fellow you let pass ahead of you in the checkout line at the market because he was only carrying 2 bananas and a box of fig Newtons. But it wouldn't have been me. I'm in the grapefruit business, but I don't go to conventions. I like to eat, but my wife Susan does the shopping. My wife also does the cooking, and she likes to sew, and she paints with oils as a hobby. She was in show business, true, but she left it nearly 30 years ago to marry me. None of our 4 kids has any notion of ever going on stage. Their respective interests are musical composition, auto mechanics, rocketry, and horses. We have 3 dogs, all mongrels. We live a quiet country life, or did until my son Alex got his driver's license and did something to the muffler of his old Ford that made it sound like a turbojet. If there is anything distinctive about me, it's the one thing the public knows least about: my voice. I still talk with an East 93rd Street, New York accent. The way I pronounce my name, it comes out Harpo. And when I answer the phone, I don't say hello, I say ya. As if I always expect to hear something pretty interesting. Usually I do. At this point I must make a confession. There is a character who goes by the same name I do who is kind of a celebrity. He wears a ratty red wig and a shredded raincoat. He can't talk, but he makes idiotic faces, honks a horn, whistles, blows bubbles, ogles and leaps after blondes, and acts out all kinds of hokey charades. I don't begrudge this character his fame and fortune. He worked damn hard for every cent and every curtain call he ever got. I don't begrudge him anything because he started out with no talent at all. If you've ever seen a Marx Brothers picture, you know the difference between him and me. When he's chasing a girl across the screen, it's him. When he sits down to play the harp, it's me. Whenever I touch the strings of the harp, I stop being an actor. This me begins to sound like an unexciting fellow, doesn't he? Maybe I am, but I've been lucky enough in my time to do a number of things that most people never get around to doing. I've played piano in a whorehouse. I've smuggled secret papers out of Russia. I've spent an evening on the divan with Peggy Hopkins Joyce. I've taught a gangster mob how to play Pinchy Winchy. I've played croquet with Herbert Bayard Swope while he kept Governor Al Smith waiting on the phone. I've gambled with Nick the Greek, sat on the floor with Greta Carbo, sparred with Benny Leonard, horsed around with the Prince of Wales, played ping-pong with George Gershwin. George Bernard Shaw has asked me for advice. Oscar Levant has played private concerts for me at a buck a throw. I have golfed with Ben Hogan and Sam Snead. I've basked on the Riviera with Somerset Maugham and Elsa Maxwell. I've been thrown out of the casino at Monte Carlo. Flush with triumph at the poker table, I've challenged Alexander Woolcott to anagrams and Alice Duer Miller to a spelling match. I've given lessons to some of the world's greatest musicians. I've been a member of the 2 most famous round tables since the days of King Arthur, sitting with the finest creative minds of the 1920 at the Algonquin in New York, and with Hollywood's sharpest professional wits at the Hillcrest. Later in the book, some of these activities don't seem quite so impressive when I tell the full story. Like what I was doing on the divan with Peggy Hopkins Joyce, I was reading the funnies to her. The truth is, I had no business doing any of these things. I couldn't read a note of music. I never finished the 2nd grade, but I was having too much fun to recognize myself as an ignorant upstart. I can't remember ever having a bad meal. I've eaten in William Randolph Hearst's baronial dining room at Saint-Simon, at Voisin's in the Colony, and the finest restaurants in Paris. But the eating place I remember best, out of the days when I was chronically half-starved, is a joint that was called Max's Busy Bee. At the Busy Bee, a salmon sandwich on rye cost 3 cents per square foot, and for 4 cents more you could buy a strawberry shortcake smothered with whipped cream and a glass of lemonade. But the absolutely most delicious food I ever ate was prepared by the most inspired chef I ever knew, my father. My father had to be inspired because he had so little to work with. I can't remember ever having a poor night's sleep. I've slept in villas at Cannes and Antibes, at Alexander Wolcott's Island Hideaway in Vermont, at the mansions of the Vanderbilts and Otto H. Kahn, and in the Gloversville, New York jail. I've slept on pool tables, dressing room tables, piano tops, bathhouse benches, in rag baskets and harp cases, and four abreast in upper berths. I have known the supreme luxury of snoozing in the July sun on the lawn while the string of a flying kite tickled the bottom of my feet. I can't remember ever seeing a bad show. I've seen everything from Kenai Island vaudeville to the Art Theater in Moscow. If I'm trapped in a theater and a show starts disappointingly, I have a handy way to avoid watching it. I fall asleep. My only addictions, and I've outgrown them all, have been to pocket billiards, croquet, poker, bridge, and black jelly beans. I haven't smoked for 20 years. The only woman I've ever been in love with is still married to me. My only alcohol problem is that I don't particularly care for the stuff, so what do I have to confess? I do have one weakness big enough to write a book about. My weakness is people. Since I have never taken the direct route from anywhere to anywhere, I've had time to meet and listen to a lot of people. Back in the 20s, when everybody was talking at the same time, I was one of the few professional listeners around. I've been asked, when you hung out with people like George S. Kaufman, Mark Connolly, Harold Ross, Sam Baeman, Ben Hecht, Haywood Brown, FPA, Dorothy Parker, Ethel Barrymore, Benchley, Swope, and Woolcott, what in the world did you find to talk about? The answer is simple. When I was around people like that, there was no use talking. I listened. For some reason, they all accepted me. I think it was because I accepted them, not as very important persons or geniuses, but as card players, pool sharks, croquet fanatics, parlor game addicts, storytellers, or practical jokers. Whatever they had the most fun doing when they weren't working. These remarkable people are not the types the average vaudeville comic or self-taught musician is apt to hang out with. Not if he obeys the golden rule for success, that is, and doesn't dawdle or wander off in the wrong direction. Thank God I obeyed my own rules and never went anywhere by the regular route. If you can follow me from here on out, by way of East Side saloons and hawk shops, the Orpheum Circuit, Long Island estates and bordellos, an Ohio River gambling boat, a Russian border guard post, and Metro Goldwyn Mayer, you'll know what I mean. You'll know why I'm thankful. So, the time has come for me to get my kite flying, stretch out in the sun, kick off my shoes, and speak my piece. The days of struggle are over, I should be able to say. I can look back now and tell myself I don't have a single regret. But I do. Many years ago, a very wise man named Bernard Baruch took me aside and put his arm around my shoulder. Harpo, my boy, he said, I'm going to give you 3 pieces of advice, 3 things you should always remember. My heart jumped and I glowed with expectation. I was going to hear the magic password to a rich, full life from the master himself. Yes, sir, I said. And he told me the 3 things. I regret that I've forgotten what they were. Chapter 2, The Education of Me. A legend has been going around to the effect that I never had much schooling. Therefore, it might surprise a lot of people to read the following true statement. Harpo attended lectures at Hamilton College in Clinton, New York, for 6 years, was given the freedom of the campus, and was celebrated as the youngest student ever to enter a classroom in the history of that hallowed old institution. Well, I'd better tell the whole truth. The Harpo who went to college was not me. The Harpo who went to college was a dog, a plum-colored poodle. The dog was given to a professor for adoption by Hamilton's best-known alumnus, Alexander Wolcott, who made the statement I quoted above. The legend, I'm afraid, is true. I never had much schooling. The sad fact is, I never even finished the 2nd grade. Yet somehow I've managed to get myself educated. I'm not the writer or scholar, for example, that Groucho Marx is. I don't pretend to be. But I can read without moving my lips, and I can hold my own in pretty fast literary company without sinking beneath the conversation. I can talk about Monet, American primitives, or Ravel and Debussy without embarrassing anybody, even myself. I like to think I'm up to date on politics, world affairs, the struggle for integration, and the problems of teenagers in America. I try to be. These things are as exciting to me as cars, clothes, and tax gimmicks are to some fellows I know who went to college in person, not by proxy in the shape of a plum-colored poodle. How I came to be educated over the years, I don't exactly know. I only know that it didn't happen during my sojourn at New York City Public School No. 86. When the century turned in 1900, people tried to begin the new century with a clean slate. Some people forgave old debts. Some cleaned their slates by having their names changed. Others did it by giving up rye whiskey, cuss words, or snuff. The New York City Board of Education did it by promoting Adolf Marx to the 2nd grade. This was a noble gesture, but it didn't work. The year and a half Adolf Marx spent in grade 2 was more of a waste of time and taxpayers' money than the year he spent drifting and dreaming through grade 1. Adolf is the name I was given when I was born in New York City in 1893. Harpo is the name I was given during a poker game 25 years later. During the same game, my brother Leonard became Chico, Julius became Groucho, Milton Gummo, and Herbert later became Zeppo. Those handles stuck from the moment they were fastened on us. Now it's like we'd never had any other names. So we will be known all the way through these pages as Chico, Harpo, Groucho, Gummo, and Zeppo. Anyway, my formal schooling ended halfway through my second crack at the second grade, at which time I left school the most direct way possible. I was thrown out the window. There were two causes of this. One was a big Irish kid in my class, and the other was a bigger Irish kid. I was a perfect patsy for them, a marked victim. I was small for my age. I had a high, squeaky voice. And I was the only Jewish boy in the room. The teacher, a lady named Miss Flatto, had pretty much given up on teaching me anything. Miss Flatto liked to predict, in front of the class, that I would come to no good end. This was the only matter on which the Irish kids agreed with Miss Flatto, and they saw to it that her prediction came true. Every once in a while, when Miss Flatto left the room, the Irishers would pick me up and throw me out the window into the street. Fortunately, our room was on the first floor. The drop was about 8 feet, high enough for a good jolt but low enough not to break any bones. I would pick myself up, dust myself off, and return to the classroom as soon as I was sure the teacher was back. I would explain to Miss Flatto that I had been to the toilet. I knew that if I squealed I'd get worse than a heave out the window. She must have believed I didn't have enough sense to control my organs, let alone comprehend the subjects of reading and writing. She began sending notes to my mother, all with the same warning. Something had better be done about straightening me out, or I would be a disgrace to my family, my community, and my country. My mother was too busy with other matters at the time to straighten me out with the public school system. For one thing, it seemed more urgent to keep my older brother Chico out of the pool room than to keep me in the schoolroom. So my mother appointed a delegate to go confer with Miss Flatto. That was unfortunate. The delegate was the boyfriend of my cousin Polly, who was then living with us. He peddled herring in the streets out of wooden buckets, yelling up and down the neighborhood, "Hey, best here, best here, best here in de world." Naturally, he stunk from fish. You could smell him a block away. So one day he turned up in the middle of a class, fish buckets and all. He didn't get very far in his conference with Miss Flatto. She took one look and one smell, began to get sick, and ordered Polly's boyfriend to leave the school. All the other kids in the room began to smirk, holding their noses, and Miss Flatto did nothing to stop them. I knew I was dead. The two Irish boys now gave me the heave-ho every chance they got, which was 3 or 4 times a day. And Miss Flatto made me stay after school every afternoon for leaving the room so many times without permission. I can still see her finger waggling at the end of my nose and hear her saying, "Someday you will realize, young man, you will realize." I didn't know what she meant, but I never forgot her words. Partly because he'd made such a fool of himself in front of my class, Polly broke off with her boyfriend. I felt pretty bad about this. I also felt pretty bad around the knees and elbows from being dumped out the schoolhouse window with such regularity. So one sunny day when Miss Flatto left the room and I was promptly heaved into the street, I picked myself up, turned my back on PS 86 and walked straight home, and that was the end of my formal education. There is an interesting sidelight to this episode. On the rebound, my cousin Polly took up with a tailor, whom she soon married, congratulating herself for escaping a life that stunk of fish. Her husband remained a tailor the rest of his life. The herring peddler she jilted became successful in a series of businesses and died a very wealthy man. I was 8 years old when I was thrown out of school the last time. Home at that time was a flat in a tenement at 179 East 93rd Street, in a small Jewish neighborhood squeezed in between the Irish to the north and the Germans to the south in Yorkville. The tenement at 179 was the first real home I can remember. Until we moved there, we had lived like gypsies, never traveling far, in fact never out of the neighborhood, but always moving, haunted and pursued by eviction notices, attachments, and glinty-eyed landlord's agents. The Marxes were poor, very poor. We were always hungry. And we were numerous. But thanks to the amazing spirit of my father and my mother, poverty never made any of us depressed or angry. My memory of my earliest years is vague but pleasant, full of the sound of singing and laughter, and full of people I loved. The less food we had, it seemed, the more people we had to feed. Nobody grumbled about this. We just worked a little harder and schemed a little harder to hustle up a soup bone or a pail of sauerkraut. There were 10 mouths to feed every day at 179, 5 boys from Chico down to Zeppo, cousin Polly who'd been adopted as one of us, my mother and father, and my mother's mother and father. A lot of the time, my mother's sister, Aunt Hannah, was around too. And on any given night of the week, any given number of relatives from both sides of the family might turn up, unannounced but never unwelcome. This put all kinds of burdens on Frenchie, which was what we called my father, Sam Marx. Frenchie was the family housekeeper and cook. He was also the breadwinner. Frenchie was a tailor by trade. He was never able to own his own shop, and during the day his cutting table and sewing bench took up the whole dining room, with lengths and scraps of materials overflowing into the kitchen. At 6 o'clock, he quit whatever he was working on in the middle of a stitch, and stashed his profession in the hall, materials, tools, tables, and all, and turned to the task of making dinner for 10 or 11 or 16 people. This task would have been hopeless to anybody else in the world, but Frenchie always managed to put a meal on the table. With food, he was a true magician. Given a couple of short ribs, a wilting cabbage, a handful of soup greens, a bag of chestnuts, and a pinch of spices, he could conjure up miracles. God, how fabulous the tenement smelled when Frenchie, chopping and ladling, sniffing and stirring and tasting, and forever smiling and humming to himself, got the kitchen up to full steam. Later I found out that Frenchie smiled and hummed not so much over his culinary artistry, but over the prospect of sneaking away to a pinochle game the minute he'd gobbled his share of dinner. Frenchie was terrible at pinochle, but he loved the game and thought he was a crackerjack player. Unfortunately, the same was true of Frenchie as a tailor. Tailoring he also loved and thought he was good at, but he was even a worse tailor than he was a pinochle player. Samuel Marx, custom tailor to the men's trade, he billed himself bravely and wistfully. Frenchie was a trim and handsome little man, with twinkling brown eyes and a face that was smoothly sculptured around a permanent, thin-lipped smile. He made strangers feel he was holding inside him a secret too wonderful to talk about. Even in his most threadbare days, he managed to keep an air of elegance. His mustache was always neatly clipped, his fine, dark hair sleekly in place. Given the chance to show it, Frenchie had impeccable taste in clothes and he knew how to wear them. The trouble was, he never doubted that he could make good clothes with the same ease. To give him full credit, he was an excellent judge of color and fabric. He had a genuine feel for material. It was instinctive like his cooking. But Frenchie also relied on feel to measure a suit, never used a tape measure, to cut a pattern like a freehand artist cutting silhouettes, and to sew a suit together, never bothered with a fitting. So when Frenchie delivered a finished job to a customer, the family waited for his return with fear and trembling. Would he return with cash or would he return with the suit? More than half the time he returned with the suit. Periodically, when the unpaid-for suits piled up, Frenchie would pack the rejects along with a bunch of remnants, called lappas, into 2 big suitcases and go off with a shrug and his eternal smile to peddle them door-to-door in the suburbs. At the same time, with no word of complaint, my mother would hit up her brother Al for a loan, and my grandfather would gather up the kit from under his bed and take to the streets of New York to repair umbrellas. Life had a way of going on even when Frenchie was out on the road. But the kitchen at 179 was a cold and dreary place until he came home, with his suitcases full of fresh cabbages and ham hocks instead of suits and lappas. Throughout all the hungry, rugged days of my childhood, Frenchie never stopped working. He never ducked his responsibility of being the family breadwinner. He tried the best he could at the job he stubbornly thought he could do the best. Frenchie was a loving, gentle man who accepted everything that happened, good luck or tragedy, with the same unchangeable, sweet nature. He had no ambition beyond living and accepting life from day to day. He had only 2 vices: loyalty to everybody he ever knew. He never had an enemy, even amongst the sharpies who fleeced him and the game of pinochle. I shouldn't knock Frenchie's loyalty. That's what kept our family together, come right down to it. Frenchie was born in a part of Alsace-Lorraine that had stayed loyal to Germany, even when France ruled the province. So while the official language was French, at home the Marxes spoke Plattdeutsch, Low Country German. When the family came to America, they naturally gravitated toward immigrants who spoke the same dialect. On the Upper East Side of Manhattan, on the border of Yorkville, just as Alsace-Lorraine was on the border of Germany, a sort of Plattdeutsch society sprang up, unofficial but tightly knit. Anybody who spoke Plattdeutsch was okay with Frenchie, had his undying trust. And since Frenchie was one of the few tailors in the city who spoke Plattdeutsch, he got a lot of business out of sheer sentiment that he never deserved. If it weren't for the mutual loyalty of Frenchie and his landsmen, the Marx Brothers wouldn't have stayed under the same roof long enough to have become acquainted, let alone go forth together into show business. The responsibility that was toughest for Frenchie was that of family disciplinarian. A stern father he was not, could not by nature be, but he never gave up trying to play the role. Whenever I got caught stealing from a neighborhood store, it was a serious offense. The offense to me, of course, was not stealing but being caught at it. The guy I robbed would loyally again turn me over to Frenchie instead of the cops for punishment. Frenchie would suck in his lips like he was trying to swallow his smile, frown at me, shake his head, and say, "Boy, for what you did I'm going to give you. I'm going to break every bone in your body." Then he would march me into the hallway so the rest of the family wouldn't have to witness the brutal scene. There he would whip a whisk broom out of his pocket. "All right, boy," he'd say, "I'm going to give you." He'd shake the whisk broom under my chin and repeat through clenched teeth, "I'm going to give you." Frenchie, gamely as he tried, could never bring himself to go any farther than shaking the broom beneath my chin. He would sigh and walk back into the flat, brushing his hands together in a gesture of triumph, so the family should see that justice had been done. I couldn't have hurt more if my father had broken every bone in my body. Of all the people Frenchie loved and was loyal to, none was more unlike him than Minnie Schoenberg Marx, his wife, my mother. A lot has been written about Minnie Marx. She's become a legend in show business, and just about everything anybody ever said about her is true. Minnie was quite a gal. She was a lovely woman, but her soft, doe-like looks were deceiving. She had the stamina of a brewery horse, the drive of a salmon fighting his way up a waterfall, the cunning of a fox, and a devotion to her brood as fierce as any she-lions. Minnie loved to whoop it up. She liked to be in the thick of things whenever there was singing, storytelling, or laughter. But this was in a way deceiving too. Her whole adult life, every minute of it, was dedicated to her master plan. Minnie had the ambition to carry out any plan she might have decided on, with enough left over to carry all the rest of us right along with her. Even in her gayest moments she was working, plotting, and scheming all the time she was telling jokes and whooping it up. Minnie's plan was simply this: to put her kid brother and her 5 sons on the stage and make them successful. She went to work down the line starting with Uncle Al, who'd changed his name from Schoenberg to Sheen, then took up in order Groucho, Gummo, myself, Chico, and Zeppo. This was one hell of a job. What made it even tougher was the fact that only Uncle Al and Groucho wanted to be in show business in the first place, and after Groucho got a taste of the stage, he wanted to be a writer. Chico wanted to be a professional gambler. Gummo wanted to be an inventor. Zeppo wanted to be a prize fighter. I wanted to play the piano on a ferry boat, but nobody could change Minnie's mind. Her master plan was carried out by God all down the line. Her relationship with Frenchie in the days when I was growing up was more like a business partnership than the usual kind of marriage. Minnie was the outside man. Frenchie was the inside man. Minnie fought the world to work out her family's destiny. Frenchie stayed home sewing and cooking. Minnie was the absolute boss. She made all the decisions, but Frenchie never seemed to resent this. It was impossible for anybody to resent Minnie. She was too much fun. It was Minnie who kept our lives full of laughter, so we seldom noticed how long it was between meals in the days when we were broke. It never occurred to us that this setup between mother and father was odd or unnatural. We were like a family of castaways surviving on a desert island. There was no money, no prestige, no background to help the Marxes make their way in America. It was us against the elements, and each of us found his own way to survive. Frenchie took to tailoring. Chico took to the pool room, I took to the streets. Minnie held us all together while she plotted our rescue. The only tradition in our family was our lack of tradition. Minnie's mother, Fanny Schoenberg, died soon after we moved to East 93rd Street, but Grandpa Schoenberg remained a figure in the household until he finally resigned from living at the age of 1 century in 1919. Grandpa was therefore not classified as a relative. He was family. A relative was anybody who was named Schoenberg or Marx, or who spoke Plattdeutsch, who turned up in our flat at dinnertime and caused the portions on our plates to diminish. A lot of suspicious-looking strangers became relatives, but nobody was ever turned away. Most welcome of all was Uncle Al. A few years back, Uncle Al had been a pantspresser who couldn't hold a job because he kept organizing quartets and singing on company time. Now, thanks to Minnie, his loving sister, personal manager, booking agent, and publicist, Al Sheen was a headliner in vaudeville. He was our celebrity, and he played the part to the hilt. Once a month, Uncle Al came to visit, decked out in expensive flannels and broadcloth, matching fedora and spats and $10 shoes. He sparkled with rings and stickpins and glowed with the scent of cologne. Frenchie would appraise the materials in Uncle Al's suit and shirt, clucking a bit critically over the tailoring job, while Uncle Al talked with Grandpa in German. Then Minnie would switch the language to English and the subject to bookings and billings. After a while, Uncle Al would give in to Groucho, who'd been pestering him without let-up, and sing for us. This was what Groucho had been waiting a month for. At last, as he got ready to go, Uncle Al would give each of us boys a brand new dime. This was what Chico had been waiting a month for. By the time Uncle Al had made his last goodbye in the hallway, Chico would be 2 blocks away in the pool room. As Al Sheen got more famous, he raised his monthly bonus to 2 dimes instead of 1, and then went up to an incredible 2 bits apiece. A whole quarter, 5 shows at the Nickelodeon, a complete set of second-hand wagon wheels and axles, 25 games of pool. When I earned or hustled a quarter on my own, I felt guilty if I didn't kick part of it into the family kitty, but not with Uncle Al money. Uncle Al money was pure spending money, whether the soup pot was empty or not. While the Schoenbergs outnumbered and out-talked the Marxes in the relative department, Frenchie's side of the family had its share of big shots. Cousin Sam, for example. Sam Marx ran an auction house on 58th Street in the fashionable area near the Grand Army Plaza, and he was a wheel in Tammany Hall. Sam's younger brother, Cousin Max, I didn't know so well. He was a theatrical tailor and a good one, so Frenchie was leery of talking shop with him and preferred to remain aloof. I thought Max Marx was about the dandiest name a man could have, with the main exception of James J. Jeffries. Near the corner of 116th Street and Lenox Avenue in New York, there is, or was, last I knew, an alleyway called Marx Place. It's commonly believed to have been named after socialist Karl. This is not true. It was named after Cousin Sam. Cousin Sam died while Tammany still controlled city government, street naming, and other such businesses. The oddball relatives on Frenchie's side seemed to come in pairs. My father used to talk with a mysterious kind of reverence about two gray tants named Fracci and Friaci. To me, any two dames named Fracci and Friaci had to be a high-wire act or a dancing team. But no, their act was being the oldest twins in the history of Alsace-Lorraine and dying on the same day at the age of 102. Oddest of all were two little women, vaguely related to Frenchie, who came to call once or twice a year. They were the only visitors I can remember who never joined us for dinner. They stayed in the kitchen, where they talked to Frenchie in Plattdeutsch, keeping their voices down so nobody else could hear what they were saying. Both of the women wore black skirts down to the floor and white gloves which they never took off. When the stove wasn't turned on, they sat on the stove. When the stove was on, they stood up during their visit. They would leave shaking their heads. Whenever I asked Frenchie who they were, he would only shake his head. I think they came to report who had died that he should know about. I never saw him so desperate to get to a pinochle game as he was after the two little women came to call. Pinochle was liquor and opium to Frenchie, his only way of escape. So anyhow, at the age of 8, I was through with school and at liberty. I didn't know what to do with myself. One thing was certain, I'd never go near PS 86 or come within range of Miss Flatto's wagging finger again. School was okay for Chico, who was in the 5th grade and a whiz at arithmetic, and Groucho, who was knocking off 100 in the 1st grade, but not for me. I was good only at daydreaming, a subject they didn't give credit for in the New York City school system. My parents accepted my being at liberty like they accepted every other setback in their lives. No remorse, no regrets. Minnie was too busy engineering Uncle Al's career to have much time for me. She felt she had done her duty anyway, by sending Polly's herring peddler boy friend around to the school. Frenchie took the news of my quitting with a shrug and a nodding smile. The shrug indicated his disappointment. The smile indicated his pleasure. Now I could be his assistant on his next sales trip to New Jersey. I never knew for sure, but I suppose the truant officer must have come around to our flat looking for me. If he did, I know what happened. When he knocked, we assumed it was the landlord's agent, come to collect the rent, and we all ran to our hiding places and kept quiet until we heard the footsteps go back down the stairs outside. As for myself, I never doubted I had done the right thing when I walked away from the open window of PS 86, never to return. School was all wrong. It didn't teach anybody how to exist from day to day, which was how the poor had to live. School prepared you for life, that thing in the far-off future, but not for the world, the thing you had to face today, tonight, and when you woke up in the morning with no idea of what the new day would bring. When I was a kid, there really was no future. Struggling through one 24-hour span was rough enough without brooding about the next one. You could laugh about the past because you'd been lucky enough to survive it. But mainly there was only a present to worry about. Another complaint I had was that school taught you about holidays you could never afford to celebrate, like Thanksgiving and Christmas. It didn't teach you about the real holidays like St. Patrick's Day, when you could watch a parade for free, or Election Day, when you could make a giant bonfire in the middle of the street and the cops wouldn't stop you. School didn't teach you what to do when you were stopped by an enemy gang, when to run, when to stand your ground. School didn't teach you how to collect tennis balls, build a scooter, ride the L trains and trolleys, hitch onto delivery wagons, own a dog, go for a swim, get a chunk of ice or a piece of fruit, all without paying a cent. School didn't teach you which hawk shops would give you dough without asking where you got your merchandise, or how to shoot pool or bet on a poker hand, or where to sell junk, or how to find sleeping room in a bed with 4 other brothers. School simply didn't teach you how to be poor and live from day to day. This I had to learn for myself the best way I could. In the streets I was, according to present-day standards, a juvenile delinquent, but by the East Side standards of 1902, I was an honor student. Somehow, between home and out being any place in the city except our flat, I learned to read. While Groucho sweated over copybook phrases like "this is a cat, oh, see the cat," and "a penny saved is a penny earned," I was mastering alphabet and vocabulary through phrases like "this water for horses only," "Excelsior Pool Parlor when sent a queue, saloon and free lunch, no minors admitted," "keep off the grass," and words printed on walls and sidewalks by older kids which may not be printed here. I learned to tell time by the only timepiece available to our family, the clock on the tower of Ehret's Brewery at 93rd Street and 2nd Avenue, which we could see fr. on the front window if Grandpa hadn't pulled the shade. Grandpa, who was the last stronghold of Orthodox religion in the family, often used the front room to say his prayers and study the Torah. When he did and the shade was drawn, we had to do without the brewery clock and time ceased to exist. I've had ever since then the feeling that when the shades are pulled, or the sun goes down, or house lights dim, time stops. Perhaps that's why I've never had any trouble sleeping, and why I've always been an early riser. When the sun is out and the shade is up, the brewery clock is back in business. Time is in again, and something might be going on that I'd hate to miss. Weekdays, when Minnie was out hustling bookings for Uncle Al, Frenchie was busy over his cutting table, Chico and Groucho were in school, and Gummo and Zeppo were down playing on the stoop. Grandpa and I spent a lot of time together. Sometimes he'd tell me stories from the Haggadah, lecture me from the Torah, or try to teach me prayers. But his religious instruction, I'm afraid, was too close to schoolwork to interest me, and he didn't accomplish any more with me than Miss Flatto did. Still, without realizing it, I completed a course. From Grandpa, I learned to speak German. I tried to teach Grandpa English, but gave up on it. When he was feeling chipper and the shade was up, Grandpa used to perform magic for me. He conjured pennies out of his beard and out of my nose and ears and made me practice the trick of palming coins. Then he would stoke up his pipe and tell me about the days when he and Grossmutter Fanny toured the German spas and music halls. Grandpa performed as a ventriloquist and a magician in the old country, while Grandma played the harp for dancing after he did his act. I hadn't known Grandma too well before she died, but I felt she was never far away, for Grandma's old harp stood always in a corner of Grandpa's room. It was a half-size harp. Its strings were gone, its frame was warped. All that remained of its old luster were a few flakes of golden dandruff. But to me it was a thing of beauty. I tried to imagine what it must have sounded like when Grandma played it, but I couldn't. I had never heard anybody play a harp. My head was full of other kinds of music, the patter songs of Uncle Al, the bagpipes of St. Patrick's Day, the drums and bugles of Election Day, the calliope on the Central Park carousel, zithers heard through the swinging doors of Yorkville beer gardens, the concertina the blind man played on the North Beach excursion boat. But I'd never heard a harp. I could see Grandma with the shining instrument on her lap, but in my daydreams no sound came forth when her hands touched the strings. I made a resolution, one of the few I can remember making. I was going to get a job and save my money and take the harp to a harp place and have it strung and find out at last what kind of music it made. When I did earn my first wages, however, I found more urgent ways of spending the dough. It was to be nearly 15 years before I plucked my first harp string. I was not disappointed. It was a thrill worth saving. So at any rate, Grandpa, who taught me German and magic, was my first real teacher. My second teacher furthered my education in a much more practical way. This was my brother Chico. My brother Chico was only a year and a half older than me, but he was advanced far beyond his age in the ways of the world. He had great self-confidence like Minnie, and like her he rushed in where Frenchie or I would fear to tread. I was flattered when people said I was the image of Chico. I guess I was. We were both of us shrimps compared to the average galoots in the neighborhood. We were skinny, with peaked faces, big eyes, and mops of wavy, unruly hair. Pop was no better at cutting our hair than he was at cutting material for a suit, but the resemblance ended with our haircuts. Chico was something of a mathematical genius with an amazing mind for figures. Later he developed a mind for non-mathematical figures too. That was how he came to be nicknamed Chico, which was meant to be Chico, the way we always pronounced it. Chico was quick of tongue and he had a flair for mimicking accents. In a tight spot he could pass himself off as Italian, Irish, German, or first-generation Jewish, whichever was most useful in the scrape he happened to be in. I, on the other hand, being painfully conscious of my squeaky voice, was not much of a talker. Not to be totally outdone by Chico, I took to imitating faces and aping the way people walked. The imitation that gave me the most trouble was Chico himself. He used to walk the streets at a steady trot, head and shoulders thrust ahead, unmistakably a young man who knew where he was going. I practiced walking like Chico for hours, but I never could master his look of total concentration. I just didn't have it under the haircut. When I quit P.S. 86, I still saw very little of Chico. He never came home directly from school. If he did show up for dinner, he would vanish as soon as he'd eaten. He was conducting some very important research to extend his knowledge of arithmetic in useful ways. He was learning how to bet on horse races and prize fights, and how to play poker, pinochle, and claviache, by kibitzing the action in the back room of a cigar store on Lexington Avenue. He was learning the laws of probability by observing the neighborhood floating crap game as it camped and decamped from cellar to roof and roof to cellar, one roll of the dice ahead of the cops. And he was learning the laws of physics by noting the action and reaction of spherical solids in motion at the Excelsior East Side billiard parlor. When he turned 12, Chico decided he knew all he had to know about these applied sciences, and he quit school too. He also quit doing research, kibitzing, and observing, and got into the action. He has never been without a piece of some kind of action since then and never will for the rest of his days. Chico was a good teacher, and for him I was a willing student. In a short time he taught me how to handle a pool cue, how to play cards, and how to bet on the dice. I memorized the odds against rolling a 10 or 4 the hard way, against filling a flush in pinochle or a straight in poker. I learned basic principles like never go against the odds at any price and never shoot dice on a blanket. I learned how to spot pool sharks and crooked dealers and how to detect loaded dice. Unfortunately, we couldn't raise any action at home. Frenchie was too busy during the day and his nighttime pinochle game was not open to kids. Grandpa's only game was scat. We tried to convert Groucho to cards, but we couldn't. Groucho was already turning into a bookworm at the age of 8, and he sniffed at games of chance as being naive and childish. There was no place to go but out for the right kind of action. The catch to this was that it took money to get into a game, and more money to stay in a game if your luck was temporarily running slow. To me, there was only one solution. We had to find jobs and earn some money. Chico thought this was the nuttiest idea he'd ever heard. "You don't earn Mazuma," he said, "you hustle it." Our first joint promotion to hustle some scratch for pool and craps was the great cuckoo clock bonanza of 1902. All his life Chico has had an uncanny talent for turning up prospects. It was he who turned up the producer who first put us on Broadway and made us nationally famous. It was Chico who later turned up the producer, Irving Thalberg, who put us into great movies. Anyway, the first prospect I can remember Chico turning up was a novelty shop on 86th Street that was having a sale on miniature cuckoo clocks. These cuckoo clocks had no working cuckoos, the birds were painted on, but they had the genuine Black Forest look. They kept time, and they were on sale for only 20 cents apiece. We had just enough money between us to go into business, since Uncle Al had been to visit the night before and we still had our Uncle Al dimes. Chico bought a clock. We got 50 cents for it in a hawk shop down at 3rd and 63rd, 30 cents profit. We went back and bought 2 clocks, pawned them for 4 bits apiece. Chico said business was now too good for me to remain a silent partner. I should start hawking clocks too. So off I went with my share of the inventory. I didn't do so well. Turned out that every hawk shop I went to Chico had just been to. We looked so much alike that the pawnbrokers thought I was the same kid trying to unload more hot goods, and they wouldn't deal with me. Chico then said he'd take care of the hawk shops, and I should work on people up in the neighborhood. Early the next morning, I took a clock and gathered up my courage and went to the office of the Iceworks on 3rd Avenue. The manager there was a friendly guy who winked whenever the loader chipped off wedges of ice for us kids. He seemed like an ideal customer. "Cuckoo clock for sale," I said to the manager, trying to sound self-assured like Chico. "Good bargain, guaranteed." I don't know why the word guaranteed popped out. I must have been carried away by what was, for me, a rare burst of eloquence. So the Iceworks manager wanted to know how long the clock was guaranteed to run on a winding. Whereupon I heard myself saying as I began to sweat, 8 hours. "All right," he said. "Wind her up. If she's still running 8 hours from now, I'll buy her." I pulled the chain that wound the clock. I stood in a corner of the office out of the way, holding the clock, waiting and praying. It was a torturous battle of nerves. Every time the manager turned his back, I gave the chain a little pull to keep the clock wound tight. Along about lunchtime, he suspected what I was doing and caught me with my hand on the chain with a swift, unexpected look. He took the clock and hung it on the wall without a word. At 2:30, the clock ran down and died. The manager took it off the wall and handed it to me, still without a word. When I ran out of the office, I could hear him behind me slapping his leg and laughing his head off. Those were the most grueling 6 hours I had ever spent, and my net profit was, in round figures, 0. I got home to find that Chico's net profit on the clock deal was $11.10. I was ashamed to ask for any more than my original dime back. But Chico insisted I take half the loot on one condition. He would borrow it and double it for me in a crap game, and damned if he didn't that same night. By bedtime, the total capital of the Marx Cuckoo Clock Corporation was $29.90. Chico counted out my share and gave it to me. I had never touched such a fabulous pile of raw cash before in my life, but I still felt lousy about the Iceworks fiasco, and I pushed the money back to Chico. "You keep it," I said, "double it again." The next day, he dropped the whole wad in a pinochle game. Chico said this should be a lesson to me. Trying to redouble my money was going against the odds. Too bad I had to learn the hard way. Next time I would know better. I never did get my dime back. There is no hope of having spending-type money in my pocket until Uncle Al's next visit, which would be a long time off. Not until after the high holidays were over, and Grandpa lifted the shade and came out of the front room. Such was my basic education in the economics of free enterprise. Div class equals C. Aption, today I am a man. At 13 I am bar mitzvah, graduating not only to manhood but to derbhood. Not long afterwards I had my first taste of life in the raw when I went to work for a certain Mrs. Shang. See below, Minnie and Frenchie, my mother and father, looking as I remember them best. This was taken outside of Chicago around the time of World War I. Below, Chico and I were often mistaken for twins when we were young, which led to no end of collusion and confusion. Harpo Chico div clause. S equals title page The Four Nightingales. Shortly after I was shanghaied into show business and made my calamitous debut at Kenai Island. Top to bottom, Groucho me Gummo Lou Levy. Groucho leads the 6 mascots in Ist das nicht ein Schnitzklank. I'm at the keyboard. The girls are Aunt Hannah left and Minnie. The school days troupe hits Waukegan. That's Patsy Brannigan third from right, first row. With my switch to comedy, Groucho second from left standing was converted to straight man. The Marx Brothers become men about Broadway when I'll say she is opens in 1924. Seated, Groucho, standing, me Zeppo Chico. If I look a little dazed, it's because I just came from a 20-hour poker session at a strange hotel called the Algonquin. Napoleon scene from I'll Say She Is. Don't ask what the scene was all about. We didn't even know what the title of the show meant. In the role of Josephine is Lotta Miles. Pancho Marx in Coconuts, Animal Crackers, our third Broadway hit. It was horseplay like this that drove Gummo Hack to civilian life and into the dress business. Alexander Woolcott, the Emperor of Neshoba Island. In a snood mood was Alec's own caption for this shot. This was the stationery Alec had made up for me after our summer on the Riviera. Figure it right is Master Alexander Woolcott, age 4 in the role of Puck, 2 croquemaniacs at large on Neshoba Island. The blimp at a mooring mast is Alec lining up a shot. The disgusted observer, obviously getting shellacked, is me. My dancing partner on the Neshoba dock is Irene Castle. In Critics Row are Alfred Lunt, Alec, and Lynn Fontaine. Basking in the Vermont sun with left to right, Alec, Nasa McMain, Alfred Lunt, and Beatrice Kaufman. Div clause. S equals P while Charlie Lederer kibitzes, I take on Alec at cribbage. Trying to beat Woolcott at cribbage was the one lost cause in the life of Butch Miller Wright, more widely known as Alice Duer Miller. In the Garden of Allah, Hollywood, flanked by 4 other refugees from the Algonquian. They are left to right, Art Samuels, Charlie MacArthur, Dorothy Parker, and Alec Woolcott, the 4 imposters. Richard Rogers, Justine Johnson, George Gershwin as Groucho, and Jules Gleenzer at a New York costume party. George S. Kaufman plays a sticky wicket. Character and background obviously suspects he's trying to cheat. Chapter 3 Adrift in Grandpa's Democracy I in a short time, by Brother Chico was far out of my class as a sporting blood. I wasn't wise enough or nervy enough to keep up with him. Chico settled into a routine, dividing his working day between cigar store and pool room, and latching onto floating games in his spare time, and I drifted into the streets. Life in the streets was a tremendous obstacle course for an undersized kid like me. The toughest obstacles were kids of other nationalities. The Upper East Side was subdivided into Jewish blocks, the smallest area, Irish blocks, and German blocks, with a couple of independent Italian states thrown in for good measure. That is, the cross streets were subdivided. The North and South Avenues 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and Lexington belonged more to the city than the neighborhood. They were neutral zones, but there was open season on strangers in the cross streets. If you were caught trying to sneak through a foreign block, the first thing the Irishers or Germans would ask was, "Hey kid, what streeter?" I learned it saved time and trouble to tell the truth. I was a 93rd streeter, I would confess. Yeah. What block? 93rd streeter, 93rd between 3rd and Lex. That pinned me down. I was a Jew. The worst thing you could do was run from other streeters. But if you didn't have anything to fork over for ransom, you were just as dead. I learned never to leave my block without some kind of boodle in my pocket. A dead tennis ball, an empty thread spool, a penny, anything. It didn't cost much to buy your freedom. The gesture was the important thing. It was all part of the endless fight for recognition of foreigners in the process of becoming Americans. Every Irish kid who made a Jewish kid knuckle under was made to say uncle by an Italian, who got his lumps from a German kid, who got his insides kicked out by his old man for street fighting, and then went out and beat up an Irish kid to heal his wounds. "I'll teach you," was the threat they passed along, Irisher to Jew to Italian to German. Everybody was trying to teach everybody else all down the line. This is still what I think of when I hear the term progressive education. There was no such character as the kindly cop on the beat in New York in those days. The cops were sworn enemies. By the same token, we, the street kids, were the biggest source of trouble for the police. Individually and in gangs, we accounted for most of the petty thievery and destruction of property on the Upper East Side. And since we couldn't afford to pay off the cops in the proper, respectable Tammany manner, they hounded us, harassed us, chased us, and every chance they got happily beat the hell out of us. One way, the only way, that all of us kids stuck together regardless of nationality was in our cop warning system. Much as I loathed and feared the Mickey Gang or the Bohunk Gang, I'd never hesitate to give them the high sign if I spotted a copper headed their way. They'd do the same for me and the other 93rd Streeters. The cops had their system too. If a patrolman came upon a gang fight or a front stoop crap game and needed reinforcements in a hurry, he'd bang his nightstick on the curb. This made a sharp whine that could be heard by cops on other beats throughout the precinct, and they'd come running from all directions, closing in a net around the point the warning came from. In my time I was grabbed, nabbed, chewed out and shinwhacked by the cops but never arrested. This may sound miraculous considering all the kinds of trouble I was able to get into, but it wasn't. My Uncle Sam the auctioneer, don't forget, was a wheel in Tammany Hall. Nephews of men in the organization did not get arrested. For another thing, the cops went mostly for the gangs, the most conspicuous targets, and I was not a gang boy. I was a lone wolf. This made me, in turn, more conspicuous to the gangs. Gang boys couldn't tolerate loners. They called me a queer and worse. Today, I guess a kid like me would get all kinds of special attention from the authorities. They'd call me an antisocial nonconformist and worse, so my pleasures had to be secret ones. I couldn't even fly pigeons from the roof of my own house. Every time I set out a baited cage to catch some birds, the cage would be smashed or stolen. I wanted desperately to have a pet. Once I brought home a stray puppy and fixed a nest for him in the basement of 179. I had him for exactly a week. As soon as he got used to his new home, he felt frisky and began to bark. Some kids heard him and promptly stole him. The janitor of our tenement, an elderly Bavarian plagued with corns and carbuncles, wouldn't protect my pets. He had a running feud with my family because our garbage pails were full of holes. Every time they went down the dumbwaiter for him to dump, the janitor would mutter and curse and yell up the shaft, "Hey up Daryl, hey, Dem's got leaks on." I took to spending a lot of time in Central Park, 4 blocks to the west, the park being a friendly foreign country. It was safe territory for lone wolves no matter what streeters we were. Summers I hung around the tennis courts. I loved to watch the game, and there was always the chance I could hustle myself a tennis ball. In the wintertime the park was not so inviting, unless there'd been a snowfall or a good freeze. When there was snow on the ground I'd hustle a dishpan somewhere, hustle being a polite word for steal, and go sliding in the park. This was a risky pleasure. A dishpan in good condition was worth 5 cents cash from a West Side junk dealer, and I had more than one pan swiped out from under me by bigger kids. After a freeze, they would hoist the ice flag in Central Park, which told the city the pond was okay for skating. Nobody was happier to see the flag than I was. I was probably the best single-foot skater in New York City. Our family's total sports equipment was one ice skate which had belonged to Grandma and which Grandpa kept as a memento like the old harp. And as the harp had no strings, the skate had no straps. I had to improvise with twine, rope, old suspenders, elastic bands, whatever I could find. I spent many hours on the frozen pond in Central Park, skating gimpily around the edge of the ice on my one left-foot skate. I spent many more hours sitting on the ice, freezing my bottom where my pants weren't patched, tying and splicing and winding in the endless struggle to keep the skate lashed to my foot. Oddly enough, winter had fewer hardships for me than summer did. I could always find a warm spot somewhere when it was cold, but when the city was hot, it was hot through and through, and there was no cool spot to be found. The only relief was temporary, like a chunk of ice from the loading platform of the iceworks. That was a blessing to hold and suck on, but it didn't last long. What to do then? Only one thing to do then, go for a swim in the East River. But the way we had to swim off the docks was exhausting, and we couldn't stay very long in the water. You can always spot a guy who grew up poor on the east side by watching him go for a swim. When he gets in a pool, he will automatically start off with a shallow kind of breaststroke, as if he were pushing away some invisible floating object. This was a stroke you had to use when you jumped in the East River. It was the only way you could keep the sewage and garbage out of your face. One way of keeping your mind off the heat was making horsehair rings. We used to sneak into the brewery stables and cut big hanks of hair from the horses' tails, then braid them into rings. Horsehair tings were not only snazzy accessories to wear, 3 or 4 to a finger, but they were also negotiable. They could be swapped for marbles or Grover Cleveland buttons, and they were handy as ransom when you were ambushed by an enemy gang. Then, suddenly one summer, rings and marbles became kid stuff to me. I found out how to use the city transportation system for free, and I was no longer a prisoner of the neighborhood. My life had new horizons. I, a mere mortal, could now go forth and behold the gods in Valhalla, which is to say, the New York Giants in the Polo Grounds. Trolleys were the easiest way to travel without paying. You just hopped on board after a car had started up and kept dodging the ticket taker. If the ticket taker caught up with you, you got off and hopped on the next trolley to come along. It was more sporting to hang on the outside of the car, but you took a chance of being swatted off by a cop. It wasn't so easy with elevated trains. You couldn't get on an L train without giving a ticket or transfer to the ticket chopper at the platform gate. To swindle the ticket chopper took a good deal of ingenuity. involving old transfers, chewing gum cards, which happened to be the same size as tickets, some fancy forgery, and for me, thanks to Grandpa's training, sleight of hand. Once a year, the city would change its system of tickets and transfers, trying to cut down on the number of free riders. But they never came up with a system that couldn't somehow be solved by us kids. Thus I was now a man about town. In my travels, I found out in the summer of 1903 how to watch the Giants play for free. That was the only sure way to beat the heat in New York. When John J. McGraw and his noble warriors took the field in the Polo Grounds, all the pains and complaints of the loyal fan faded away, and he sweltered in blissful contentment. I was a loyal fan, but I could never afford, naturally, the price of admission to the Polo Grounds. Then I discovered a spot on Coogan's Bluff, a high promontory behind the Polo Grounds, from which there was a clear view of the ballpark. Well, a clear view, yes, but clear only of the outside wall of the grandstand, a section of the bleachers, and one narrow, tantalizing wedge of the playing field. So to tell the truth, I didn't really watch the Giants. I watched a giant, the left fielder. When the ball came looping or bounding into my corner of the field, I saw real live big league baseball. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, I watched a tiny man in a white or gray uniform standing motionless on a faraway patch of grass. Other kids collected pictures of giants such as McGraw, McGinnity, and Mathewson. Not me. I was forever faithful to Sam Mertz, undistinguished left fielder, the only New York Giant I ever saw play baseball. Eventually, I came to forgive Sam for all the hours he stood around, waiting for the action to come his way. It must have been just as frustrating for him down on the field as it was for me up on the bluff. It was easy for pitchers or shortstops to look flashy. They took lots of chances. My heart was with the guy who was given the fewest chances to take, the guy whose hope and patience never dimmed. Sam Mertz, I salute you. In whatever Valhalla you're playing now, I pray that only right-handed pull hitters come to bat, and the ball comes sailing your way 3 times in every inning. Much as I ran away from it every chance I got, the home neighborhood was not altogether a dreary slum. It had its share of giants too, men and women who belonged to the outside world, who brought glitter and excitement into the lives of the rest of us East Siders. Such a luminary was Mr. Jurgens, who ran the ice cream parlor around the corner on 3rd Avenue. Mr. Jurgens built and operated the first automobile in the neighborhood, a jaunty little electric runabout. When the runabout came cruising through our street, older kids would jump up and down and throw their caps under the car, yelling, "Get a horse." If Mr. Jurgens was disturbed by the jeering mobs, he never showed it. He drove straight on, leaning over the tiller, which he held with a death grip, squinting at the horizon of Lexington Avenue like Christopher Columbus sailing for the New World. I was one of the privileged few in the neighborhood who got to touch the runabout. Mr. Jurgens had ordered a suit from Frenchie, and I went along when he delivered it. Mr. Jurgens saw me admiring the car in the alley behind the ice cream parlor. He grinned at me and promised to take me for a ride. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I had heard that the runabout could zoom down the brewery hill at a speed of 15 miles an hour, but I never got my ride in the automobile. After making his promise to me, Mr. Jurgens went upstairs and tried on his new suit, and it was years before he ever spoke to me or my father again. There were 2 true aristocrats in our neighborhood, Mr. Ruppert and Mr. Ayrett, the owners of the big breweries. Jake Ruppert's mansion was on the corner of 93rd and Park Avenue. This was a fabulous place to me, for the principal reason that Ruppert's garden contained a row of peach trees, which once a year bore lovely, luscious peaches. Ruppert's garden also contained 2 huge watchdogs who ranged along the inside of the iron-spiked fence, on the alert for peach poachers. It was the theory of Ruppert's caretaker that the dogs would be more vicious if they were kept hungry. This theory backfired. I used to hustle a bag of fat and meat scraps from a butcher, feed the starving dogs through the fence until they got friendly and sleepy, then shinny over the spikes and fill my shirt with ripe peaches. No fruit ever tasted so sweet as stolen fruit, which was about the only kind I ever had until I became, at the age of 11, a full-time working man. There was a spectacular pageant on our street every weekday of the year. The show went on at 9 in the morning and was repeated at 6 in the evening. This was the passing of Mr. Ayrett through 93rd Street to and from the Ayrett Brewery. Mr. Ayrett rode in a dazzling black carriage pulled by a team of prize black stallions. A footman and a coachman in regal uniforms of blue and gold sat on top of the carriage. The eastern half of our block sloped downhill toward the East River, and when the brewer's carriage reached the top of the slope, in the morning, the coachman would stand up and shake the reins, and the stallions would charge down the hill in full gallop. When they passed our house, the stallions were wild-eyed and foaming at their bits, and the cobblestones rang like anvils. When they returned at night, straining against the rise, you could see the sparks fly up from their pounding hooves. Thunder and lightning. Pomp and circumstance. Glory and magnificence. I wonder how a poor kid who never watched a brewer ride to his brewery, who never shivered with goosebumps when the coachman rose to start the downhill gallop, could ever know that there was another kind of life, the good life. Thanks for the show, Mr. Ayrett. Thanks for the peaches, Mr. Ruppert. Sorry, I never liked beer. Then there were the brownstone people. They weren't as high and mighty as the brewers, but I think they furthered my education about the outside world just as much. We lived on the tenement side of 93rd Street, the north side. Facing us on the south was a row of one-family brownstone town houses. They were not cluttered in front with ugly fire escapes like the tenements. They were decorated with ivy and window boxes full of flowers. What went on inside those elegant houses was something I found impossible to imagine, like the sound of harp music. While other kids wondered about life on Mars or the moon, I used to wonder about life across the street. For hours at a time, I watched the brownstones and saw the brownstone people come and go. There were two whom I watched and waited for in particular. One was a dashing young lady named Marie Wagner, who was a well-known tennis player of the day. I took to following Miss Wagner to Central Park to the courts, where I became her self-appointed ball retriever. The courts had no backstops and I ran myself ragged chasing down tennis balls, but it was worth it. For an afternoon's work, Miss Wagner would reward me with an old ball. I couldn't expect to own a tennis ball for longer than a day or two before it got swiped by some older kid, so whenever Miss Wagner paid me off I'd sprint for home and get in as many licks as I could before the bandits turned up. I was conducting a sort of one-man Olympics, competing against myself for new world's records in tennis ball bouncing against the stoop of 179 East 93rd Street, New York City. I kept hoping that one afternoon I'd still be bouncing and catching the ball when Miss Wagner came home. Then she might see me from across the street and know that I wasn't using the trophy she'd given me in any childish, ungrateful way. I was improving my game. But she never saw me in action. This was a lingering, cruel disappointment. I had quite a crush on the dashing Miss Wagner. I regret to confess that the time I set the all-time stoop bouncing world's record of 341 without a miss, I didn't use a ball of Marie Wagner's. By that time, I had become a pretty worldly fellow. I still hung around the tennis courts in the park, but I had turned pro. I retrieved for anybody and everybody, not for love but strictly for the loot. My other idol of the brownstones was a gentleman named Mr. Burns, a retired attorney. Mr. Burns was as elegant as his house. When he stepped forth for his daily stroll to Central Park, he wore a derby hat, a trim, faintly striped suit, suede gloves, and narrow patent leather shoes. When the sun shone, he carried a walking stick with a silver top. When it looked like rain, he swung a long, furled umbrella with a silver handle. Once I asked Frenchie if Mr. Burns was rich and famous. Frenchie's answer baffled me. He nodded and said mysteriously, "British cut." The most astonishing thing about Mr. Bums, however, was the tipping of his hat. On the street, he tipped his hat to everybody. He even tipped his hat to kids. I used to lurk on the corner of 93rd and Lex, waiting for Mr. Burns to start his daily walk. When he came briskly by, headed for the park, he never appeared to see me. But as he passed, he never failed to switch his stick or umbrella from right hand to left and tip his derby. This was a grand and satisfying moment in the life of a lone wolf, friendless kid. In my daydreams, I knew now what it was going to be like on the absolute pinnacle of worldly success. I would be riding down 3rd Avenue in my black carriage pulled by 4 black stallions, munching on ripe, red peaches from the bushel on the seat beside me. As I tipped my derby to people on the streets right and left, I saw them smile with gratitude, and I could hear the cop saying as he held back the crowd, "Stand back now, make way for Mr. Marx, the famous tennis star and left fielder with the silver handle on his walking stick." When I passed a peaked-faced, shaggy-top kid with horsehair rings on his fingers, I tossed him a peach and a brand-new tennis ball. The kid said, "Bless you, sir," and a great shout went up from the crowd, and the cop, grinning from ear to car, saluted me with his nightstick. I tipped my derby again to the north and to the south and ordered my coachman to start the gallop. At Christmas time, the brownstones across the street were even more remote from my tenement world. Wreaths of holly appeared on the doors and in the windows, and at night I could see Christmas trees inside, glowing with the lights of candles. The one thing I remembered that Miss Flatto had taught me in PS 86 was the legend of Santa Claus. I was entranced by it, but being a young cynic, I told myself it was all a bunch of Irish malarkey. The only time anybody got presents in our family was when Uncle Al came to visit, or when Frenchie happened to get paid for 2 suits at a crack. Nevertheless, on the night of December 24, a month after my 9th birthday, I decided to give Santa Claus a chance to make good. I hung one of my stockings in the airshaft, pinned under the window. The airshaft, I figured, was the nearest thing to a chimney in our house. Maybe even better. A lot more room for a fat and jolly old guy to shinny down. On Christmas morning, my stocking was still empty. I didn't tell anybody about it. I was too ashamed of being played for a sucker. Yet a year later, when I saw the holly on the brownstones and the candles flickering on the Christmas trees, I swallowed my pride and hung my stocking again. This time, to bolster my faith, I confessed to Chico that night what I had done. Chico wasn't scornful or even surprised. He knew all about the Christmas stocking deal. But he said, "You got to figure the odds. Figure how many air shafts on 93rd Street, let alone in the rest of the city, Sandy Claus has to shinny down in one night. Then you figure he's got to take care of the Irishers and Bohunks and Italians before he gets around to the Jews. Right, so what kind of odds is that?" Chico was being sensible and convincing as usual. Still, it was a question of faith versus mathematics. A stubborn glimmer of faith still burned inside me. I left my stocking in the airshaft. Next morning, Chico surprised me. He got to the stocking before I did. When he found it empty, he was disappointed and he was sore. He wadded up the stocking and threw it at me. "When are you going to learn?" he said. "When are you going to learn you can't go against the odds?" Then he got even madder and called me some pretty unbrotherly names. This was the earliest Chico had ever gotten out of bed, and he had just remembered that the pool room didn't open until noon on holidays. The only holidays we shared as a family were the excursions we took once every summer to the beach. We couldn't afford to go as far as the ocean out at Kenai Island. We took the cheaper excursion boat from the dock at 96th Street, the one that paddled up through Hell Gate to North Beach in the Bronx. At North Beach, we had a marvelous time, basking in the sweet air of freedom. We were where no freeloading relatives or rent agents or disgruntled customers of Frenchie's could ever find us. Minnie told jokes and sang songs with Groucho. Frenchie snoozed on the sand, smiling even in his sleep, and Chico would wander off looking for some action. I was supposed to mind Gummo and Zeppo, but I ducked away every chance I got to see if I could hustle a Charlotte Russe or a hunk of watermelon off some kid smaller than me. Our feast for the holiday would be a stack of sandwiches, liver paste and cheese on stiff pumpernickel bread. The cheese was green and so hard it had to be spread with a paint scraper, but it was delectable. We would stretch the day to the last possible minute, running along with the rest of the crowd to catch the last boat home. By the time the warped old tub chugged back into the East River, all the passengers would be on one side, leaning wearily toward home, and the boat would list until you could reach your hand over the rail and skim the scum off the river. It was a miracle every time it made the dock and got itself hitched to the piles and pulled up level before capsizing. It was always a melancholy homecoming. For most of us on board, the one-day excursion was the only vacation we would have from a year of hard work and misery. The blind man who played the concertina knew there wasn't another nickel or penny left for his tin cup amongst the whole crowd, but he played on and sang homesick Italian ballads. In the boat's saloon there was a piano, bolted with iron straps to the deck. Its keyboard was locked. The piano must have been left over from the boat's palmier days when the passengers wore white flannels and linens and there was an orchestra for dancing. Nobody ever played the piano on our excursions, and that was the sad part of the holiday for me. There was one supreme holiday every 2 years and there was nothing sad about it. This was not a family affair. It belonged to everybody. The poorest kid in town had as much a share in it as the mayor himself. This was election day. Months ahead I started, like every other kid, collecting and stashing fuel for the election bonfire. Having quit school, I could put in a lot of extra hours at it. I had a homemade wagon, a real deluxe job. Most kids greased their axles with suet, begged, or pinched off a butcher shop, but I was fancier. I scraped genuine axle grease off the hubs of beer wagons, working the brewery circuit from Aritz to Rupperts to Ringelings. I hauled staves, slats, laths, basket lids, busted carriage spokes, any loose debris that would burn, and piled it all in a corner of our basement. This was one thing the janitor helped me with. The election day bonfire was a tradition nobody dared to break. If you were anti-bonfire, you were anti-Tammany, and life could become pretty grim without handouts from the organization. Worse than that, the cops could invent all kinds of trouble to get you into. So around election time, there were no complaints up the dumbwaiter shaft about the leaks in our garbage cans. The great holiday lasted a full 30 hours. On election eve, the Tammany forces marched up and down the avenues by torchlight, with bugles blaring and drums booming. There was free beer for the men and free firecrackers and punk for the kids, and nobody slept that night. When the day itself dawned, the city closed up shop and had itself a big social time, visiting with itself, renewing old acquaintances, kicking up old arguments, and voted. About noon, a handsome cab, courtesy of Tammany Hall, would pull up in front of our house. Frenchie and Grandpa, dressed in their best suits, which they otherwise wore only to weddings, bar mitzvahs, or funerals, would get in the cab and go clip-clop in tip-top style off to the polls. When the carriage brought them back, they sat in the hansom as long as they could without the driver getting sore, savoring every moment of their glory while they puffed on their free Tammany cigars. At last, reluctantly, they would descend to the curb, and Frenchie would make the grand gesture of handing the cabbie a tip. Kids watching in the streets and neighbors watching from upstairs windows were properly impressed. About a half hour later, the handsome cab would reappear, and Frenchie and Grandpa would go off to vote again. If it was a tough year with a reform movement threatening the city, they'd be taken to vote a third time. Nobody was concerned over the fact that Grandpa happened not to be a United States citizen or that he couldn't read or write English. He knew which side of the ballot to put his X on. That was the important thing. Besides, Grandpa's son-in-law's cousin was Sam Marx, a big man in the organization. Cousin Sam had a lot to say about whose name appeared under a black star on the ballot, and it was he who made sure the carriage was sent to 179 at voting time. A man of principle, which Grandpa was, had no choice but to return the courtesy by voting. Then came the night. The streets were cleared of horses, buggies, and wagons. All crosstown traffic stopped. At 7 o'clock, firecrackers began to go off, the signal that the polls were closed. Whooping and hollering, a whole generation of kids came tumbling down out of the tenements and got their bonfires going. By 7:15, the east side was ablaze. Whenever our 93rd Street fire showed signs of dying down, we'd throw on a fresh load of wood out of another basement, and the flames would shoot up again. After my stash was piled on the blaze, I ran upstairs to watch from our front window with Grandpa. It was beautiful. Flames seemed to leap as high as the tenement roof. The row of brownstones across the street reflecting the fire was a shimmering red wall. The sky was a great red curtain, and from all over the city we could hear the clanging of fire engines. Our bonfire never got out of hand, but a lot of others did on election night. Grandpa enjoyed the sight as much as I did, and he was flattered when I left the rest of the boys to come up to share it with him. He pulled his chair closer to the window and lit the butt of his Tammany stogie. "Ah, we are lucky to be in America," he said in German, taking a deep drag on the cigar he got for voting illegally and lifting his head to watch the shooting flames. "Ah, yes. This is true democracy." I had no idea what Grandpa was talking about, but he was a man of great faith, and whatever he said was the truth. One fine spring day, a revolution occurred in our lives. The Marxes bought a piano. I hopped with joy when the movers hoisted it up to our flat. It was only a hacked-up second-hand upright, but to me it was a shining symbol of all the pleasures of the good life, the forbidden pleasures of the outside world. Very soon I found out that our piano was not intended for pleasure. Minnie had bought it $5 down and $1 a week strictly for business. It was part of her master plan. Uncle Al was now on his way to the top in vaudeville, and the time had come for Minnie to go to work on her own brood and start them on their way. Chico, being the oldest, came first. Chico would learn the piano. Then he could not only work as a single but also accompany Groucho, who was developing into quite an accomplished boy soprano. The two nephews would then follow their famous uncle up the ladder of success, bing boom bang. As for me, I'm afraid I was an afterthought in the master plan. It went without saying that I was the untalented member of the family. But so I shouldn't be a total loss, I would take second-hand music lessons. Chico would pass on to me everything he learned from the piano teacher. The teacher was a hefty Viennese lady with a mustache. She and Chico loathed each other, and Chico hated music, but Chico did his duty. He never missed a lesson, and he practiced every day, even though the piano took 8 hours a week out of his pool and pinochle time. He did not, however, take the extra time to pass his lessons on to me as Minnie had planned. I was never allowed in the living room when the teacher was there, since my presence would have raised the weekly fee from 2 bits to 4. So what piano I learned by myself. This, I later realized, was all the better because Chico's teacher had a certain limitation. She could teach only the right hand. When she played, she faked with the left. Chico kept asking at first what he should do with his left hand, and the teacher would say sharply, "Never mind, that hand's where the music is," accenting the statement with a whack of her ruler on her pupil's right knuckles. So Chico Marx became, at the age of 13, the best one-hand piano player in New York City. Well, the best one-hand piano player east of Lexington Avenue and north of 59th Street. Being entirely self-taught, I was still in the one-finger stage. But I worked over the keyboard like a fiend, driving Frenchie and Grandpa out of their minds, I'm sure. Then came the day I played the chorus of Waltz Me Around Again, Willie, one-finger version straight through without a mistake. This was the first accomplishment of my life that I felt really proud of. Flush with triumph, I doubled my repertoire, pecking out Love Me and the World Is Mine. My career had begun. As soon as I worked up to using both hands on both songs, I was going to apply for the job of piano player on the North Beach excursion boat. But as it turned out, the next step in my career was something entirely different. Drifting through the streets, with my head full of beautiful one-finger piano music, I got caught where I never would have been caught in my right mind. By the cellar steps of Goodkind's Bakery on 3rd Avenue was a big stack of stove wood, which the baker s. Old 3 sticks for a nickel. One afternoon I was standing in front of the bakery like a stuffed idiot, and an Irish gang from 96th Street came around the corner and trapped me. The Irishers said, "Hey Sheeny, look it behind ya." I turned without thinking and they slammed me smack into the stack of wood. In an avalanche of lumber, I tumbled into the bakery basement, where the ovens were. Mr. Goodkind exploded onto the scene in a cloud of flour and fury and hauled me out of the woodpile. He said it was a miracle that no damage had been done to his joint. He asked me if I had a job. I said I didn't. He said I was lying. I did have a job. I was working for him. I was the new wood stacker and pie sorter for Goodkind's bakery. When I finished restacking the stove wood, I was instructed in the duties of pie sorter. Fresh baked pies were slid out of the oven onto a long table, dozens at a time. The crusts were stenciled to indicate their flavor: A for apple, AP for apricot, C for cherry, and so on. I had to sort the pies according to flavor and arrange them on the shelves upstairs. I went diligently to work, and warm, fragrant work it was. Having a job wasn't so bad after all. For this, I would get paid. My pay at the end of the 9-hour working day was 1 cruller. I told Mr. Goodkind I was quitting. I had to have a better paying job than pie sorting. He asked me if I owned a wagon. I told him I certainly did, a wagon with genuine black axle grease. "All right, young man," he said. "One can get a better job for you. My friend Mr. Jiger needs a delivery boy for weekends." On Saturday morning, I reported with my wagon to Jiger's Dairy and Dried Fruits. I was hired on the spot. My hours were all day Saturdays and Sundays until noon. My pay was 1 dried prune per hour, which was a hell of a raise from 1 cruller per day. So at the age of 11, I entered the egg delivery field, having moved up from the pie sorting profession. My elementary education was over. I was a workingman. Chapter 4. Enter. A character T-He-Man who first inspired me to become an actor was a guy called Cookie. Cookie had nothing to do with the theater. He rolled cigars in the window of a cigar store on Lexington Avenue. This was the store with card games and bookmaking in the back room, the nearest thing to a social club in our neighborhood. It was Frenchie's home away from home, and along with the pool room, Chico's too. Since gambling was never the obsession with me that it was with Chico, I didn't spend much time in the back room. Where I had the most fun was on the street in front of the store. Cookie worked at a low table facing the avenue through the window. He was a lumpy little man with a complexion like the leaves he used for cigar wrappers, as if he'd turned that color from overexposure to tobacco. He always wore a dirty, striped shirt without a collar and leather cuffs and elastic armbands. Whether he was at his table in the window or running errands for the card players, Cookie was forever grunting and muttering to himself. He never smiled. Cookie was funny enough to look at when he wasn't working, but when he got up to full-speed rolling cigars, he was something to see. It was a marvel how fast his stubby fingers could move. And when he got going good, he was completely lost in his work, so absorbed that he had no idea what a comic face he was making. His tongue lolled out in a fat roll, his cheeks puffed out, and his eyes popped out and crossed themselves. I used to stand there and practice imitating Cookie's look for 15-20 minutes at a time, using the window glass as a mirror. He was too hypnotized by his own work to notice me. Then one day I decided I had him down perfect, tongue, cheeks, eyes, the whole bit. I rapped on the window. When he looked up, I yelled, "Gookie, Gookie," and made the face. It must have been pretty good because he got sore as hell and began shaking his fist and cursing at me. I threw him the face again. I stuck my thumbs in my ears and waggled my fingers, and this really got him. Gookie barreled out of the store and chased me down the avenue. It wasn't hard to outrun such a pudgy little guy, but I'll give Cookie credit. He never gave up on trying to catch me whenever I did the face through the window. It got to be a regular show. Sometimes the guy behind the cigar store counter would tip off the card players that I was giving Gookie the works out front. When they watched the performance from the backroom door and he heard them laughing, Gookie would get madder than ever. For the first time at the age of 12, I had a reputation. Even Chico began to respect me. Chico liked to show me off when somebody new turned up in the pool room. He would tell the stranger, "Shake hands with my brother here, he's the smartest kid in the neighborhood." When the guy put out his hand, I'd throw him a cookie. It always broke up the pool room. I didn't know it, but I was becoming an actor. A character was being born in front of the cigar store window, the character who was eventually to take me a long ways from the streets of the East Side. Over the years, in every comedy act or movie I ever worked in, I've thrown a gookie at least once. It wasn't always planned, especially in our early vaudeville days. If we felt the audience slipping away, fidgeting and scraping their feet through our jokes, Groucho or Chico would whisper in panic, "SSSSSSSSSSST, throw me a gookie." The fact that it seldom failed to get a laugh is quite a tribute to the original possessor of the face. The little cigar roller was possibly the best straight man I ever had. He was certainly the straightest straight man. If Cookie had broken up or even smiled just once, my first act would have been a flop, and the rest of my life might not have been much to write a book about. Cookie baiting was one of the few free pleasures I had left. As I got older, I acquired more expensive tastes. I spent more time in the pool room, and the price of pocket billiards had risen from a penny a cue to 2 for a nickel. That was big money. An evening's pool cost more than I usually managed to bring home from a day's hustling, doing odd jobs and hawking whatever loose merchandise I might chance to find lying around. What took really big money was the special dinner at Feast's Oyster House. Dining at Feast's was the supreme luxury of my young life. Not that the food there was any better cooked than the food we had at home, when we had food. No common commercial chef could ever compete with Frenchie. But Feast's special included things that Frenchie could only dream of putting on our table. Greenpoint oysters and cheristone clams on the half-shell, deviled crab, grilled smelts, French fried potatoes and onions, a juicy T-bone steak, hot rolls soaked with butter apple pie with a slab of sharp cheese, and coffee rich with thick sweet cream. As I said, a meal like this took really big money. It cost 35 cents. I soon learned what the main pitfall was in saving money. It wasn't temptation or the lack of willpower. It was Chico Marx. Chico could smell money. Hiding my savings at home anywhere in the flat was useless. Chico always found it sooner or later. Once I thought I had him outsmarted. I sold a wagon load of junk over on the west side, items I had selected off a moving van hitched in front of a house on 90th Street. The junk dealer gave me 10 cents cash, the most I ever made on a single wagon load. I swore that this dime would not wind up in Chico's pocket. For once I was sure it wouldn't, because I had finally found the perfect hiding place. In our bedroom there was a small tear in the wallpaper near the ceiling. Before Chico came home that night, I stood on the dresser and pasted my dime to the wall under the flap of the torn paper. It was a slick job. I went to bed with a feeling of security. Next morning when I got up, there was a bigger rip in the paper than before. My dime was gone and so was Chico. Chico was the only person I ever knew who could smell money through wallpaper. Maybe he didn't have much of an ear for music, but he had a hell of a nose for currency. So I learned that the only way to protect my money was to spend it as fast as I earned it. I also learned to spend it on something I could eat or use up, like dinner at Feasts or a game of pool. My possessions were no safer from Chico's clutches than my money. Chico was a devout believer in the maxim share and share alike. The way he shared my possessions was to hawk them as fast as he got his hands on them, and then give the pawn tickets to me as my share. I was growing up. I wasn't getting much bigger, but I was a lot cockier and wiser. I won my first fight. I beat the hell out of a kid from next door, a detective's son who was 2 years older and 15 pounds heavier than me. Nobody was more surprised than he was except me. I had never been known as much of a scrapper. I was better known for ducking and running, but now I was a fighting man. I'd come a long way as a workingman too. Since the day I was ambushed by the bakery woodpile and got hooked in my first job, I had been hired and fired on the average of once a month. If a job didn't offer any possibilities of fun, graft, or petty thievery, I was not apt to take it very seriously. Like the time I spent a whole afternoon making a delivery for a butcher. I was bored delivering meat, so I took a shortcut with stopovers at the pool room, Gookie's window, the front stoop of my house, where I set my all-time record of 341 tennis ball bounces, and finally back to the store where I got fired. Selling papers was no good. No loot on the side, shoe shining was too much of a grind. Junk collecting was all right, but there was always the threat of being hijacked by an enemy gang. If things got real desperate, I could hawk a pair of Frenchie's tailoring shears, which was Chico's old racket. As long as I gave him the pawn ticket, Frenchie never seemed to mind, and he never asked for the 50 cents the pawnbroker gave me. The worst I could get was a whisk of Frenchie's whisk broom under my chin. I was never as blasé as Chico about hustling scratch from my own family. It made me feel guilty, so whenever Frenchie packed to go off on a selling trip, I volunteered to go along as his assistant. I helped carry the bundles of lapas, the odd pieces of materials, and when Frenchie made his sales pitch, I held up the pieces one by one. This required skillful manipulation, since I had to hold the fabrics so the customer couldn't see the holes or rips. I guess the official designation for my job would be lapa displayer and defect concealer. Sometimes when things got dull and the family was flat broke, I served as Grandpa's assistant. Because the language barrier was too great for him, Grandpa never worked in America as a ventriloquist or magician. For some reason unknown to me, he took to umbrella mending door to door whenever he needed quick cash. On his rounds, Grandpa carried a tool kit and a tin can on a wire sling. In the can were coals of charcoal. To get the charcoal white hot for the soldering iron, the can had to be swung around and around to fan the fire. My special job with Grandpa was tin can swinger. Grandpa's umbrella business petered out after a few years. People got wise to the fact they could buy new umbrellas for the prices he charged to mend old ones. I was sorry. Tin can swinging was one occupation I could have stuck at permanently. It was fun. The shortest job I ever had lasted 10 minutes. I applied as a helper to an Italian dame who ran a delicatessen near 96th Street, and she hired me as soon as I walked in the store. Then she looked me up and down with big starry eyes and asked me to follow her downstairs to the storeroom. When she got me down there, she began shaking and breathing hard and making funny wheezy sounds. I was afraid she was having a heart attack. The dame had another kind of attack in mind. She asked me to hurry up and take my clothes off. I started to unbutton my shirt, thinking maybe she had a uniform for me. She couldn't wait. She grabbed my hand and pressed it to her, all over her body, then under her dress. I couldn't fight loose from her grip. I was never so scared in my life. Thank God the bell on the upstairs door rang before the crazy dame could go any farther. She let go of my hand and returned to the store. My hand, I felt, had been tainted. It was nasty, filthy, dirty. I had to wash it immediately. The only facility in the storeroom was a big, open pickle barrel, so I washed my hand in the pickle juice and ran upstairs and through the store and never went near the joint again. My sex education was direct, no punches pulled, and vividly illustrated. I learned a lot more about the subject and its ramifications than most 12-year-old boys did, but the method had its drawbacks. For years I couldn't eat pickles. At 13 I attained manhood according to the Jewish faith. I was bar mitzvah, inducted as an adult member of the synagogue. This didn't mean, however, that I would start going to shul every Saturday. The rites were performed out of deference to Grandpa, who would have been bitterly hurt if his grandsons hadn't shown this much respect for their traditional faith. It was the least we could do. For the occasion, Frenchie made me a black serge knee-breeches suit pieced together of unsold lappas and bought me a derby hat. After the ceremony, there was a reception for me at 179 with a spread of sweets, pastries, and wine. This naturally attracted all the relatives, and it was quite a party. I received 4 presents. Uncle Al gave me a pair of gloves, Aunt Hannah gave me a pair of gloves, Cousin Sam gave me a pair of gloves. In my bar mitzvah photograph, I'm wearing 2 pairs, one over the other, and holding the third. Minnie, bless her, gave me a genuine $1 Ingersoll watch. The inevitable happened. 3 days after my bar mitzvah, my new watch was missing. I was pretty damn sore. A present was not the same as something you hustled. I tracked down Chico to a crap game and asked him what about it. He handed me the pawn ticket. I gave the ticket to Minnie and she reclaimed the watch for me. Then a brilliant idea occurred to me. I would show Chico. I would make my watch Chico-proof so he couldn't possibly hawk it again. I removed its hands. Now the watch was mine forever. I wound it faithfully each morning and carried it with me at all times. When I wanted to know what time it was, I looked at the Arat brewery clock and held my watch to my ear. It ran like a charm, and its ticking was a constant reminder that I had for once outsmarted Chico. Being a pianist with a repertoire of 2 one-finger pieces and an actor with a repertoire of 1 funny face, I began to be more aware of show business. Sam Muller, the Taylor cousin Polly married, had a shop on Lexington Avenue not far fr. The Gookie cigar store. For a while, Sam had the job of making the livery for Mr. Arat's coachman, and he used to display sample uniforms in the window. Sam's shop became quite a showcase, with the 2 dummies all dressed up in blue and gold. The Star, a melodrama theater on 102nd Street, gave Sam Muller 2 free tickets a week for using his colorful window to hang their posters in. When Sam couldn't use the tickets, he'd give them to Groucho and me. I saw my first stage plays and I loved them. Groucho, having been chosen by Minnie to follow in the footsteps of Uncle Al, had already seen Uncle Al on the stage, and he knew his routines and songs by memory. I decided to take Groucho on as a partner, as Chico had once taken me on in the Cuckoo Clock promotion, when I found out that stores in the neighborhood were paying a penny apiece for cats. I've forgotten why they were. There must have been a mouse plague or a cat shortage or both that year, so now I was a promoter. Groucho and I put on a show in our basement. We performed Uncle Al's popular sketch, Quo Vadis Upside Down. Admission, 1 cat. It was my first public performance. As I remember, we grossed 7 cats at the box office but made a net profit of only 4 cents. 3 cats got away. Well, that was show business. An exciting place down on 3rd Avenue was the old Homestead Beer Garden. Behind the saloon, there was a real garden with an open-air stage, where they put on continuous shows in the summertime, with jugglers, comedy teams, trick musicians, yodelers, and German bands. I used to sneak through the back fence to see the show at the old homestead. Sometimes when I got caught, I got heaved out. Other times I was put to work, changing the cards on the easel to announce the upcoming acts on the bill. I didn't get paid for this, but I could see the entire program 3 times from start to finish. My favorite act at the old homestead was the Watson sisters, who did a comedy prize fight act. Prize fighting itself in those days was not a sport like baseball. It was show business. A heavyweight title bout was to me the biggest show of any year, greater than the St. Patrick's Parade, the election bonfire, and the Watson sisters all rolled into one. This was in spite of the fact that I had never seen a prize fight. My supreme idol was James J. Jeffries. On the afternoon he fought Jack Monroe in San Francisco, I sat on the sidewalk with 40 other kids in front of a saloon on 90th Street and 3rd Avenue. There was a ticker in the saloon. The bartender announced the fight blow by blow as it came off the ticker, and some kindly patron was thoughtful enough to relay the vital news to the kids on the street outside. When Jeffries knocked out Monroe in the 2nd round, a rousing cheer went up inside the saloon, and all 40 of us kids jumped to our feet and started dancing on the sidewalk and swinging at each other with roundhouse knockout punches. I came home with a black eye. I couldn't have been happier or prouder if I'd come home with the championship belt itself. Some of the talk about the responsibilities of manhood must have stuck with me after my bar mitzvah, because when I was 13 I landed my first bona fide job, regular wages and hours and everything. And indirectly it had to do with show business. I became a bellhop at the Hotel Seville down on East 28th Street. The Seville was then a high-class theatrical hotel. I worked alternating shifts of 6 and 12 hours with 12 hours off between each shift. I was paid $12 a month plus 2 free meals during the 12-hour shift, and I earned 50 cents a week on the side for walking Sissy Loftus' dog. Sissy Loftus was a famous English music hall and vaudeville star. Not only that, she was, I thought, almost as beautiful as my mother Minnie. I have no recollection of why I was fired by the Seville, but of course I was. My next employment was setting pins in the bowling alley at IMHA, Young Men's Hebrew Association on 92nd and Lex. My salary wasn't half what I made hopping bells, but the hours were better, and I still made enough dough to carry out my present mission in life. My mission was making myself a neighborhood character. Since I had been pretty much a failure as student, fist fighter, musician, and gambler, I decided to follow up on my gookie success and play it for laughs. I became, therefore, a character. The costume I sported upon the streets of the East Side now consisted of pointed shoes, tight-bottomed long pants, red turtleneck sweater, derby hat, and a sty in my right eye. Other adolescents broke out all over with pimples and boils, but not me. I broke out all in one spot on my lower right eyelid. I couldn't hide it, so I kept the sty as part of the act. In my new role, I began hanging around older-type fellows, men of 17 and 18. Their talk was mostly about sex. Specifically, they talked about their weekly exploits every Saturday, down at a place in Chinatown called the Friendly Inn. It was clear to me that I had to go down to the Friendly Inn and do it. Otherwise, I would lose whatever standing I had in the sophisticated crowd I hung around with. Besides, there were certain masculine urges stirring within me that itched to be assuaged. Besides that, it only cost 4 bits. So down I went one Saturday afternoon, all gotten up in pointed shoes, tight pants, turtleneck sweater, derby, and sty. I took the L train to Chatham Square and strutted over to the corner of Mott and Hester. The downstairs part of the Friendly Inn was an ordinary saloon. The girls worked upstairs. Business was booming this particular Saturday, and the line of upstairs customers ran all the way through the bar, out the swinging doors, and halfway up the block on Hester Street. I got on the end of the line. I was very conspicuously the smallest and youngest male animal anywhere in sight. In front of me stood a big Polish guy who looked 7 feet tall and 4 feet across the shoulders. I sweated buckets trying to look taller. I sweated so much I had trouble keeping the $50 from squirting out of my fist. The line moved with regularity and not too slowly. Every step forward meant that somebody ahead of me had gotten his money's worth upstairs and had left the Friendly Inn by the back door. When I made it inside the saloon into the light, a pimp came along the line sizing up the customers. He spotted me and said, "Get the hell out of here, kid, you want to give this place a bad name." I ducked out of the saloon and got back on the end of the line. I had already invested 5 cents cash in the L ride. I was not giving up. The next time I got inside, the pimp spotted me and chased me out again. I got back on the end of the line. The third time he saw me, he gave up, shrugged, and said, "What the hell, go on upstairs if I had to have it that bad." I felt I had to have it that bad, so I shuffled along in line, step by step, past the length of the bar and up the stairs and back. At the top of the stairs, a fat woman smoking a cigarette gave me a towel, took my 50 cents, and told me to go to room number 2. The open doorway of room number 2 was as close as I ever got to the promised land. Inside, a naked woman lay on an iron bed, her knees raised and her legs spread apart. I never saw her face. She said, "Next." "Come on, for Christ's sake." I took one look and dropped the towel and ran down the stairs and out the back door of the saloon. A couple of my pals, who'd already made the trip to the Friendly Inn that day, were waiting for me uptown. It was plain that they regarded me with new respect. "Not bad, huh?" one of them said. I tilted my derby down over my eyes. "No, siree," I said. "Not bad at all for 4 bits. I walked quickly away so they wouldn't see I was still trembling from the shock. My manly urges could itch for a long time before they led me to temptation again. Groucho got himself a job for after school and weekends as delivery boy for the Hepner Wig Company, down in the theater district. It was Groucho's wig job that led to my first memorable piece of acting, a performance that I'm still proud of. One day Groucho brought home a large box from Hepner's to be delivered early the next morning. We couldn't resist breaking into it. Inside were a dozen ladies' wigs, all shades of blonde, red, and brunette. Then, of course, we couldn't resist trying them all on in front of the mirror. We primped and postured and giggled and thought we were a couple of prize comics. Groucho said it was easy for me to impersonate a dame because I already had a woman's voice, which was true. My voice refused to change. This gave me an idea. "Let me borrow one of the wigs," I said. "I'm going to have some fun with the bouncers." The Boutzers were the looniest of all our unrelated relatives. Old man Boutzer, who was Uncle Al's special friend, was a pinochle fiend, which was normal. He was also a hygiene fiend, which wasn't. Boutzer had such a phobia against germs that he would only use the last sheet on a roll of toilet paper. The Boutzers had 2 unmarried daughters. Sister Emmy had resigned herself to being an old maid. She used to give herself parties, sitting in a rocking chair, rocking and talking to herself and eating bananas. Sister Rosie was a better-looking dame, but she never got married either. She had advanced ideas. She insisted on trying a man out first, before she would consent to being engaged. No guy she tried out ever asked for her consent. Mama Boutzer was a flighty woman who felt it was her duty to protect her little girls from the perils of the outside world, and neither Emmy nor Rosie, who must have been in their 30s at the time, could leave the house without her permission. Fortunately, Minnie was not home this night, which gave me free access to her wardrobe and cosmetics. I picked out a beautiful blonde wig from Groucho's assortment. The hair was curled in bangs in front and hung to my shoulders in back. Groucho helped me with the powder and rouge, patted me in the right places, hooked me into a dress, and buttoned me into a pair of Minnie's kid shoes. Groucho followed me uptown to the Boutzers, far enough behind so as not to give me away, but close enough to help if I should get in any trouble. The minute I got on the streetcar, the fun began. When I hauled up my skirt to get money for the fare, Minnie always kept her change in a bag pinned to her petticoat. The conductor gave me a big wink. I winked back at him. I saw him say something to the brakeman at the other end of the car. They both looked at me and winked. When I moved down that way to get off, the brakeman sidled over and without looking at me ran his hand down my backsides. I moved away. He followed me and gave me another feel. When the car stopped, he said, "How's about it, girlie?" I fluttered my eyelids and pursed my lips, then threw him a gookie and swung off the platform. I had never seen such a startled look. Now I had complete confidence in my role. A card game was going on in the Boutzers' living room when I walked in without knocking. Old man Boutzer was playing with his father, Grandpa Boutzer, Uncle Al, and a friend of Uncle Al's from Chicago. Sister Emmy was kibitzing from her rocking chair. I swished around a little bit and said somebody told me there were some fellows up here looking to have a little fun. Mr. Boutzer, Uncle Al, and the friend were at a loss for anything to say, but Grandpa was at no loss. He reached out and pinched my knee and told me to come sit on his lap. Sister Emmy, frozen with horror, started backing away. "Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me," she said in a faint and shaky voice. "I have to get closer to the fire." There was no fire. She edged over to the door and escaped through it to go warn Mama and Rosie. I heard the women's voices in the other room, cackling like 3 seagulls fighting over a dead fish. I was sashaying around, scaring the daylights out of old man Boutzer by threatening to kiss him. He took out his handkerchief and held it to his face. I could imagine what kind of germs he thought I had on me. Uncle Al, who liked to needle his friend about his phobia, kept egging me on. I was sitting on Grandpa's lap when the 3 dames burst into the room. When they saw where I was, they burst right out again. Then they got hysterical. The 3 of them, Emmy, Rosie, and Mama, ran through the house from room to room, everywhere but the living room, slamming doors and screaming, "Get that prostitute out of this house. Get her out. Get her out." The screaming and shrieking were too much for old man Boutzer. He stood up and said, talking through his handkerchief, that he was going to call the police if I didn't leave. I stuck out my tongue at him and told him to go ahead and call the cops. He ran out of the apartment and knocked over Groucho, who was watching the scene through a crack in the door. At the same time, I took off my wig. When they saw it was me, Grandpa Boutzer and Uncle Al started to hoot and howl, and when the womenfolk heard this, they screamed and slammed through the house worse than ever. Old man Boutzer was a good sport and thought it was a great joke I had pulled. But it took us 2 hours to get Mama, Emmy, and Rosie quieted down, even after they saw me unwigged. And for 2 weeks afterwards, they were too indisposed, with palpitations and nervous attacks, to leave the house. As I said, it was a performance I was proud of. It made me the family character. Shortly after my masquerade at the Boutzers, Groucho made his debut on the stage, singing a solo in the Olio at the Star Theater between shows. The Olio was a potpourri in which everybody from fire eaters and bell ringers to boy sopranos came on for a quick turn. So Groucho was now a professional. I, having no exploitable talent, still didn't figure in Minnie's master plan, but that was okay with me. I didn't have the least desire to go out on a stage and perform in front of 800 people. The thought of it gave me the shivers. I was content to play the character I was inventing at home and on the streets, and pick up the laughs wherever I could find them. Minnie's brother Harry was also a no-talent guy, but he was dying to get into vaudeville. Uncle Harry Sheen couldn't carry a tune or dance or play any instrument. Minnie and Uncle Al beat their brains out trying to cook up an act for him. Minnie finally got the idea that he should be a ventriloquist like Grandpa had been in the old country. Grandpa coached him, but Uncle Harry couldn't learn to talk without moving his lips. Then Minnie got a second brilliant idea. They would put my kid brother Gummo, who was small for his 9 years, inside the shell of Uncle Harry's dummy. When Uncle Harry manipulated the dummy's mouth, Gummo would do the talking. It worked great in rehearsal. Gummo never forgot a line. But when they opened the act, Gummo was seized with such stage fright that he couldn't talk, and when Uncle Harry manipulated the dummy's lips, not a sound came forth. He was booed off the stage. That was the end of his fling in show business, and probably the beginning of Gummo's aversion to it. About this time, Chico became a full-time professional piano player. He was giving the piano the same concentration he had given before to pool and games of chance, and he could play faster and more accurately, with his right hand, than anybody else on our side of Carnegie Hall. Chico broke into vaudeville as half of the team of Marx and Sheen. His partner was Lou Sheen, Polly's brother. Cousin Lou was a plain-looking guy who wore thick glasses, but he could sing along with the best of them. During part of their act, Chico would accompany Lou blindfolded on the piano. This got to be the only part of the act that managers wanted. Soon Cousin Lou dropped out entirely and Chico worked as a single. The first time I saw Chico on stage was in a theater on 86th Street and 3rd Avenue. For a finish, he played requests from the audience, blindfolded and with a bedsheet spread over the keyboard. Everybody was getting famous except me. I took to practicing the piano at home like a madman. I got to where I could play Waltz Me Around Again, Willie, with both hands, then immediately went to work on Love Me and the World Is Mine. I still wanted that job on the excursion boat. Once again, the unexpected happened and changed the course of my meandering career. This time the unexpected happened in the person of a strange young man named Seymour Mintz. Chapter 5, Enough Black Jelly Beans. ONE of the passionate hungers of my early life. I had many others, but none so fierce, was for black jelly beans. In the penny assortment they sold in those days there was never more than one of licorice, and eating one black jelly bean at a time only intensified my hunger. Penny assortments were few and far between for me. Candy counters on the east side were as thief-proof as bank vaults. Candy was one item I couldn't hustle. No penny in hand, no merchandise. I told myself I should always save such a delicacy as a black jelly bean for last, like dessert, but I never could. It was like being addicted to peanuts, cigarettes, or the opium pipe. One was never enough. The first thing I would do when I got rich, I promised myself, would be to buy all the black jelly beans I could eat. When I did start making good money, this boyhood hunger had somehow become dormant. I forgot about it. That is, until one night about 15 years ago. My wife Susan and I were going to the movies with Gracie and George Burns in Beverly Hills. On the way to the theater from the parking lot, we passed a candy shop, the ultramodern kind that sells old-fashioned candies in glass apothecary jars. I stopped in my tracks. I broke into a cold sweat. I was having a seizure. My old hunger for black jelly beans had suddenly returned after 45 years. I excused myself and went into the shop. I came out with $30 worth. Susan and the Burnses gave me queer looks but made no comment. They waited to see what the gag was. How could I explain to them that this was no gag but the satisfaction of a lifetime, and what a satisfaction. Sweet, aromatic, chewy, delectable black jelly beans. A handful at a time, and always more where the last handful came from. I shall have to let my friend George finish the story because I fell asleep in the middle of my orgy. I must warn you that George Burns is not above a little exaggeration now and then for dramatic effect, but here's how he tells it. So there's Harpo in the middle of the picture in a crowded theater, fast asleep. He's got a smile on his face like a happy drunk, and on his lap a bag of jelly beans big as a peck of potatoes which he's passed out already from eating only a couple dozen of. Suddenly he twitches in his sleep. The bag splits. $30 worth of black jelly beans explodes, flying all over the joint. Do you know how many jelly beans you can buy for $30? My God, what a scene. The audience doesn't know what's happening, only that it's some kind of disaster. People are yelling and clutching their children and putting up umbrellas. They stampede for the exits and skid on the jelly beans, rolling down the aisles and fall into heaps like dead Indians. I tell you, it was worse than the Johnstown flood. Finally, they stop the picture and turn on the lights, and the manager gets the panic stopped while the ushers shovel up the debris. And Harpo slept through it all, fast asleep with that drunken smile on his face. When the movie is over, Susan wakes him up, and when he sees his jelly beans are gone he turns on me, and says he ought to slug me one for such a dirty, sneaky trick. Eating all his black jelly beans while he wasn't looking. Then he softened up, it being impossible for Harpo to stay sore at anybody, even me, and he patted me on the shoulder. That's all right, he said, I'll forgive you, George. I had enough anyway. I try to tell him what happened, but he won't believe me, just keeps saying, forget it, George, I forgive you. To this day he thinks I ate up his whole damn peck of black jelly beans. I will only say that this much of the story is true. I really had enough, for once in my life. I don't care what happened to the rest of the $30 worth. That's one old hunger that will never bother me again. I believe I've finally gained control of myself, but for a long time after I came into the chips, I could only buy things in abundance. I bought stuff by the case in the gross, by job lots and truckloads. Soap, thumbtacks, dehydrated onion soup, everything. Early in the war, Chico called to give me a hot tip. They were going to ration liquor. I rushed over to a wholesale distributor and ordered enough booze to fill my cellar. When Chico's tip proved to be right, I congratulated myself. Then I got to thinking, I didn't very much care for alcohol in any form. At the rate I consumed liquor, about 3 mild social drinks per week, there was enough stock in my cellar to last until the year 2419 AD, or until I was 525 years old. Fortunately, it was a commodity I had no trouble getting rid of. I suppose my overbuying stemmed, psychologically, from the feeling of insecurity I had as a kid, when I could enjoy so few of the normal pleasures of childhood. When I could finally afford them, I couldn't stop making up for all the things I had been deprived of: food and comfort, silly little luxuries, time to play games, and the company of good friends. By my 14th year, I was able on my own to keep my belly full most of the time. What I hungered most for then was companionship. The error of my lone wolf days had caught up with me. I wanted to be in with somebody. I wanted to like and be liked. I wanted friends. For this reason, I was apt to believe anything anybody told me. I was about the most gullible mark in New York City, and this was exactly what Mr. Seymour Mintz was looking for. Seymour Mintz was a pale, thin fellow of about 25 who was always in a hurry. He talked fast and he walked fast with tiny pitter-pat steps. And he walked on a bias, tilted, as if he didn't have the strength to hold himself straight and might tip over if he didn't keep moving. Anybody else would have been leery of such a strange-looking guy, not me. I was never so happy to meet anybody in my life. Mintz had met Groucho and Minnie down in Atlantic City, where Groucho was singing at the time, and he appeared in our flat on 93rd Street one afternoon with a letter of introduction from Minnie. I was flattered to learn that it was me, not Frenchie, he had come to see. He asked me what I was doing at present. I told him I was at liberty. Then he asked how I'd like to go into business with him as a full partner. He said it might involve an extensive trip on the road, and I'd have to be ready to leave on a moment's notice. That was great with me, just great. It was so great that it didn't occur to me to ask what business I was going to be a partner in. "Hold tight," said Mintz. "Don't do a thing until you hear from me." And then he was off, skittering down the street on a slant like a sailboat in a stiff breeze. 2 days later he returned. He'd had business cards printed up. God, they were impressive, Mintz and Marx. I don't remember what else the cards said. All I could see was my name in print. "Get your bag packed," said Seymour Mintz. "We're leaving in the morning." Frenchie worked all night that night, letting out the coat to my bar mitzvah suit and making me a handsome red vest. I borrowed a traveling bag from a neighbor upstairs. Its leather was cracked and its catch was busted, and I had to tie it with a hunk of clothesline. But that didn't matter since I had nothing to carry in it anyway except a shirt I swiped from Chico, a pair of socks, a set of Frenchie's long underwear, and my turtleneck sweater. My partner showed up in the morning, lugging a large suitcase. I had been ready since sunrise, and I must say I looked splendid. New vest, shoes shined, derby brushed, the sty in my eye in full bloom. I still didn't know what I was ready for, but it was certainly the beginning of my fame and fortune. The first thing I found out about my part of the business was that it involved carrying both bags, mine not to reason why. I staggered with my burden, but I was staggering forth into a dream world. At last I had a real friend, a partner. We took the streetcar from 93rd Street to 125th Street, where we were to catch the train. When we got to 125th Street, Mintz said we had time to have a bite before the train left. It was always good to take off with a good meal under your belt, he said. Never knew what kind of food you would find in the sticks, so we went to a restaurant on Lenox Avenue. "Order everything you want and forget about the price," my partner said. Seymour Mintz is no piker. I ate the best meal I'd had since my last dinner at Feast Oyster House, the 40-cent all-white meat chicken 5-course special. When the dessert came, Mintz leaned back in his chair and waved the proprietor over and demanded to see a selection of cigars. The proprietor brought 4 or 5 boxes to our table, but Mintz didn't like any of them, too cheap. He waved the proprietor away and said he would go to the cigar store next door and get a decent Havana. "Be right back," he said. Mintz trotted out of the joint and I waited. 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. The waiters were giving me dirty looks. An hour. The proprietor came over and gave me the check. I explained that my partner got detained on a business matter while out buying himself a cigar. "Okay," the proprietor said. I could sit there 15 minutes longer before he started charging me rent. Another hour passed. No sign of my partner. The proprietor took our 2 bags away. If nothing else, he was going to make sure I wouldn't duck out on him. People came and ate and went. Dinner time came and passed. I was sick with worry, not about the restaurant bill, but about Seymour Mintz and whatever terrible accident had happened to him. The waiters started cleaning up the place and stacking chairs on the empty tables. I was the only customer left. The proprietor came over and said, "Well, what about it, kid?" I said I didn't have any money, but my partner would be here any minute now and he'd take care of it. I had faith. I gave the guy one of our business cards. He snorted and threw it on the floor. 10 minutes later he came back with a cop. 20 minutes later I was in the jig. They threw me in a jail cell containing 4 wooden benches and 12 drunks. I took off my new red vest, rolled it into a pillow and stretched out on the floor. I didn't know what to think, I just went to sleep. Early in the morning the keeper banged his stick on the bars. Up, yes bums, he said. Yes are all going before Judge Duffy, so yes better comb your hair and look pretty for his honor. I had heard about Judge Duffy, old 30 Days Duffy. His reputation had spread throughout the city. Duffy's brand of justice was swift and it was rough. He took a look at the back of your head. If you had a round haircut in back, which was a fad among the tough kids on the east side, he gave you 30 days. Always 30 days, no matter what the charge or the defense. For years, if you were called in a poker game and you showed 3 tens, you said you had a Judge Duffy. I had insisted that Frenchie give me a round haircut before I left on my business trip. Sure enough, when they made me stand in front of the bench, the judge read the charge and said, "Turn around, Marx, let's see what kind of a kid you are." My heart sank, I turned around. And at that moment, who should burst into the courtroom running on a bias but Seymour Mintz? My faith was vindicated. Good old Seymour, he was furious. He started hollering at everybody in sight. The judge had to hammer him quiet. Seymour demanded to know who had railroaded his partner into jail and what the charge against me was. When the judge told him, Seymour took out a roll of bills, paid off the restaurant man, and hauled me out of the courtroom. At the station, he bought 2 tickets to Gloversville, New York, and this time we got straight on the train. When Seymour rescued me from the clutches of Judge Duffy, I was too grateful to ask him where he'd been while I waited all day in the restaurant. I was burning with curiosity, but I trusted my partner now more than ever. Seymour Mintz could do no wrong. At Gloversville, we changed from the New York Central to a trolley line and rode to a small town about 10 miles out in the country. I've forgotten the name of the town. There Seymour checked us into the only hotel, which was a sort of glorified boarding house but clean and pleasant. He told me to wait in the hotel while he attended to some urgent business in the neighborhood. To the innkeeper he said, "Give my partner here anything he wants. Anything. You might hire a horse and buggy for him so he can travel around if he feels like it. I'll be back in a day or 2 and settle up." Yeah, I thought, if I was a full partner in Mintz and Marx, why didn't I go along on the business calls? But I still asked no questions. Why should I look a gift horse and buggy in the mouth? This was living. A day passed, 2 days. I was eating 3 whopping meals a day and seeing the sights in style. The hotel man's wife, who'd become very motherly toward me, did my laundry and pressed my wardrobe. I was quite a sight myself, riding through the countryside in a private buggy, sporting my red vest and tipping my derby to the natives, as Mr. Burns would have done. There was a pool room in town, but I could only kibitz the game since I didn't have a nickel in my pocket. That was too bad. There wasn't a Sharpie in sight. I could have cleaned the local shooters with no trouble. What a paradise for Chico. By the 3rd day there was still no sign of my partner, and I began to get uneasy. By the 4th day the manager's wife was noticeably a lot less motherly. I had to borrow her iron and press my own pants. By the 5th day, the manager stopped speaking to me altogether except to ask, with growing suspicion, what had happened to Mr. Mintz. I tried to avoid him. I even gave up eating lunch. The portions I was served had been cut in half anyway. The livery man came to collect for the horse and buggy, and when I told him I couldn't pay, my partner took care of all financial matters. He had a fight with the hotel man who'd actually ordered the rig. The carriage rental was added to the Mintz and Marx hotel bill. 1 week passed, the longest 7 days I ever lived through. The manager gave me the bill and told me to pay up or else. He wasn't going to be taken by any city swindlers. He wasn't impressed by my fancy clothes or big talk about my business partnership. I had to cough up $28.50 cash then and there. I told him how sorry I was, but I simply didn't have a nickel. Mr. Mintz, I explained, was often detained on his calls, but he always turned up to pay his bills. The manager was not impressed. He said he'd have to impound my belongings. Then, when he found that my suitcase contained nothing more valuable than a turtleneck sweater and a pair of long johns, he called the constable. The constable hauled me off to the nearest jig in Gloversville. I was baffled and dejected, but I must say this was an improvement over the Harlem jail I had slept in the week before. My new cell was spotless, had a cot with a soft mattress, and I was the only tenant. The next morning I'm awakened by an awful noise in the jailer's office. My first thought was, oh my God, the village mob has come to lynch me. Then I recognized the voice making most of the noise. It was Seymour Mintz, yelling all over the joint about the outrageous blankety-blank way they had treated his innocent partner. Seymour took out his roll of bills and bailed me out of the jig. I was free again. This time I asked questions, plenty of questions, but Seymour wouldn't give me any answers. He was still too sore at the hotel man and the constable, and kept muttering and cursing about the scandal of backwoods justice. We took the train 30 or 40 miles to another town. Seymour signed us into the hotel. "Have yourself a good time here, partner," he said. "I'll be back tomorrow morning." Before I could protest, he skittered down the street and out of sight, lugging his suitcase and tilting over at a perilous angle. It was all too familiar. It was all too clear that I was not going to have myself a very good time in this town either. This was a more expensive hotel. I was stuck in the biggest room, the only one with its own bathroom, and by the end of 3 days, no sign of mints, of course. The bill had already reached the $15 mark. I made the first move and copped a plea with the manager. I told him my partner had run out on me a couple of times before, staying away longer than he intended, but begged him not to worry because Mr. Mintz always came back to settle accounts. My frank approach didn't do much good, however. "This kind of monkey business don't go with me," the manager said. "You pay up for your 3 days here or I'll call the sheriff." When the sheriff arrived, I put on my derby, picked up my bag, and went obediently along to the local jig. The sheriff let me telephone New York City, reversing the charges, which was unusual in those days. I called the neighborhood drugstore at 93rd and Lex, and they got Minnie, who was back from Atlantic City, to come to the phone. When I told her what had happened, she hit the roof. The idea of Frenchie letting me go off on the road with a crook like Seymour Mintz. Why, you could tell from the way he walked he wasn't on the level. Minnie had forgotten that Mintz had first latched onto me through her introduction. Anyway, she borrowed the money for the hotel bill and my return fare from Uncle Al. 3 days later, I was home again. The firm of Mintz and Marx was dissolved. My collection of business cards went down the dumbwaiter with the garbage. It would be a long time before I saw my name in print again. It was a long time, too, before one found out the truth about Seymour Mintz, why he had taken me on, and what he did every time he disappeared. Actually, it was Frenchie who found out from Seymour's father, who came around to announce that he was no longer responsible for his son's debts. If anybody could get this word to Seymour, he would appreciate it. Mr. Mintz thought Frenchie might know who his son's current partner was. Apparently, there'd been 2 or 3 new ones since my retirement. Seymour's racket was this. In his suitcase, he carried samples of trousers and haberdashery, elegant, expensive-looking goods. He'd show these to merchants and take orders at ridiculously low prices. The prices he quoted were hard to resist, and he had no trouble getting big orders and big cash advances. These advances were the rolls of bills he flashed when he swooped to my rescue in Judge Duffy's court and in the upstate clink. None of his orders was ever delivered, of course. That's why Mintz had to keep on the move and move fast. My job on the road, unbeknownst to me, was that of decoy. After Seymour dumped me in a hotel, he worked all the small towns in the area, taking orders and collecting money against them. When he figured he had the territory milked dry, he came running back, hollering with phony outrage to bail me out. Then we jumped to the second town, where he signed me into the hotel and took off to fleece a new batch of suckers. He always assured his prospects that his partner, Mr. Marx, was staying in the hotel so-and-so working on deliveries. If they wanted, they could call the hotel at Mr. Mintz's expense and verify this. Fortunately, nobody ever inquired any further while I was involved. If anybody had raised a stink, Mr. Mintz would have taken it on the lam and Mr. Marx would have taken the rap. Seymour had been caught up with more than once, and each time his father had had to pay off the merchants who'd been swindled. Finally, old man Mintz got fed up and refused to shell out another cent. As a result, Seymour's last partnership was his biggest one with the state of New York. He served 2 years in Dannemora State Prison. I was deeply hurt by it all, but not by being arrested 3 times or by having to pay back the $20 Minnie borrowed from Uncle Al. I was hurt because I had lost a friend, Seymour Mintz. The experience should have given me pause for reflection and made me a keener judge of people, their character and motives. But I'm afraid the only lesson I learned was simply, never trust a guy who walks on a bias. In the next 5 months, I was hired and fired 12 times. I hadn't learned any business lessons during my upstate trip either. My first job was as cigarette boy at the Freundschaft Club, a German joint down on 79th Street. This was a big private club with pool room, beer hall, dining rooms, and card rooms on 3 floors. It was run by a red-faced, mustachioed guy who looked like Kaiser Wilhelm, which was what we called him behind his back. I worked alternating shifts of 8 and 12 hours for a salary of 25 cents a day plus meals. I did all right between meals, too. I would put away 9, 10, 12 hamburgers at a sitting. The chef was stunned by my capacity. He used to win bets with other guys on the staff on how much I could eat without stopping. If I had a piece of the action, I could put away 14 hamburgers, no trouble at all. As cigarette boy, I didn't actually sell cigarettes. I gave them out for club tickets or chits. No money was supposed to change hands. That was a depressing thought, so I soon remedied the situation. I got a nice little sideline going, selling cigarettes for less per pack than the members paid for the chits. My racket was doomed, however. I found out that at the end of every month the Kaiser took careful inventory of the stock and checked it against the sale of chits. Well, I would worry about that when the time came. But when the time came, I had nothing to worry about since I no longer worked there. Coming off my shift one night, I was starved, as usual, so I sneaked down to the kitchen and swiped a roast chicken. As luck would have it, Kaiser Wilhelm stepped into the elevator I was riding back upstairs. I shifted the chicken quickly behind me, stuffing it under my shirt, but my look must have given me away. The Kaiser grabbed me by the shoulder and spun me around. The roast chicken fell to the elevator floor, and that was the end of my employment at the Freundschaft Club. My next two positions were in the cloak and suit industry, farther south in Manhattan. I was hired first as a ragpicker. My job was to sweep up all the rags from the cutting room floor and stuff them in huge bags to be weighed out at the end of the day. At the end of one day, a bag of rags weighed suspiciously high. That was because I was asleep in it. I was fired. I was then hired down the street as a delivery boy for Edwards, Engel and Lefkowitz, another cloak and suit house. I lasted much longer there, a week and a half. For once, I wasn't fired. I resigned. I was ordered to deliver a monstrous bundle of suits to Wanamaker's department store. By the time I made it down to a store place, I was so exhausted I decided to stay there and apply for a job at Wanamaker's. I was sorry to leave the garment district. I had just worked out a dodge for getting a full-course meal for 5 cents. This required that I eat in a long, narrow restaurant at rush hour, when the joint was jammed like a 6 o'clock subway car. I would order a full-course meal at a table in the rear, then take the check and fight my way to a table in the front, where I'd order a sweet roll and coffee. The check for this, for 5 cents, was the one I'd pay, having torn up the check for the deluxe luncheon. I had to watch my pennies that year. I was still paying off the money Minnie had borrowed from Uncle Al, and I kicked in most of the rest of my salary to the family. This left me barely enough for car fare, plus a nickel a day for dinner, plus an occasional 2 cents to treat myself to a Horton's ice cream cone. Once I lost my car fare home and went into a cigar store to borrow a nickel. I offered the counterman my vest as security. Without a word, he went to the back of the store. He returned holding a vest exactly like mine. "I've been stuck with this one you gave me for 6 months now," he said. No soap. It was the same old story. The other vest was Chico's. He'd been there before me. So anyway, I gave the department stores a whirl. I was fired from Wanamaker's when I was caught in a crap game. I worked for Stearns for a few days and also for Gimbel's. Forgotten why Stems and Gimbel's fired me, which is probably just as well. Next in my steady rise to becoming a failure in business, I was a cash boy at Siegel and Cooper's, a store to which I was attracted by reason of its having an escalator. I had ridden only once on an escalator. I thought it would be fun to ride one up and down all day and get paid for it. When I got the job, one of the first things they told me was that the escalators were for customers only. All employees had to use the back stairs. Not discouraged, I struck up a friendship with the escalator guard, who seemed like a sympathetic fellow. He was. When he found out what I had in mind, he made a deal. He'd turn his back whenever I took a ride if I did him a favor, and swiped a sheet of trading stamps for him the next time I went to the cashier's office. I pinched a sheet of 500 stamps and slipped them to the escalator guard, but still no ride. There was more to the deal. Now the guard wanted me to go cash the stamps for him. This sounded pretty risky, but the guard said, "They won't recognize you through the window, kid, you're too new here." Well, they recognized me. My style gave me away, fired. After this, I was at liberty much too long for comfort. I was getting mighty hungry, so hungry that I even went to Edwards, Engel and Lefkowitz to ask for my old job back. The foreman was still sore at me for having quit without notice and gone over to Wanamaker's, but the bookkeeper felt sorry for me. He gave me a note to a friend of his named Haverhill, a shipping broker who had an office way downtown near the Battery. The following Monday, I went to work for Mr. Haverhill. This turned out to be the first job I ever took seriously and showed signs of making good at. Yet it was, ironically, the only job I was ever unjustly fired from. The function of F.M. Haverhill's office was to obtain customs permits for firms to ship goods abroad. I remember two of the clients well, the Fodder Tank Company and the Ansonia Clock Company. I remember them well because after my first day in the office, I did all the work. I took the calls, listed specifications of shipments, went to the steamship companies to get the export permits, and delivered the permits to the clients' offices. I was happy to be this busy and carry this much responsibility. If I say so myself, there was no more efficient shipping brokerage clerk in New York City. If any problems came up, I took them over to a saloon on West Street, which was where Mr. Haverhill spent his working day. My boss was a tolerant, aristocratic gentleman of the old school. He forgave me my mistakes and was a patient teacher. He had only one failing: he was a lush. Although my boss was seldom there, I was never lonely on the job. Haverhill shared office space with a trucking firm, two cheerful men, a Mr. Wicks and a Mr. Thornton, ran the trucking business, and they treated me as an equal since I ran the brokerage business. This was a new part of town for me, down by the harbor, and I very soon came to love it. On the Battery, at the very tip of Manhattan, was the aquarium, a fascinating place, and there was a public swimming pool nearby. Also nearby was a Max's Busy Bee, one of a chain of marvelous cut-rate diners. Max of the Busy Bees, whatever else he might have been, was the office boy's best friend. He provided exactly the kind of food we liked the best, at prices we could afford to pay. At the Busy Bee, smoked salmon on rye sold for 3 cents per square foot. Lemonade to wash it down cost a penny per pint glass. A jumbo piece of strawberry shortcake, oozing with fresh berries and smothered with whipped cream, was 3 cents. And while you were eating, countermen would yell out the day's specials to keep your appetite whetted. Take a fresh-baked blueberry pie home to mother, 9 cents apiece. Give the family a treat tonight, what do you say? Today only chocolate walnut layer cake, double size, 11 cents. With the boss holed up cozily in his saloon, I could take an hour and a half or 2 hours for lunch. All I could eat at Max's Busy Bee. A swim in the pool. A nap in the sun, a stroll through the aquarium looking at exotic fish, then back to my desk and my official documents to take care of my important clients. This was a job I could work at forever. Could there be a catch to it? There was. There was a duty I hadn't been told about when I was hired. While Mr. Haverhill and the trucking firm shared our office space half and half, they didn't split the rent half and half. On the first of every month, Haverhill played a game with either Thornton or Wicks, and the loser had to pay the entire month's rent. The game was who can kick the highest, keeping 1 foot on the floor. If Haverhill kicked higher than Thornton or Wicks, who tossed to see which of them would compete, the trucking outfit paid the rent. If Haverhill was outkicked, he picked up the tab for the month. On the first working day of June, the 3rd, I reported to the saloon for my weekly instructions, and that was when Mr. Haverhill explained the rent-kicking arrangement to me. He wasn't in very good shape, looking as if he'd spent the whole weekend in the saloon, so I offered to help him over to the office for his monthly kick. Mr. Haverhill was touched by my concern, but he said it wouldn't be necessary. He simply wasn't up to anything so strenuous. He wasn't well, not well at all, the old liver, didn't I know. He couldn't win and he couldn't afford to lose. Therefore he designated me to take his place. At that age, my height was a full 5'2". Thornton was 6 foot even and Wicks was 6'3". I told the boss I couldn't possibly kick against either of them. Nonsense, said Mr. Haverhill. Think big, boy, and you'll be big. Think tall, be tall. If I didn't have faith in you, I wouldn't let you handle the permits. Now go, show me you have faith in me. I went, I kicked, I lost. My opponent was Wicks. Even with cheating, my left foot 3 inches off the floor, I couldn't get my right toe any higher than Wicks's chin. I returned to the saloon with the rent notice. I wasn't too upset because I was sure now it was all a practical joke. It was no joke. Mr. Haverhill stared morosely into his shot of whiskey and said he would have to let me go at the end of the week. He regretted this deeply. I had been a good, diligent employee, he said, and I had a great future ahead of me in any capacity except as rent kicker. When I collected my final salary, he gave me an unexpected bonus, a package of matzos to take home for the next Jewish holidays. I had never known a nicer man. I felt he was a true friend, and therefore I felt sorry for him when he had to fire me. I didn't feel sorry for myself because I never had and didn't know how to. Wicks, the trucking man, who was the immediate cause of my leaving the brokerage business, was also the indirect cause of my becoming a professional musician. Through him, one of his clients, a Mr. Wentworth, hired me for a special job delivering some flowers to an address in Brooklyn. He promised to pay me for this with a ride on a horse any Sunday I wanted. When I got to the house in Brooklyn, there was an Irish wake in progress. It had been in progress for some time, and the mourners were no longer very mournful. They insisted I join the shindig. I was afraid not to. Somebody poured me a tumbler full of rotgut booze. Even the smell of it made me dizzy. The crowd yelled for me to drink down. I looked around desperately for a means of escape. I would have been happy to change places with the corpse in the coffin. Then I spotted a piano. How about if I played a tune for them? Everybody whooped and drank to the idea. What this wake needed was a little music to liven it up. I parked my derby on the piano, upside down, and banged out, "Waltz Me Around Again, Willie." I wanted to switch to "Love Me and the World Is Mine," but they wouldn't hear of it. They only wanted to hear "Waltz Me Around," again and again, faster and louder. The faster and louder I played, the drunker the mourners got, and the more they cried, and the more dimes they dropped in my derby. I came home with a hatful of silver. I now perceived what Chico saw in the piano, much as he detested it, and much as he would rather be playing pinochle. There was money in it. Being at liberty again, I gave this serious consideration. I asked Chico what he could do to break me into his field. I couldn't have asked him at a better time. He was then working at a beer garden in Yorkville, but he had just been asked to play in a Nickelodeon across the street, where the piano player, a kid named George Gershwin, had been fired because customers complained his music hurt their ears. It was a natural setup. Chico and I looked more like twins at that time than we ever had. So one night I slid onto the piano stool in the Brauhaus, and Chico played in the Nickelodeon, and nobody knew the difference. Nobody knew the difference, that is, until I had played my repertoire of 2 numbers in the same key 6 times over, ignoring all requests for other tunes. Then a dame who felt like singing "Love Me and the World Is Mine" asked if I could please play it just a little higher to fit her register. The only way I could play it higher, of course, was to play it an octave higher, still in my one and only key, the key of C. That did it. The manager paid me off and asked me to leave the premises. He couldn't figure out how I had degenerated to such a lousy piano player overnight. I appealed to Chico again. The trouble, he said, was that the beer garden patrons were used to his style, and it was unfair that I had to follow him. He had a new proposition. He would make the rounds and audition. Any job he was hired for I could take over fresh. This worked fine up to a point, the point where managers and paying customers found out that I could play only 2 tunes in 1 key. Chico got the jobs I turned up to play. I got fired. It was discouraging. I was making a few bucks one night here, one night there, but the turnover was killing. It couldn't go on forever. In a year's time, I figured, Chico would have conned me into every joint in town, and I would have been canned out of every one of them, and that would be the absolute end of my career at the keyboard. Then a momentous thing occurred. I answered a piano player wanted ad. I auditioned on my own, and on my own I got hired. Exactly how momentous this was destined to be I didn't know, bless my simple, trusting soul. Chapter 6, Love Me and the World. Is mine tea address in the ad I answered for piano player was on the Bowery. It turned out to be a saloon. When I told the bartender why I was there, he jerked a thumb toward the back room and said, "Mrs. Shang." In the back room stood the biggest woman I had ever seen. She was about 6'2" and none of it fat, but all bone and muscle, a powerful Katinka in the flesh. She was leaning on a piano, smoking a cigarette and drinking straight gin. "Mrs. Shang," I said. I was so struck by the sight of her that my voice came out even squeakier than usual. "Mrs. Shang, you advertised for piano player." She looked at me through narrow eyes, hard. She slammed her shot glass on the piano top. "You little Jew son of a bitch," she said in a voice at least an octave lower than mine. "Get out of here." I started to walk out. "Hey, wait a minute," she called. I stopped. "What's your name, kid?" she said. I told her my name was Marx. "Marx? What Marx?" she roared. "Adolf Marx," I said. Mrs. Shang poured herself some gin and sipped it while she studied me carefully, up and down and sideways. I was wearing my usual outfit, derby, turtleneck, sweater and sty, with a new pair of shoes that had high heels and extra lifts to make me look taller. In the towering presence of Mrs. Shang, my new shoes didn't do much good. I felt about 2 feet tall. Finally she said, "All right, let me hear you play." I launched into "Waltz Me Around Again, Willie." She stopped me halfway through. "If you want the job, okay," she said. "When will you be ready to go? The job ain't here." "It's in my place." I said I was ready right now and asked what street her place was on. "Street hell," she said. "Her place was on Merrick Road out in Freeport, Long Island." Did I still want the job? I said I sure did. "Okay," said Mrs. Shang. $8 a month plus room and board. I had passed my first solo audition. My new boss and I rode the train to Freeport. She didn't talk to me, not a word, during the trip. We were met out on the island by a tall, skinny kid about 5 years older than me, who drove us by horse and buggy to a joint on Merrick Road. Mrs. Shang didn't speak to him either. It was a week before I found out he was her son. My new place of employment was a joint called the Happy Times Tavern. There was a bar in front and a dance floor in back with an upright piano where 4 girls solicited prospects. The girls made their money upstairs where they took their customers. Half of what they made, I learned, they had to fork over to the madam, as they called Mrs. Shang. The Happy Times Tavern was a roadshow version of the Friendly Inn back in Chinatown. My job as Mrs. Shang outlined it was simple. "When I tell you to start playing the piano, you play," she said. "If a fight starts, you get behind the piano and stay there, understand? Until I tell you it's safe to come out. I take care of all the fights around here." In spite of her ominous briefing, the joint seemed pretty quiet my first day there. Mostly I sat around the back room talking with the girls and playing for them. We got along great. 2 of them I liked especially. They couldn't hear enough of "Love Me and the World Is Mine" and sat with tears in their eyes while I played it again and again. Then about 6:30 Mrs. Shang yelled, "Here they come, start playing," good and loud. The girls braced themselves as if they were getting ready to face a firing squad. I started playing good and loud, and in they came, about 20 of the dirtiest, meanest-looking men I had ever seen. A canal was being dug near Freeport at the time, and this was the crew, thirsting for liquor, women, and roughhouse. There wasn't any serious trouble with the canal diggers until Saturday night, the only night they stayed late. They were paid on Saturdays. A free-for-all broke out after 2 customers came to blows over whose turn it was with one of the girls. Following orders gladly, I ducked behind the piano. The brawl didn't last long. Mrs. Shang waded into the thick of it swinging a bung starter. By the time she'd heaved 6 guys out the back door, 2 at a time, the rest of the crew got the idea and quieted down. The 7th guy she grabbed was me. She hoisted me out from behind the piano and dropped me onto the stool. "I'm paying you to play, you son of a bitch," she said. "Play." I obeyed. I had never played worse, but I had never played louder either. I soon settled down into a routine at the Roadhouse. It wasn't so bad, really. In some ways, I'd never had it so good. I could make $8 a month and keep $8 since my living expenses were taken care of. In a few months, I could resign and go home independently wealthy. Besides the girls, there were 3 others on Mrs. Shang's staff, and they were friendly toward me too. Mr. Shang, the madam's husband, a silent fellow with stooped shoulders and sunken eyes, was the handyman around the joint. Their son, Christopher, took care of the horse and did all the driving. A German guy named Max, who was about my size but a good deal older than me, was the bartender. Both Mr. Shang and Christopher took orders from the madam, the same as Max and all the rest of us. And like any of us, they would pass the warning along if the madam started hitting the gin. When Mrs. Shang went on a binge, she would roar around the joint like a wounded bull. It was wise to stay out of her path on such occasions. While things were never exactly quiet in the happy times, I felt it was a good, secure place to work. Then I began to sense that something fishy was going on. There was more to this operation than met the eye. One night during my second week there, the madam called me into the bar after the diggers had left. She said she had some business to attend to on the outside, along with Christopher and Max. "I want you to mind the saloon until we get back," she said. "Don't forget gin 10 cents, whiskey 15, beer a nickel. Don't try to get away with anything because I've marked the bottles and checked the register." Now I was a part-time bartender, which in the saloon business was a hell of a step up from being a full-time piano player. The 3 of them returned in an hour or so. Max took over again, and I went back to my stool in the back room, and it was business as usual. But not everything was as usual. An odd change had come over the madam, her son, and Max between the time they left and the time they returned. The madam was strangely silent. She stood by the bar slugging down the gin, saying nothing. Max's hand shook when he poured her drinks. Christopher wandered around like a lost soul. I'd never seen such a quick change in a guy. He seemed to have aged 15 years in the hour he was gone. Next week, the same thing happened. The madam told me to take over the bar. If anybody wanted to dance, she said they could go to hell. I was not to leave the saloon. The 3 of them were gone longer this time. When they got back, it was worse than before, the change that had come over them. The mysterious nighttime business trips got to be part of the routine. I tried to find out from Max what was going on. The more I pumped him, the more he shook and the more he tightened up. I asked the girls if they knew. They didn't know and didn't care. It was plain that Mrs. Shang didn't want me to know any more than I did. When she caught me hanging around Max, pestering him, she cursed me out and told me never to set foot in the saloon unless she gave the order. The next day, Max didn't show up for work. Christopher took over behind the bar. I never saw Max again, never again heard mention of his name. After Max's disappearance, Christopher stewed in a perpetual state of the jitters and the madam got roaring drunk and stayed drunk. The mysterious business trip stopped. A week later, Mrs. Shang finally sobered up. She had absorbed so much gin it stopped having any effect, and this seemed to make her madder than ever before. She came in the back room and grabbed me off the piano stool. "Get in the buggy out front," she said. "You're driving tonight." By the time I got my derby and got in the buggy, she was already there, waiting for me. Then she told me to run to the kitchen and get a meat knife. When I did, she slit her pocketbook and stuck a pistol and a pint of gin between the cover and the lining. She said to get going and fast. I asked where we were going. Mrs. Shang said, "Keep driving east until we get to the Pot au Gold. I'm going to kill Louis Niedorf." I didn't know who Louis Niedorf was, and I didn't care. I had never seen anybody fire a gun before. The prospect was so thrilling I could hardly hold the reins. We pulled up in front of the Pot au Gold, a roadhouse on the other side of town, about 5 or 6 miles away. "Don't tie up the horse," said Mrs. Shang. "We're going to have to leave here in a hurry. Come on inside." We went inside. We sat at a table facing the door. Mrs. Shang plunked down her pocketbook in front of her. She narrowed her eyes and waited. Every time a guy walked in the door, I said, "Hey, is that him? Is that him?" And she gave me a swift kick in the shins under the table and growled, "Shut up, you." We sat there for over half an hour. A lot of guys came in, but Mrs. Shang's hand never came out of her pocketbook. I was getting desperate. I was pleading with her now whenever anybody walked through the door. "Isn't that him?" I was saying. "That must be him." Oh, how I wanted to see that gun go off. Finally, she spat on the floor and said, "Somebody, God damn it, has tipped him off. He's not coming. Let's go home." The madam charged out of the Pot au Gold, cursing a blue streak, with me running to keep up with her. Her eyes were wild and her hair was flying all over the place. She plotzed herself in the carriage and took out her gin bottle and took a long swig. I never saw anybody get so drunk so fast. All of a sudden, she got the idea she had fired at Louis Niedorf and missed him. "You little son of a bitch," she screamed. I missed. Now it was all my fault. We tore back toward home. I was standing up, shaking the reins, and I was scared now, shuddering with hot and cold flashes. The horse clopped down Merrick Road in full gallop, but still not fast enough to suit Mrs. Shang. She was swilling gin and getting fiery boiled, and between gulps she screamed at me to drive faster. I was in a daze. My head was spinning in crazy circles. It was a horrible, hideous nightmare. When she drained the gin bottle, she let out a curse I'd never heard from a woman's lips before and flung the empty bottle, smashing the one remaining carriage light into oblivion. She tore the reins out of my grip and began to whip the horse's rump unmercifully. Thank God the horse knew the way. We were careening through inky blackness. When we got to the Happy Times Tavern, the madam pulled to a stop. She jumped out and ran for the saloon, desperate for a refill. Over her shoulder she yelled at me to put the horse away. The poor beast was lathered with sweat and foam and wheezing like a leaky steam engine. I managed to get him out of harness and into his stall before I started heaving up. I was too sick to move. I went to sleep on a pile of straw. When I woke up in the morning, Christopher Shang was there in the stables crying. The horse was dead. Christopher started wailing at me that this was the best friend he ever had and I had killed him. How should I know from a horse that you had to cool him out after a gallop and put him to bed with a blanket on? I felt sicker than ever when the madam learned the news late the next afternoon. She was still drunk, and she looked at me with mean, unadulterated murder in her eyes. I began to play the piano with such force that my fingers stung. For once, I hoped there would be a big, rough crowd in the Happy Times, anything to keep the madam's hands diverted from my throat. A big crowd came that night. Just as the diggers swarmed into the joint, I felt suddenly dizzy, like I had during the wild ride the night before. The back room started lifting and sinking and turning around in a circle. I lost all control. I fell off the piano stool. One of the girls helped me up. I fell off again. This time Mrs. Shang saw me. She bellowed at me to get the hell back on the stool and start playing. I staggered to my feet and fell against the keyboard. The madam grabbed me and sat me straight, so hard that the butt of my spine felt like it was cracked. The third time I dropped to the floor, she was back in the saloon. Two of the girls picked me up and dragged me upstairs and laid me on the bed, while another girl went to call a doctor. The doctor came. He felt my forehead. He opened my shirt and looked at me closely. Measles, the doctor said. When word of my condition was passed downstairs, I could hear Mrs. Shang roar clean through the floor, "I don't want no sick Jews in my place. Get him out of here." The next thing I remember, I was waiting on the platform of the Freeport Railroad station. The backroom girls had chipped in to buy me a ticket to the city, and two of them, my special friends, had brought me to the train. The train came, they helped me on board. One of the girls said, "You don't know how lucky you are, kid, to come down with the measles." The other girl was about to cry. "I'm going to miss you, honey," she said. "I'm going to miss that song you play so beautiful." The four whores of the Happy Times were the first fans I ever had, and I shall always be grateful to them. The story had three endings. First, I got over the measles in short order, thanks to Grandpa's care and Frenchie's chicken soup. Second, a story in a New York paper was brought to my attention a month or so after I came home from Freeport. Indicted as burglar gang Mineola, L.I., AUG. 114 indictments charging burglary and grand larceny were found by the Nassau County Grand Jury today against August Van Feyrig, alias Luckner, leader of the gang of burglars that robbed more than 20 houses in this neighborhood recently, cleaning up $50,000. 11 indictments charging the same crimes were found against Christopher Shang, 19 years old, a member of the gang, and 2 indictments for receiving stolen goods were returned against his aged mother, Mrs. Alma Shang. When the prisoners were brought into court before County Judge Jackson for pleading, Mrs. Shang, who had to be supported by Sheriff Foster, suddenly screamed and fell fainting to the floor. She was carried back to the jail unconscious. It was obvious to me who had ratted on the Shangs: Louis Niedorf, the guy who never showed up that night at the Pot O' Gold. Little Max, the missing bartender, was never found. The Long Island police were pretty certain the Shang gang had done him in, but they didn't have enough evidence to make a murder rap stick. The third ending to the Freeport episode came years later. That was when I finally found out why the madam had given me such a funny look when she first saw me in the Bowery Saloon, and why she kept making such nasty references to my religion and ancestry. One night in the middle of a crap game in a Pullman car, while we were traveling the Pantages circuit, Chico confessed that he had been the Happy Times piano player before me while I was upstate with Seymour Mintz. When I turned up to audition, Mrs. Shang thought I was Chico. Then when I played, she knew I wasn't and took a chance and hired me. Chico also confessed that he had been fired by Mrs. Shang for a far less innocent reason than coming down with the measles. He'd become a little too friendly with one of the girls in the back room. I now regarded myself, after the events of the summer, as more of a man than a boy. With this new confidence, I sailed forth from my sict and got myself a job playing for a Nickelodeon. I had learned a whole set of fancy variations on my 2 tunes, enough so I could accompany any kind of movie without the audience realizing that I was repeating myself. For comedies, Waltz Me Around Again, Willie, played 2 octaves high and fast. Dramatic scenes, Love Me and the World Is Mine with a tremolo in the bass. Love Scenes, a trill in the right hand. For the chase, either song played too fast to be recognized. The Nickelodeon was down on 34th Street in Manhattan, and it was mainly patronized by people traveling through that district. The joint was stuffy and smelly. People talked, ate, and snored through the pictures. Kids yelled and chased each other up and down the aisles, but after the Happy Times Tavern it was like a rest home. For some reason, mothers with nursing babies liked to sit down front near the piano. Maybe they thought that music was a nice, soothing accompaniment to breastfeeding. Anyway, I used to have fun with them. In the middle of a quiet scene, I'd suddenly whack the hell out of a chord, just to watch the nipples snap out of the babies' mouths. It was while I was working at the Nickelodeon that Gummo joined Groucho onstage in vaudeville. With a kid named Lou Levy, they opened at Henderson's, a Kenai Island beer garden, as a singing trio. One afternoon, in the middle of the movie, my mother marched down the aisle of the theater to the piano. She ordered me to leave at once and come with her. Minnie's face was set with desperation and determination. She was in some kind of a jam, and from the look of her, it could be serious trouble. Minnie had never come to me for help in a crisis before. Without question, I got up from the piano stool and followed her out of the Nickelodeon. I don't think the audience knew the difference when the music stopped. They went right on talking, stuffing themselves, sleeping, and nursing their babies. It was not until Minnie got me on the L train that the awful truth of her mission struck me like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. We were headed for Kenai Island. I was being shanghaied. I was being shanghaied to join Groucho, Gummo, and Lou Levy on a stage. Zinging. In front of people, on the train, Minnie screened me with a newspaper while I changed into a white duck suit, my costume. At the same time, she tried to teach me the words to Darling Nellie Gray. I was too weak with dread to protest. My mind went blank. I couldn't possibly learn the song before we got to Kenai Island. Didn't matter anyway, Minnie said. As long as I opened my mouth in the right places, by keeping an eye on Groucho, I didn't have to make a peep. It would be best I didn't try to sing, in fact. I was supposed to be the bass, and my squeaky voice could ruin the whole effect. The only important thing was that Minnie get a quartet on stage. In the first place, she had bought 4 white duck suits in order to get a decent price on costumes. There was a markdown only in sets of 4. And it was idiotic to let the 4th white duck suit go to waste. In the second place, the featured act on the bill was that quartet, a famous singing group of the day. It would look pretty cheap if Minnie could only put a trio of boys on instead of a quartet. When I arrived backstage at Henderson's, Gummo greeted me with a soulful, brotherly look of commiseration. He didn't need to speak. His eyes said all he had to say. So she hooked you too, huh? We came into the wings to wait for our cue. A comedy juggler was finishing up his act on the stage. I could hear them out there, the audience. Some of them were laughing, some hooting, the rest of them rumbling with insolent, impolite indifference. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't move. We were supposed to march onstage military fashion, Groucho in the lead, followed by Lou, myself, and Gummo. Our cue came. Groucho marched, Lou marched, and Gummo marched practically up my back because I still couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot. Minnie hissed at me. I just stood there. Minnie pushed me. She pushed me harder, a real hefty shove in the small of my back. I went stumbling out of the wings and onto the stage. As I caught my balance, the thought sizzled in my mind. You're not a boy anymore. You're a man. Don't let on you're scared. I came to a halt beside Lou Levy. I turned, and there they were. A sea of hostile, mocking faces across the footlights. And here I was with nothing to hold on to, absolutely nothing. With my first look at my first audience, I reverted to being a boy again. My reaction was instantaneous and overwhelming. I wet my pants. It was probably the most wretched debut in the history of show business. Every turning point in my life seems to have been a low point, a time of terrible disappointment or disaster. I never planned any changes in the course of my career. The changes just happened. The only ambitions I ever nourished were to be left fielder for the New York Giants, a full-time tin can swinger for an umbrella mender, or a piano player on an excursion boat. I never achieved any of these ambitions. What I actually became was what I was driven to be in a time of disaster. The rock-bottom low point of my early life was that time I went on stage and disgraced myself in the company of my brothers and in front of the public at Kenai Island. I became, therefore, an entertainer. Nothing that I could have done could have frightened me more. Nobody heard me sing in the quartet that night at Henderson's. It was all I could do to open my mouth at approximately the same time that Groucho, Lou, and Gummo opened their mouths. But I sang a voiceless swan song. I sang farewell to the streets of the East Side, to hustling and hopping trolleys and swindling ticket shoppers. Farewell to happy-go-lucky, hired today and fired tomorrow, wandering from job to job. Farewell to Waltz Me Around Again, Willie and Max's Busy Bee. Like it or not, I was in show business for the rest of my days. At the age of 14, I didn't like it a bit. Chapter 7, Greenbaum, You Crazy Kids. My mother decided one night in the year 1910, after a brutal, fruitless day of battle with New York booking agents, that we should live in the central part of the country. New York was not right for us. Too much big-time competition. Where we should be was in the hub of the small-time vaudeville circuits and wheels, where an act like ours would have a fighting chance. So the next day we packed up our things and on to Chicago we moved, lock, stock, and grandpa. By juggling her accounts, signing notes, and putting the touch on Uncle Al, Minnie was able to make a down payment on a 3-story brownstone house in a fairly respectable Chicago neighborhood. The Marxes had at last a place to call their own. And a fabulous place it was to us. It had no grimy stoop but a genuine front porch, which Grandpa immediately took over as the equivalent of the front room on 93rd Street. For Frenchie, there was the luxury of a huge kitchen where he could cook with gas. He no longer had to depend on his sons to swipe wood or coal before he could get a meal on the stove. Best of all, the house had a basement big enough for a pool table. The house also had a mortgage big enough to plug a storm drain, but that was nothing to worry about, we told ourselves. We were now bona fide property owners, shareholders in America. We had risen in class far beyond our wildest dreams. Who should worry about Mr. Greenbaum, who held the mortgage, coming around for the monthly payment? Hadn't we ducked, dodged, and outfoxed the rent agent back on 93rd Street for 11 years? None of us had the foresight to realize that there was no place for a family to hide in a one-family dwelling. Besides, we did all right in Chicago at first. Minnie had been right, apparently, in hauling us out of New York. Here she could get us theaters to play. Not the best theaters or even in the best neighborhoods, but bookings that paid good green money nonetheless. But before long we ran out of offbeat small-time theaters to get booked into. There was no place for us to go except on the road. The vaudeville circuits that guaranteed an act 30 weeks of work for a season wanted no part of us. We put up with whatever we could find for ourselves. One-night stands, conventions, picnics, benefits, anything that guaranteed a minimum of dinner and train fare. Looking back, I simply don't know how we survived it. Those early days on the road were sheer, unmitigated hell. They made my earlier days on the streets of the East Side seem like one long recess period. We had to brazen our way into strange towns in the Midwest and down south, where we knew we had 3 strikes against us. 1, we were stage folks in a class with gypsies and other vagrants. 2, we were Jewish. 3, we had New York accents. And well, strike 4, the 4 Nightingales weren't very good. We had no itinerary. We took the train until we came to a town. We got off the train, walked to the local theater or airdome, made a deal for a percentage of the box office take, plastered the town with posters announcing our show, opened, and prayed for the best. If we made more than train fare money, we stayed the night in the cheapest hotel or boarding house we could find and took the morning train out of town. If we couldn't afford this, we slept on the night train coach. If we couldn't afford even the train, we walked. If an audience didn't like us, we had no trouble finding it out. We were pelted with sticks, bricks, spitballs, cigar butts, peach pits, and chewed-out stalks of sugar cane. We took all this without flinching, until Minnie gave us the high sign that she'd collected our share of the receipts. Then we started throwing the stuff back at the audience, and ran like hell for the railroad station the second the curtain came down. When we went to a hotel, we never asked to see the accommodations first. We only asked what the rates were, paid up if they were low enough, and went straight upstairs and to sleep. We knew what the accommodations would be like anyway, gritty, smelly, either stifling hot or freezing cold, and infested with vermin. But a bed was a bed, even with 4 adolescent boys fighting for the spaces between lumps and broken springs, and it was a luxury. In our first 3 years on the road, we must have walked the equivalent of the length and breadth of the state of Texas, lugging 2 bags apiece, crammed with posters, props, and costumes. We walked through heat waves and blizzards, through dust storms, rainstorms, and hailstorms. We were bitten bloody by horseflies and mosquitoes. The bugs were even worse indoors. Cheap hotels in the South and Southwest were apparently set up as bug sanctuaries by some Audubon Society for insects. Fleas, ticks, bedbugs, cockroaches, beetles, scorpions, and ants, having no enemies, attacked with fearless abandon. They had the run of the house and they knew it. After a while you just let them bite. Fighting back was useless. For every bug you squashed, a whole fresh, bloodthirsty platoon would march out of the woodwork. In one hotel the ants were so bad that each bed was set on 4 pots of oxalic acid. This kept the ants off. It also kept them from competing with the fleas and the bedbugs, who had the human banquet all to themselves. Dressing room windows never had screens. If the windows were shut, you could suffocate. If they were open, you could be bitten to a red pulp by mosquitoes before you got changed and made up. We kept our health and sanity by improvising smudge pots, burning green grass in tin cans. Of course, we couldn't see through the smoke and had to put our makeup on by braille, and sometimes we didn't stop coughing until halfway through the show, but we survived. We survived the food we had to eat, too. Our standard fare was boarding house spaghetti, chili, and beans. Even when we had extra dough, we could seldom get anything better. By the time we finished a show, restaurants and cafes would be locked up for the night. We'd be lucky to find a guy selling tamales from a pushcart by the station. Once we had the nerve to complain that our hot tamales were not only cold, but were eked with dust and crawling with what looked like lice. The pushcart vendor said we could go to hell. If his stuff was good enough for white folks, he said, it was good enough for us New York Jews. We put on our act in ballparks, amusement parks, schoolhouses, now and then in a real theater, but mainly in airdomes, shed-like outdoor theaters. Top admission for our shows was usually 10 cents indoors and 5 cents outdoors. With only nickels and dimes coming into the box office, our percentage of the take would be pretty damn small. Even so, we had to fight for it most of the time. We were completely at the mercy of local managers and booking agents. If they ran off with the share of the receipts they had promised us, we had nobody to appeal to. There was nothing we could do except pick up our bags and start walking to the next town before we got thrown in the jig as vagrants. So that was the road of one-night stands, our life from 1910 to 1915. It was a miracle that we stuck it out. A lot of very brave and determined people fell by the wayside doing what we were doing. It wasn't that my brothers and I had any more guts or determination than the guys who gave up. But we had Minnie, and Minnie did. She was our miracle. If you should ever hear an old-time vaudevillian talk about the wonderful golden days of one-night stands, buy him another drink, but don't believe a word he's saying. He's lying through his teeth. If a movie producer or a Broadway director should tell you he made it the hard way by struggling through the Borscht Circuit in the Catskill Mountains, humor him along. He's not lying, he's just too young. His memory doesn't go back far enough to know what the hard way really was. My own memory of my own days of struggle is a crazy jumble of time and places. I never kept track of time, never believed in calendars. I never had much of a sense of geography either. I probably traveled 25,000 miles and played in 300 different cities and towns in the 12 years the Marx Brothers worked out of Chicago. From the sound of that, I ought to be a walking atlas. Not so. About cities and towns, I remember very little. What I remember are railroad station waiting rooms, boarding house dining rooms, $1 hotel rooms, dressing rooms, pool rooms, and men's rooms, all of which look pretty much alike in any city or town in any part of the country. About the history of our act, what we did on stage and when, I'm not a very reliable authority. I never saved programs or clippings or kept a diary of any kind. If I want to check on some historical fact about the Marx Brothers, I look it up in the book Kyle Crichton wrote about us, or I consult the family historian Groucho. Chico, with his photographic memory, should be the historian, but his memory is selective as well as photographic, and what he has selected to remember are things like the poker hand he held at 1:35 a.m. on the night of January 15, 1917, while riding in a Pullman car called the Winnetasker Rapids, or the name of a girl I once met in Altoona, Pennsylvania, whose name I would prefer not to have remembered. At any rate, to keep the record straight, I have checked with Mr. Crichton's book and with Groucho, and I find that these were the steps in the evolution of our act and show business. 1. Groucho Marx is a single, boy soprano and actor. 2. Unnamed duo, Groucho and Gummo. 3. The Three Nightingales, Groucho, Gummo, and Lou Levy. 4. The Four Nightingales, Groucho, Gummo, Lou Levy, and Harpo. 5. The Six Mascots, Groucho, Gummo, Harpo, plus bass singer A. Indeed, 2 girl singers, Minnie and Aunt Hannah, if none others available. 6. The Marx Brothers in School Days, same personnel as 5, with later addition of Chico, who finally joined the act. 7. The Marx Brothers in School Days and Mr. Green's Reception, same personnel as 6. 8. The Marx Brothers in Home Again, same as 7, with Zeppo replacing Gummo when Gummo got drafted in World War I. 9. The Marx Brothers in On the Mezzanine, same as 8, plus chorus girls, dancers, actors who got paid for falling down, getting squirted at, etc. 10. The Marx Brothers Schubert Review, same as 9, but with fewer girls, dancers, and actors in, plus Minnie, who got briefly back into the act. 11. The Four Marx Brothers in I'll Say She Is, the Cocoa Nuts and Animal Crackers on Broadway, same as 9, only more of them, plus blondes who got paid for being chased by Harpo. 12. The Four Marx Brothers in Paramount Pictures, more of everybody and everything. 13. The Three Marx Brothers in MGM Pictures, same as 12, but minus Zeppo, who returned to civilian life, and plus half the population of Culver City, California. 14. Unnamed duo Chico and Harpo, available for nightclubs, benefits, state fairs, stock shows, etc. 15. Groucho Marx as a single, quizmaster, author, singer Gilbert and Sullivan. That's the straight dope, our grand tour down through the ages, from Groucho the soprano to Groucho the baritone. Frankly, I wouldn't believe a word of it if I hadn't read it in a book, and my kid brother with the mustache hadn't confirmed it. My memory, as I said before, is a crazy jumble. Some important things happened to me during steps 4 through 8 of our evolution. I became a pantomime comedy actor. I became a harpist. I acquired enough self-confidence to enjoy having people laugh at my goofy sight gags and listen to the music I played seriously but all wrong. What I remember today, I suppose, are mainly the events that had to do with these three developments. What follows is what I remember. The itinerary is therefore mixed up regarding chronology, places, and names of persons living or dead, but it's Harpo's itinerary, not history's. Kenai Island, New York, made my debut at Henderson's and peed in my pants. I felt shamed and disgraced, but Minnie wouldn't let me quit the act on any such flimsy pretext. She hung my trousers out to dry in the sea breeze between shows. By the second show I was much less scared, so enthusiastic in fact that everybody was afraid I might sing. But I didn't, I just opened my mouth when Groucho did. Asbury Park, New Jersey. 2 years later I was still the fourth Nightingale. I reassured myself it was only a temporary thing as a favor for Minnie. I was now an active member of the quartet. I sang, which was doing nobody a favor. Minnie added class to our quartet by buying us red paper carnations to wear in our lapels when we opened in Asbury Park. It became an eternal challenge to Minnie to add more class to our act. Boston. I got my first laugh on stage, at the old Howard Theater in Boston, the famous burlesque house. We, the Nightingales in the white duck suits with the fake carnations, did a turn in the olio between burlesque shows. With hands on each other's shoulders and swaying in tempo, we sang Mandy Lane. We were scarcely noticed during our number even by the piano player, who concentrated on watching the clock for his dinner hour to start, until our last night there. At the old Howard, the loges came all the way around the house, like a giant horseshoe, and the end boxes hung over the stage. On Saturday night between burlesque shows, there were 3 drunks in the end box at stage right. They were loud and restless during the olio, and especially during our rendition of Mandy Lane. In the middle of the song, I heard one of the drunks say to his pals, "Hey, look it, watch me get the second kid from the end." The second kid from the end was me. He got me with a jet stream of tobacco juice smacked down the front of my white duck jacket. "Watch this," said the drunk. "I'll get him again." Before he could get me again, I backed up 2 paces and marched to the lee side of Groucho, without losing a beat or diverting my eyes from the audience. The audience howled. They'd never seen anything funny in the olio before, and probably never did again. But it wasn't funny to me or to Minnie, who spent most of the night scrubbing the tobacco juice stain out of my costume. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Working out of Chicago now on one-night stands, I would have loved to get a laugh any way I could. Anything to break the boring routine of being a squeaky, white duck nightingale. Groucho had the only authorized comedy in the act when he came out as a butcher's delivery boy carrying a basket with a string of frankfurters hanging out. This, which was supposed to be hilarious, led to our closing number, a song called Peasy Weezy. Peasy Weezy had endless verses, enough for all the curtain calls we'd ever get. It should have been endless. It cost Minnie $50, which was in those days an infinite amount of money. Like any other litter of undisciplined, high-spirited kids, we were apt to bust loose at any time with horseplay in a kind of spontaneous combustion. But where other kids expended their energy in pillow fights, kick the can, or king of the mountain to the consternation of their parents, we often did it by knocking to pieces an act we were being paid to perform, to the consternation of our parents and the manager who hired us and the public who had paid to watch us. This night in Alabama, we were so bored that we stopped singing in the middle of Mandy Lane, when we spotted a large bug walking across the stage. The 4 of us got down on hands and knees and began to follow the bug, making bets whether it was a beetle, a cockroach, or a bedbug. This kind of nonsense on company time was of course a valid excuse for the manager to bring the curtain down and cut us off without a cent. Frenchie, who was sitting in the middle of the house, working as our laugh starter, after having spent the whole day selling yard goods and lappas from door to door, was helpless to do anything about us. But Minnie wasn't. She was in the wings, watching our every move, craning her neck like a suspicious mother goose. When we started crawling after the bug, Minnie got us back in line before we went far enough to get ourselves canned. She hissed to get our attention. Then she uttered in a stage whisper an all-powerful magic word, Greenbaum. Greenbaum, you will recall, was the banker who held the mortgage on our house back in Chicago, missing a monthly payment to Mr. Greenbaum could mean the loss of our new home and our membership in the aristocracy of property owners. Worse than that, it could mean the loss of a basement big enough for a pool table. A single utterance of the magic word rarely failed. When it did, Minnie didn't care what the audience might think. She'd belt it out loud and clear, Greenbaum, you crazy kids. Hammond, Louisiana, our white duck suits were weather-beaten, threadbare, and woebegone. The Nightingales class was fading fast. We couldn't afford new costumes, so Minnie dressed up the act by buying, for a block of free tickets and $2 cash, 2 used mandolins for Gummo and myself to play during the finish, and she renamed our act the 6 Mascots. Groucho already had a guitar and all the spoken lines in the act. Gummo and I had nothing to do but sing in the quartet and strum our mandolins between verses of Peasy Weezy. Gummo didn't care, but I did. I wanted a specialty of my own. I practiced the piano every chance I got, somewhere in Mississippi. I made my debut as a piano soloist, playing the Holy City in the 7 variations I had taught myself, from waltz to ragtime. It was not a very well-attended debut. I had to compete with a lynching on the other side of town, and the theater was only a quarter filled. Still and all, it was a success. Minnie said I could keep my specialty in the act. Somewhere in Arkansas, I found out that comedy work was not all laughs. After the show, while we sat around swatting flies and counting to see if we had enough dough to sleep in beds that night, a native character rode up to the stage door on horseback. "Which one of you's the comical feller that carries the basket of sausage meat?" he wanted to know. Groucho, thinking he had a new admirer, stepped forth and identified himself. The native looked down from his saddle with glinty, hostile eyes. "That's ma sister who plays the piano in this yer theater," he said. "I don't want to hear you mackin' that kind of talk to her again, or I'll blow your Yankee brains out. You hear?" Groucho heard. He thought he'd added a subtle touch earlier that night by winking at the pianist in the pit when he entered as the butcher boy, and saying, "I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Somewhere in Texas, we lost Jenny, our girl singer." Jenny had a beautiful soprano voice, except that she always sang off-key. She was good-looking too, except that her left eye was cockeyed and used to wander all over the place, and Minnie had to make up a special peekaboo wig for her that covered it. Otherwise, Jenny was a grand gal, except that she was a nymphomaniac. She prowled hotly after everything in long pants: theater managers, hotel clerks, local idiots, and local dignitaries alike. Fortunately, we were still a boys' act and wore knee pants, and she didn't consider us fair game. Finally, Jenny became too much of a problem. By mutual agreement of the Marxes and whatever town we were in, she was asked to leave the state of Texas altogether, preferably. Still, we felt sad when the sheriff escorted Jenny down to the station and the northbound train pulled in. Sad and a little guilty too. But when the train pulled out, we didn't feel so bad. Jenny waved us a cheerful farewell from the cab of the engine, where she was sitting on the engineer's lap. There were no girl singer replacements to be found in those parts, so Minnie wired Aunt Hannah in New York to borrow the fare from Uncle A1 and hurry down to join us. Aunt Hannah could only sing 3 notes, but she wasn't the problem the grand gal she replaced had been either. She had her own wig. Denison, Texas. This was a time and a place I shall never forget. The year was 1913 or maybe 1915. Come to think of it, the place might have been Bonham or Sherman instead of Denison. But it was Texas, that is a fact. A far more important fact is that in this town the Marx Brothers were reborn professionally. We became a comedy act. The audience loved the 6 mascots in Denison. So much so that the local manager asked us to play a second night, but on one condition: that we didn't repeat the same show. If we did something new, he could get the same audience to come back again. Minnie, without a second thought, agreed. We hadn't had a chance to make this kind of loot since our first weeks in the Virgin Territory of Chicago. Then Minnie had a second thought. We didn't have anything new to do. We had one show, period. After the bass solo, Groucho solo, and Butcher Boy routine, My Holy City, the mandolin trio, the sextet medley, and Peasy Weezy, our repertoire was exhausted. The only other thing we knew how to do was take bows, and if we felt the audience wasn't paying enough attention, lead a group sing of Dixie. Minnie called a family conference around the boarding house dinner table. What could we possibly put on tomorrow night? New scenery might help disguise our old act, but there was no new scenery to be had. In fact, there was no scenery at all, since we performed not in a theater but in a school assembly room. Groucho, the veteran trooper of the family, had an inspiration. "Why not put on School Days?" he said. I had to follow the act clear across Montana, and I know it by heart. School Days we had all seen at least once. It was an old Gus Edwards routine, a tried-and-true chestnut. Minnie took mental stock of our costumes and props. We had everything we needed. As for the stage set, the school assembly room was perfect. Groucho gave us the rundown on the scene, and Minnie did the casting. Hair teacher Groucho, Hebrew boy Gummo, Patsy Brannigan, the teacher's despair Harpo, Mama's boy always the Nance, in the trade the bass. Bright little girl Aunt Hannah, not so bright little girl Minnie. My Patsy Brannigan costume was a delight. Minnie got out the wig she'd made up for Jenny, our ex-girl singer, cut off the piece that used to cover Jenny's cockeye, and dyed the wig red for me. She sewed bright patches onto my traveling pants, which were pretty well shot anyway, and I used a piece of rope for a suspender. The rest of the costume was my beloved turtleneck sweater and a decrepit beaver hat that Minnie scrounged out of the boarding house attic. For a final touch before going on stage, I reddened my ears, painted on some freckles, and blacked out 3 of my front teeth. I couldn't wait to get on. I hadn't felt so eager about playing a part since the time I dressed up like a 2-bit whore and scared the bustles off the Baltzer sisters. Waiting for my entrance, I sat by the mirror admiring my new get-up. I threw myself a big fat beauty of a gookie, and just then Minnie came by. She didn't think I was being very funny. She rapped her fist on my shoulder. "Greenbaum," she said quietly, shaking her head. "I got her message. No hokum, no horseplay. Stick to School Days." We stuck to the scene, and we were a great success. The audience liked us better the second night as comedians than they had the first night as singers and mandolin pickers. My big scene in the new act was the alphabet bit with Groucho. It went something like this: teacher whacking his slapstick a pair of barrel staves, Patsy Brannigan, no more shenanigans. You will stand up and give the alphabet. Patsy scratching his head, thinking hard, the alphabet, give me a start, teacher. Teacher glares at Patsy nose to nose, all right, dummkopf, I'll give you a start. Oh, Patsy, teacher, not A. Patsy heading for his seat, that's the alphabet A. Teacher, that's not the alphabet, come back here. Patsy, there's more, teacher, there's more. Please continue, Patsy, give me another start. Teacher, Patsy, teacher, Patsy, teacher, Patsy, During this exchange they have sunk nose to nose, nearly to the floor /D. Roman 4 teacher, not dummkopf, Patsy, give me a hint. Teacher, what is it buzzes around the flowers? BZZZZZ, Patsy, starts waving and slapping at invisible bug. Teacher B, Patsy B, that's the alphabet A, B. Heads for his seat, teacher, come back here, young man, that's not the alphabet. Patsy, there's more, give me a hint what comes after B. Teacher, I'll give you a hint. What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? SSSSSSSSSS, Patsy gives teacher a shocked, pop-eyed look. Teacher, C, dummkopf, the first thing you do in the morning when you wake up is C. Patsy, that's not the first thing I do in the morning. Teacher ends the hopeless lesson with a crack of the slapstick. Say what you will, it was a hell of a lot better than being a nightingale or a mascot eye. In a white duck suit and singing Mandy Lane. The audience thought so too. They loved it in Denison or Bonham or Sherman in 1913 or 1915. /div/body. Chapter 8, The Silencing of Patsy Brannigan He Marx Brothers in School Days was the featured part of our show now. It went over great all through the South and Southwest, and we spent more than half our nights in hotels. In big towns big for small-time vaudeville like Alexandria, Louisiana, or Lubbock, Texas, we were held over 2 and even 3 nights. Frenchie went back to Chicago with the overdue mortgage money, and with vague ideas of going into business for himself, opening the Midwest's first Alsatian restaurant. In Commerce, Oklahoma, Minnie hired an Indian girl as prima donna, not so much because of her voice, but because she wore her hair in long braids. The bright little girl in School Days had to have pigtails, and Aunt Hannah, increasingly prone to heartburn and gallbladder attacks from a steady diet of cold, hot tamales, spaghetti, and fried beans, had fled home to New York, taking her pigtail wig back with her. Minnie notwithstanding, we began to work some variations and bits of new business into the school scene. We got a big laugh one night when the teacher made me take my hat off and an orange fell out. I gave the orange to the teacher, and he told me to put my hat back on because he'd like another one for later. We got a bigger laugh later on when teacher said, "Can't you get noddings through your thick head?" And Gummo stuck a stiletto through my hat and I answered hair teacher with an enthusiastic nod. Ada, Oklahoma, we were still straining at the bit to tear loose and rough it up on stage, but Minnie was too vigilant for us. Then this night in Ada, we got a golden opportunity to pull out all the stops. In the middle of School Days, while teacher was giving the Hebrew boy a lesson in der Englischer Language, the audience suddenly got up and ran out of the theater. Minnie got up from her school desk, left the stage, and ran after them to see what had happened. With the audience gone and Minnie too, we went to town. The bass and the prima donna backed off in panic, while Groucho, Gummo, and I grappled, swung, ducked, tripped, tumbled, tore our costumes to shreds, and knocked the scenery to pieces, mugging like 3 demented apes. When Minnie came back, we were still at it. "Stop," she said, "they're coming back. It was a runaway mule and they caught him." The audience came back, but we didn't stop. We'd gotten up too much steam. Minnie was hopping and hissing and greenbombing all over the joint, but she had no effect. This time we knew we were doing the right thing. The audience hooted and hollered right along with us. How else would you follow a runaway mule except with horseplay? The manager agreed that it was a good, lively show. He also agreed to make fair and square deductions from our percentage for the cost of broken sets and fixtures. It was a long time before we took liberties with the act again. With the deductions, our net profit was -$7, which we were requested to pay before we left town. We were stranded and summer was coming on like a blast furnace. Minnie had to swallow her pride and wire Uncle Al for getaway money. Springfield, Missouri. En route home, we took a chance on a stopover and played a one-night stand. When we finished our act, the manager asked if one of us would like to make a little extra dough. His illustrated song singer hadn't shown up, and he'd be happy to pay $5 to whoever would volunteer to take his place. I'll never know why, but I volunteered to sing. My voice was still undecided whether to change to a man's register or give up and stay falsetto. Maybe I felt guilty for being the ringleader in the Oklahoma horseplay, so I sang for the song Slides. A worse performance was never given the hook on amateur night. When I came off, the manager was furious. Instead of paying me $5, he said he was going to fine me $5. I was furious too. "Yeah," I said. "Try and collect your lousy fine." Groucho, Gummo, and the bass singer loyally closed ranks beside me. He did try to collect with the help of a stagehand. They came after the four of us with blackjacks. We surprised them. We produced our own blackjacks. This surprised Minnie too, who didn't know how well prepared we were. There was a bit of a scuffle, but we made it to the train with only minor cuts and bruises. It was a moral victory. I did not pay the $5 fine. But neither were the Marx Brothers paid for their night's work. And so back to Chicago. Home again after 6 months on the road, we licked our wounds, scrubbed the alkali dust out of our pores and the lice out of our hair, and had a Roman orgy on Frenchie's cooking. I went forth into the city to see what had happened in the world of pool, pinochle, and poker during our absence. Groucho got a stack of books from the public library and curled up to read his way through the summer. Gummo went to hang out with Zeppo in a neighborhood garage, tinkering and learning the mysteries of the motor car. Chico was back in New York, working as a single. Our holiday didn't last very long, however. We soon scraped the bottom of the savings Minnie had been squirreling away, and Mr. Greenbaum showed no signs of becoming suddenly friendly and forgiving toward the Marx family. There was only one thing to do: back to work. We couldn't wait for the new season to begin. Minnie, fortified with programs and clippings from our triumphal tour with School Days, went downtown to make the rounds of booking agents. We spent the rest of the summer in and out of the city, making short hops to outlying precincts on 1- and 2-night stands. Frenchie, having given up his idea of opening a restaurant, pitched right in. He became our business manager and advance man, as well as laugh starter. As business manager, he arranged for our train trips and for boarding house accommodations if we should have to stay over where we played. The standard price was in those days $1.60 over the coach fare for a Pullman upper berth. Frenchie would dicker with the ticket seller as he would with a customer over a Ravioli Lappa. He would hold out for a price of $1 for an upper. The ticket man would not give in. By company rules, he couldn't shave the price. So all right, Frenchie would announce everybody into the coach. We would march dutifully on board the coach. We knew that Frenchie could never win a haggle with the Pullman ticket office, but we always gave him the respect of letting him try. Once we got underway, Groucho would scout through the train. If he found an empty upper berth, he'd offer the conductor $1 for it. The conductor would be glad to pick up an easy buck on the side, and he would turn his back when all four of us climbed in, whooping and hollering. If the porter saw us and made a stink, Groucho would give him a quarter. The most we had to spend would be $1.25, a saving of 35 cents over the full price. 35 cents was not to be sneezed at. It was worth a movie show and a game of pool for the four of us. Sometimes Grandpa went along on our short hops so that he might see more of the country he had naturalized as his own. On these occasions, Frenchie insisted gallantly on buying a lower berth for Grandpa, who was then in his 90s. But after the train started, Grandpa would insist on climbing into the upper berth and giving us kids the lower. This made him feel he was making a contribution to our success. To be truthful, he was. There was a hell of a lot more rest to be had in a lower berth, if shared by 4 active Marx brothers. Most of the time that summer, Frenchie traveled ahead of us as our advance man. It was his job to get the theater lined up, the posters put out all around town, and to find a nice, clean boarding house that was in our price range. If a place was clean enough but not so hot in the kitchen department, Frenchie would move in and do the cooking. Naturally, nobody had ever tasted food like Frenchie's in Cedar Rapids, Kalamazoo, or Urbana, and that was why he was always being asked to stay in town and open up a restaurant. When Frenchie wasn't there to do the cooking, we ate leftovers. Boarding house leftovers were the same from Seattle to Sandusky. Cold macaroni and cheese with all the cheese picked out, stiff, cold dabs of mashed potatoes turning yellow at the edges, a lonely pickle floating among seeds in a bowl of pickled juice, moldering masses of stale bread pudding, and coffee 3 times warmed over with milk in it, turned a sickening mauve in color and covered with a pucker of scum. I didn't complain, I was too hungry. Everything tasted all right to me, but boy, how we missed Frenchie. It wasn't always easy to get Frenchie launched out of the city as advance man. The move to the Midwest and the rise of his sons in show business hadn't changed my father much at all. He was as accepting, as trusting, as sweet-natured and absent-minded as ever. One night we all went out to the 63rd Street station to see Frenchie leave Chicago. It was a tearful farewell, full of soggy sentiments and kisses. You'd think he was departing to be our advance man for a tour around the world. As the train pulled away, he waved and waved, dabbing a tear from his eyes, and we dabbed and waved back. 20 minutes later, Frenchie was in downtown Chicago. He'd boarded the train on the inbound instead of the outbound track, so the next night he set out alone, full of advice about which side of the station to stand on. Frenchie wanted no silly, sentimental farewells this time. He was so determined to be businesslike, in fact, that he forgot to take his ticket. As we pieced it together later, he had just as much trouble getting out of Chicago the second time. Frenchie's English had not improved greatly since the day he arrived in the States from Alsace-Lorraine. He had special trouble with his D's and T's. To the railroad ticket man he said, "1 fare please for Derrida." This the ticket man could not comprehend. Frenchie tried again, he still couldn't get through. Finally he said, "Who the hell you know, ID's a place due 90 from here." He was sold a ticket for $2.90 and he got on a train, an outbound train. Early the next morning, Minnie got a long-distance telephone call from Frenchie. Minnie said, "Hello, Sam." Frenchie said plaintively, "Minnie, where am I?" Luck was with him. It turned out he was in Terre Haute, Indiana, which was where he was supposed to be. "Dodd's rides," said Frenchie. "Derrida, we made enough money that summer to buy ourselves a second-hand pool table for the basement. But before we could hustle up cue sticks and balls to play with, the fall season was upon us and it was time to hit the road again." Waukegan, Illinois. In the middle of my first bit in school days, the business with the orange in my hat, I happened to look into the orchestra pit. I couldn't believe my eyes. Instead of giving the orange to teacher, I let out a whoop, wound up like a baseball pitcher, and heaved the orange at the piano player in the pit. The piano player caught it and threw it back. When Groucho and Gummo saw what was going on, they started whooping too. We heaved everything we could get our hands on into the orchestra pit: hats, books, chalk, erasers, stilettos. The piano player surrendered. He climbed up onto the stage, sat at one of the school desks, and joined the act. It was Chico. I don't remember much about the rest of the performance that night, except that Chico ad-libbed a hilarious part as an Italian boy, and the fiddle player in the orchestra was so broken up he nearly stopped the show. The fiddle player was a local kid named Benny Kubelski. Until this day, when as Jack Benny he's known as Waukegan's first citizen, he still can't look at the Marx Brothers without breaking up. Ann Arbor, Michigan, we now had Chico in a full 2-act show. Act 1 was school days and Act 2 musical varieties. "Always leave 'em with a song," Minnie said. "If they go away whistling, you've got a hit." We didn't agree. We thought it would be better to leave 'em with a laugh. The comedy act should close the show, not open it. "Greenbound to that," said Minnie. "The season's first crisis arose when we hit the college town of Ann Arbor. Our tenor, whom we had hired for $25 a week, quit us flat for an act that paid $27.50 a week. His part as the Nance in School Days wouldn't be missed, but his operatic solo was one of the highlights of the musical half of the show. Also, he owned the only tuxedo in the company, and this had added a lot of class. Groucho told Minnie not to worry, he'd sing La Donna e Mobile. That was fine, said Minnie, but what about the tuxedo? Chico had it all figured out. "Fire the piano player in the pit," he said. "I'll play the opera number on the stage piano, and with the dough we save we can rent a tux." Minnie blessed us all and took off for Chicago to go shopping for a new $25 tenor. So Groucho did the tenor's area. Well, he started the area. After about 12 measures, a hysterical, compulsive urge for horseplay crept over him. We all felt it coming on, what with Minnie gone, and he stopped singing. "I don't like your key, Giuseppe," he said to Chico. "How about this key, boss?" said Chico, transposing to C minor. "Worse," said Groucho. "I was standing in the wings, but not for long. This was too much fun to miss out on. I ran on stage and bumped Chico off the stool and began to play the Holy City, the quick-step march variation. Groucho knocked me off. Chico knocked Groucho off. I knocked Chico off. Through the whole wacky round robin, the piano kept being played and Groucho kept singing La Donna e Mobile in double talk Italian. Well, it brought the house down. We kept on clowning all the way to the finish. When we played a 6-hand, 3-key version of Waltz Me Around Again, Willie, Chico on the stool, me sitting on Chico's shoulders, and Groucho crouching behind us, reaching his arms around Chico like tentacles, and all of us singing. We collapsed like a house of cards, jumped up, grabbed our mandolins, and sailed into Peasy Wheezy. We had never had such fun or such an ovation before. We took 7 bows, and there was no need for anybody to sing Dixie. For the first time, our act was reviewed in the paper. The local critic was very flattering. "The frolicsome Marx Brothers with their operatic antics," he wrote, "were a welcome and refreshing change from the usual tired vaudeville act we've been seeing on Main Street." The manager asked if we could play there the rest of the week. Groucho, our spokesman in Minnie's absence, said we might consider it if the price was right. The manager made an offer that was hard to resist. He said he would pay the whole week's rental on the tenor tuxedo. It was a deal. Minnie was terribly depressed when she got off the Michigan Central Milk train the next day. She had beaten all the bushes in Chicago and hadn't flushed a tenor who would leave town for less than $30 a week. We showed her our review and she took heart. Then she said with a delayed take, "What operatic antics?" in the second act. And we told her the whole story truthfully. Minnie had strong opinions and she was stubborn, but she was neither a diehard nor a fool. She thought for a minute, vaguely and wistfully whistling La Donna e Mobile. Then she said, "I told you boys we should never try to be anything but a comedy act. Like I've said time and time again, always leave him with a laugh." She reconsidered briefly and added, "As long as you send him home whistling." Kalamazoo, Michigan, we worked out a compromise with Minnie. The second part of our show would be half clowning and half musical varieties. We patched together an afterpiece, a routine we entitled School Days 20 Years Later, or Mr. Green's Reception. Mr. Green was the new name we gave to the teacher. In the afterpiece, Mr. Green Groucho has retired. On the anniversary of his retirement, he invites his old pupils to a reception at his vine-covered cottage in the country. Patsy, Giuseppe, Izzy, and Mama's boy are grown men now. They have become, it so happens, singers of songs, players of the piano, pluckers of the mandolin, and fun-loving comedians. They give their old teacher a gala entertainment. I think the real reason Minnie capitulated to our doing Mr. Green's reception was that she saw a spot in the act to pin class on. The spot was Mr. Green's cottage. The class she pinned on it was a gross of red paper carnations, $1 a gross wholesale. To be more precise, it was I who pinned the fake flowers on the stage set. I had become very close to Minnie. I was her confidant and her chief assistant in the special effects class department. I spent more time on stage patching flats, touching up the paint job, and wiring on carnations than I did acting or making music. Mr. Green's reception went over just as big as school days. The only trouble we had with it was in Kalamazoo, where we were hired to play a whole week. The Kalamazoo trouble occurred at my entrance. I came on as Patsy, 20 years older, with the same ratty red wig, turtleneck sweater, and blacked-out teeth, but with long pants on, carrying a trash can. Mr. Green, who has miraculously lost his German accent somewhere during the intermission. And who might you be, my good fellow? Patsy. Why, Patsy Brannigan, the garbage man, Mr. Green. Sorry, we don't need any. In Kalamazoo, like every place else, this got a laugh. But because of it, we got fired off the bill. The owner of the theater came back and uttered those fearful words of doom. You're shut. It was hardly our fault. We didn't know the current scandal in Kalamazoo, which was that the theater owner's wife had just run off to Escanaba with a city garbage collector. We were shut, but we still got a good review in the local paper. Minnie read it 6 or 7 times. She closed her eyes and whistled and thought for a while, then said, "Boys, we're ready for a circuit. We've got to go where the big agents can see us." And so back to Chicago. Minnie pasted our Michigan clippings in a scrapbook, tucked the scrapbook under her arm, and took the streetcar downtown where the booking offices were. Right off the bat, she got us booked into a theater called the Thalia in a Polish neighborhood. We played School Days and Mr. Green's reception at the Thalia for 1 week. We got 1 review. It said the so-called Marx Brothers do well, but in the worst kind of act in vaudeville. In other words, they are so good they stink. I don't think any big agents bothered to show up. Minnie's faith was undiminished. The day after we opened, she sent a telegram to Uncle Al, not for money, but for help in the shape of new material. Uncle Al took the train from New York and caught the last night of our stand. He agreed with the reviewer. We were good and our material stunk. Uncle Al sat up all night in the kitchen sketching out a new second act. He kept a few of our old bits of business, but what he concocted was 90% new, including the title. Home Again, he called it. In Home Again, Mr. Green had not only retired to his carnation-covered cottage, but he had somehow gotten rich enough to take a trip abroad, with his swell wife Minnie and his fresh son Gummo. The scene opened with the Greens arriving from Europe. The air was full of streamers, confetti, and Groucho's bilious jokes about seasickness. On the dock to greet the boat were Chico, a waterfront loafer, and me, a waterfront roughneck. I started a fight with Chico. A cop came on to break it up. Chico and I turned on the cop and broke him up. Mr. Green then invites everybody to a reception at his country estate. The curtains parted to reveal the full set, the old carnation-covered cottage, and upstage a huge prop boat. At the finish, there was to be a spectacular special effect. It would be the greatest thing witnessed on a stage, Minnie told Uncle Al with admiration, since Ada Isaacs Mencken last made an entrance on a live white horse, back in 1879. Everybody would pile onto the boat, and the boat, which was mounted on rollers, would glide across the stage while we all sang and all the lights went out except the lights on the deck. It was a far cry from Peasy Weasy. It all sounded great to me except for one thing. Uncle A1 didn't write a single line for me, I protested. Uncle Al said I could add wonderful contrast to the act if I played in pantomime. The hell with that. I would ad-lib all the lines I wanted to, I said. Okay, said Uncle Al. Go right ahead. Kankakee, Illinois. On our shakedown cruise of Home Again, we found that Uncle A1 was not exactly infallible. Some of his New York jokes were not funny at all to Midwest audiences. For example, Mr. Green, this must be the Far Rockaway boat. Mrs. Green, how do you know, Mr. Green, twitching his nostrils, I can smell the herring. It did not go over very big in Kankakee, Illinois about the herring. Champaign, Illinois. The critic in the Champaign-Urbana paper wrote something like, the Marx brother who plays Patsy Brannigan is made up and costumed to a fare-thee-well, and he takes off on an Irish immigrant most amusingly in pantomime. Unfortunately, the effect is spoiled when he speaks. Then he went on to discuss minor points, like the climax of Home Again being the most thrilling scene ever witnessed in Champaign, etc. When I read the review, I knew Uncle A1 had been right. I simply couldn't out-talk Groucho or Chico, and it was ridiculous of me to try. It was a cruel blow to my pride nevertheless. When I announced to Minnie that I would never speak another word on stage, she knew I had been hurt, and she looked at me with sorrow and sympathy. But she didn't say, "Forget it, what does he know?" She said nothing. I went silent. I never uttered another word on stage or in front of a camera as a Marx brother. Belleville, Illinois. Being a full-time pantomimist now, I worked hard thinking up stage business that didn't require spoken lines. I swiped a bulb-type horn off a taxicab and stuck it under my belt before going on and home again. When Chico and I started our fight and the cop clamped on and yanked me off Chico, the horn went honk, and we got a hell of a big new laugh. East St. Louis, Illinois. I created my own personal afterpiece. At the finish of the act, the boat pulled away and sailed across the stage with everybody on board except me. I came following after, swimming, honking my horn like crazy, and spitting out a stream of water with each stroke. Hell of a big new laugh. And so, back to Chicago. After delivering me a serious lecture, the gist of which was Greenbaum, Minnie went downtown once again with the scrapbook. She got us hired to play the Pantages circuit. We had made it a 30-week tour. No more one-night stands, no more haggle for box office percentages, a hotel room every night. The Marx Brothers were on their way, Aurora, Illinois. And here I jumped backwards in my itinerary by a couple or 3 years. The 6 mascots were not doing so hot. Minnie, pondering this, went into Chicago to do something about our depressing condition. The act needed more class badly. But what? In Chicago, Minnie found the answer. It had to do with me. I received a cryptic telegram in Aurora, Illinois. Don't leave town until your shipment arrives by freight. Payments on IT $1 per week. Don't get IT wet, Minnie. I didn't know what to expect. Something for me to put in the act, a new costume, a trained dog, a unicycle. What arrived on the freight car was a monstrous, odd-shaped black box. Inside the monstrous box was the biggest musical instrument I had ever seen, a harp. Chapter 9 Poom Pooms, Pedals and Polka After I had the harp for 2 weeks. It was in the act. Before, when we played the Poom Pooms to accompany a song, the mandolins wanged out the while Groucho did the Poom Pooms on his guitar. Now I did the Poom Pooms on the harp. The harp poom poomed and echoed with re-poom pooms all around the joint. I found out that the price of my harp was $45, $10 of Minnie's money down and $1 of my money per week. This gave me new respect for the instrument. Groucho got new respect for it too. Groucho I could now drown out, his voice, his guitar, or his mandolin anytime I wanted to with a lusty swipe on the harp strings. Gadsden, Alabama. After a year of hunt and pick, ponder and pluck and trial and error, I played my first solo on the harp. Annie Laurie. I got a big hand and a demand for an encore. The only encore I could think of was doing Annie Laurie over again, with fancy long swoops on the strings. I didn't know yet that these were called glissandos between phrases of the melody. The presence of the harp alone and not the harpist, had raised our average monthly income by $5. Once again Minnie had gambled and hit a winner. The odds were right by Chico's law. $4 a month for payments, $5 a month return. Little Rock, Arkansas. For the first time I played solid chords as well as a line of melody and swooping glissandos in my exclusive new harp arrangement of the sextet from Lucia. From the audience I got respectful applause. From Groucho I got dirty looks. St. Joseph, Missouri. On the way from the theater to the pool room I stopped in my tracks when I saw a display in a 10-cent store window. In the middle of the display was a framed picture of an angel sitting on a cloud and playing a harp. What stopped me was the fact that the angel in the picture had the harp leaning against her right, not her left shoulder. Since nobody had ever told me otherwise, I had been playing with mine against the wrong shoulder. That was my first harp lesson. I switched the instrument to the other side, the right side, and felt a lot more professional. Belated thanks F.W. Woolworth for the tip. Muskogee, Oklahoma. A harpist I was beginning to learn had problems that nobody else had, not even a tuba player or a string bass player. A tuba had no strings, a string bass you could carry with you on a trolley car. The harp, when plucked politely, has a soft tone that doesn't carry very far. A harpist has to have total silence when he plays a serious piece or he won't be heard at all. I found that audiences were usually aware of this and very cooperative. This wasn't always true, however, of other performers on the bill. Sharing the bill with us in Muskogee, or maybe it was someplace in Kansas, was an escape artist, a limp little Hungarian who let his wife, a husky Cherokee Indian, tie him up in knots. His act was to wiggle free of the ropes, which had been tied, of course, in deceptive breakaway knots, in time to a chorus of the prisoner's song. Well, the theater here was so small that in the wings at stage left there was only room for a toilet, nothing more. In the pianissimo part of my sextet from Lucia, I heard a funny noise that didn't come from the harp. I looked off stage. The Hungarian escape artist was sitting on the can, facing me with the toilet door open. I was so stunned by this sight I stopped playing. In that moment of silence, the guy flushed the can. It was a sound heard round the theater, all the way back to the top of the balcony. The audience, not knowing but what it was a special effect on the harp, burst into applause. I got even. On Saturday night, the escape artist asked if I wouldn't please take his wife's place so she could get their baby ready to make the train. I was very happy to oblige him. I went on stage during his act and tied him up with my kind of knots. When they finally brought the curtain down, he was still grunting and writhing on the floor. He couldn't get free from knot number 1. They had to drag him offstage by his feet and cut him loose with a jackknife. This was a kind of aggravation that angel harpists never had to put up with. Laredo, Texas. In Laredo, we shared the bill with one of the saddest vaudeville acts I ever saw, the musical Cow Milkers. It was a team. The guy led a live cow on stage, and while his wife, in sunbonnet and pinafore, squatted on a stool and milked the cow, they sang duets. After opening night, the manager fired them. They would be replaced on the bill, he said, with a second solo by the Marx boy who wears the wig and plays the big zither or whatever you call it. The male half of the musical Cow Milkers was very bitter about being fired. He walked across the border to Mexico and got drunk and mailed a dead rabbit to the Laredo theater manager. Minnie came down with a sudden attack of loyalty and motherly love. Mr. and Mrs. Musical Cow Milker had 3 small children. Minnie went to bat for them. She yelled and wept and begged for the couple to be rehired. At length her eloquence swayed the theater manager. All right, he said. I'll take him back. I'll put him on in place of the Marx Brothers. You're closed, Youngstown, Ohio. By now my harp had racked up a lot of mileage and taken a lot of mauling in and out of baggage cars, delivery wagons, hotels, and theaters. It was aging prematurely. The post was getting wobbly and warps and cracks were setting in. What happened to it on my retreat from Youngstown, Ohio, didn't help a bit. Youngstown is one city I remember clearly. Something unexpected happened every time I played there. Between shows during our first date in Youngstown, I went to an auction at a jewelry store. The jeweler happened to be a friend of Chico's, and he knocked me down a ring I took a fancy to for $2. I just happened to feel it was a good luck piece. It had better be, I thought, because when I put it on I couldn't get it off. When we finished the show on Saturday night, the manager came back and said it was the mayor's birthday and we were all invited to his birthday party. We didn't feel like partying. We wanted a good night's sleep before the jump to Indianapolis, so we politely declined. But the mayor was insistent. He had the police chief back a paddy wagon up to the stage door and herd us in. Like it or not, we were going to the mayor's birthday party. My memory of that night is not clear. I had 2 drinks, the first 2 drinks of my life, and I got very drunk. I remember Chico getting a crap game going. I remember dodging the mayor's wife, who took quite a shine to me. When she got me trapped in the pantry, the police chief came to my rescue. The next thing I remember is being driven home by 2 cops, along with a dame I had never seen before. This dame was a lot more predatory than the mayor's wife, but it was not my virile charm she was after. She was after my $2 ring. The dame must have grappled for half the night trying to get it off. In the morning the ring was still on my finger and she was gone. The rest of the troupe were also gone. On the train to Indianapolis, I got a great idea. Why not drive to Indianapolis instead of taking the train? I bought a second-hand Model T touring car, loaded the harp onto the back seat, cranked up and chugged off into the sunset. It was a rugged journey, to put it mildly. The old Ford struggled on the best it could, straining through axle-deep ruts, crunching over rocky creek bottoms, slogging through mud holes and pounding over potholes. Everything that could go wrong with a Model T went wrong with mine. I pushed it and cranked it and kicked it. I coaxed it and I cursed it, and somehow I nursed it before it gasped its last dying chug into Indianapolis. It was a feat I would have been proud of, except that my harp had taken the worst beating of its life, on the back seat of the Ford. For the dough I squandered on the car, had to sell it for junk. I could have bought a brand new harp. Somewhere north of Mobile, Alabama, we were making the Saturday night Pullman jump from Montgomery to Mobile. About 4 o'clock in the morning I woke up with a hell of a jolt. We had stopped moving. The train had jumped the tracks. When we piled out of our car, we saw that the wreck was a pretty bad one. The Pullman was intact, but the baggage car and the forward coach for colored passengers had been badly bashed, and people were screaming with pain up ahead. We pitched in to give whatever first aid we could. Within an hour, 2 insurance company adjusters appeared on the scene. They went down the line of the injured, getting them to sign releases by making spot cash settlements. Bad bruise $1, gashed face $2, broken arm $5, broken leg $10, and so on. Once anybody signed, naturally, he no longer had the right to sue the railroad and get a fair settlement for his injury. I suddenly remembered my harp. I got to the baggage car before the adjusters did. The case was smashed to splinters, but the harp itself didn't show a bit of new damage, which was a miracle. But nobody paid off on miracles, so I heaved the harp off the car onto the tracks. There was now no doubt it had been through a disastrous wreck. The harp was a wreck itself. The insurance man came along, inspected it, and asked me what the replacement value was. $45, I told him. He handed me a release to sign. The rule is 50%, he said, but you look like a nice young fellow. I'll pay you $25. Minnie caught me on the point of signing the release. She grabbed the pen from my hand and gave it back to the adjuster. "You don't pull that on us," she said. "We're getting a lawyer to handle this matter." The insurance man said, "Damn Yankees." Mobile, Alabama, Minnie went shopping for a local lawyer to sue the railroad. She found one. He examined the harp and the case and said he'd handle the lawsuit on a contingency basis. The railroad settled right away. After giving the lawyer his cut, our share of the settlement was $200. And that is how I came to get a new harp, my first really good harp with pedals and everything. I resolved to treat it better than I had my old $45 model. I would play it on the right shoulder from the start. I would learn to tune it right. All I knew about tuning the harp was that I was tuning it wrong. I would learn to use the pedals and play it in other keys besides E-flat. And I would never take it for a ride in a Model T Ford. Rockford, Illinois, we were on the Pantages circuit, playing a couple of local spots before making the great swing to the west coast and back through Canada. In Rockford, the four of us and a monologist named Art Fisher started up a game of 5-card stud between shows. At that time, there was a very popular comic strip called Nako the Monk, and as a result, there was a rash of stage names that ended in O. On every bill, there would be at least one Bingo, Zingo, Sako, Jumpo, or Bumpo. There must have been a couple of them on the bill with us in Rockford, and we must have been making cracks about them, because when Art Fisher started dealing a poker hand, he said, "A whole card for Harpo." A card for Chico, one for now that he'd committed himself. He had to pass O names all around the table. The first two had been simple. I played the harp and my older brother chased the chicks. For a moment, Art was stuck. Then he continued the deal. A card for Groucho, he carried his dough in a grouch bag, and finally a card for Gummo. He had a gumshoe way of prowling around backstage and sneaking up on people. We stuck with the gag handles for the rest of the game, and that we thought was that. It wasn't. We couldn't get rid of them. We were Chico, Harpo, Groucho, and Gummo for the rest of the week, the rest of the season, and the rest of our lives. Later, when we decided to make it official and have our Art Fisher names put on the program, the typesetter made a mistake and left the K out of Chico. The power of the printed word being what it is, Chico is the way it has been spelled ever since. Still later, Gummo left the act and was replaced by Herbie, the baby of the family. Herbie, since he was always chinning himself and practicing acrobatics, we named Zippo. Mr. Zippo was the star of a famous trained chimpanzee act. Our Zippo understandably felt that we were being very unflattering, and he insisted on spelling his stage name Zeppo. You never could tell what you might be dealt in a poker game in those days, through darkest Kansas on the Rock Island line. It was while touring the Pantages time that I became a full-fledged gambling man. With the rest of the company, we traveled the whole season in a private railroad car. This was not a Pullman but a tourist car with hard woven straw seats. There was nothing deluxe about it. Still, it was a happy home between stands for 30-some people. In the car, we ate, read, wrote letters, made love, argued, fought, rehearsed, and sometimes slept, but most of the time played cards. The air was forever full of smoke and the jingle of money. Our car was treated with very little respect by the railroads. It was bumped and jerked and shuttled around and often left forgotten on sidings miles from anywhere. We never deboarded at a station like civilians. We would wind up in freight yards along with pig iron, sheep, and cattle, where there was nobody to tote trunks and baggage except the owners. Poker was the big game in the car, and we had some mighty wild, sleepless jumps on the Pantages time. One season, there was a guy named Mons Herbert in the company. Mons used to set a dinner table on the stage and play the anvil chorus by blowing knives and forks against each other. For finish, he would blow up a prop roast turkey and deflate it in such a way that it played, "Oh, Dry Those Tears" out of its rump. It wasn't his lung power we admired Mons Herbert for, however, as much as his gold teeth. He had a dazzling mouthful of gold. Because of this, he was our favorite poker player. He never knew it, but he flashed signals every time he picked up a hand. If he showed 2 gold teeth, we knew he held 3 of a kind or maybe 2 pairs. 3 gold teeth, a straight, 4 a flush. When he didn't open his mouth and no teeth showed, you knew he held nothing and any pair could beat him. On the Pantages, we were paid off each week by the local manager, and we all had cash in our pockets during the jump to the next date. Still, I never bet for very high stakes. Like Groucho, I continued to send most of my dough home to Minnie. Chico was just as loyal and well-meaning as Groucho and I, but he apparently didn't trust the United States mails, because what he sent home to Minnie were mainly IOUs. Butte, Montana. On Monday nights in Butte, Montana, a special section of the house was reserved for the local prostitutes and madams. You could always be sure of a wonderful audience on Monday nights in Butte. With them, you could do nothing wrong. If anybody blew up or missed a cue or pulled a boner, they loved that too. I never did, but my dog once did. He was a big Airedale named Denver after the town I'd picked him up in. Denver was very devoted to me. I had to shut him in my dressing room during our act or else he'd follow me on stage. I could never convince Denver that the Marx Brothers were not a dog act. Once this time in Butte, Denver got loose while I was watching the class act on the bill, a ballet troupe from the wings. Looking for me, he wandered on stage. One of the dancers tried to shoo him off, but Denver was in no hurry. He had some important business to take care of first. He ambled over to the easel that stood next to the proscenium arch. In the rosy glow of the easel spotlight, he lifted his leg and did his business, all over the card reading Danse Orientale. From the way the chippies hollered and screamed, it was the greatest finish any ballet ever had. The manager didn't agree with the audience. He fined me $5 and made me keep Denver tied up outside the stage door at all times. Elko, Nevada. It was along about here that I first worked out my going under the carpet bit. In the scene, I was being chased by a cop. I couldn't find any place to hide. Desperate, I lifted up the edge of the rug, and as the audience saw it, slid under it feet first, on my back, and vanished completely as if I'd turned into a sheet of cardboard. Not the slightest bulge showed in the carpet. The stunt never failed to rock an audience, especially if, when I could get away with it in some of the rougher towns out west, I poked a finger through a hole in the carpet. The trick, of course, was in the way the stage had been prepared before the act. The floor the carpet was spread on was not the real floor, but was built up by using parallels or platform boxes. Under the middle of the carpet, there was a gap between parallels, covered with a canvas set piece. It was into this slot that I slid to make my astounding disappearance. San Francisco. As we hit San Francisco, so did the rain. My God, how it rained. I got soaked going to the theater, so after the matinee I went out to buy a raincoat at the first place I could find. The first place I could find was a hawk shop. I bought a dapper-looking second-hand trench coat for $3. It may have looked dapper on the rack, but on me, I found out after I bought it, it hung like a tent. What the hell, at that price I didn't care what it looked like so long as it kept the rain off. I ran back to the theater and hung it in the backstage john to dry. When I put it on after the evening show, the coat fell apart at the seams. I was sore as hell. I sloshed over to the hawk shop in the tattered, flapping trench coat to get my $3 back. By the time I got there, I wasn't sore any longer. I always have trouble staying angry for more than 5 minutes at anybody over anything. So I left the hawk shop not with my $3 back, but with my unstitched trench coat and a clarinet I had just bought for $6.50. So that it wouldn't be a total loss, I wore the coat in the act the next day. It was a natural. I couldn't have come up with a better comedy coat if I'd had one custom made. It was perfect with my battered plug hat, ratty wig, and underslung pants with the clothesline belt. I lined the trench coat with huge panels and pockets, enough room to stash half a trunk's worth of props in. I was highly pleased with my purchase and with the foresight I had shown by selecting it out of all the raincoats in San Francisco. Seattle. A violin player named Sali Salashki joined the company. He was a hell of a fiddler, but he had one shortcoming. He could only play naturals, no accidentals. He tried to teach himself, but he had some kind of a block against sharps and flats, and simply couldn't master them. This cut down his repertoire and therefore his billing considerably and made him very unhappy. I showed Sali how it was done on the harp with pedals, and he was almost sick with envy. I felt sorry for him. There wasn't much I could do for Sali then, but I swore that when I got back to Chicago, I would case the music stores for a violin with pedals. And if I found one I would buy it and send it to him. For all I know, Sali is still hopefully waiting for the fiddle with pedals on it. Fargo, North Dakota. As the season neared the end, we all got bored with ourselves, our act, and the rest of the company. 30 weeks was a long time. It was Groucho who cracked under the strain first. Groucho was filling in for the MC, who'd been fired off the bill. He introduced the Creole fashion plate, a female impersonator, as the queer old fashion plate, whereupon Groucho was fired off the bill. The most fascinating performer I knew in those days was a dame named Metcalf, who was a female impersonator. To maintain the illusion and keep her job, she had to be a male impersonator when she wasn't on. On stage she wore a wig which she would remove at the finish, revealing her mannish haircut. "Fooled you," she would boom at the audience in her husky baritone. Then she would stride off to her dressing room and change back to men's clothes. She fooled every audience she played to, and most of the managers she worked for, but her secret was hard to keep from the rest of the company. Every time she went to the men's room, half the guys on the bill would pile in after her. And so back to Chicago. Home was the weary footsore trooper, home from the distant provinces. Summer was a-coming and all was well with the world. Minnie was in the living room pasting up her scrapbook. Frenchie was in the kitchen cooking sauerkraut and ribs. And Grandpa was on the porch rocking in his chair watching the automobiles go by and calling out the makes aloud. Fort, Maxfeld, Fort, Dodge, SH Stutz, Packard, Maxfeld, Fort. This was the second summer of the First World War. Gummo was the only one of us to be called up in the draft, and he was serving with the Army at a camp near Chicago. I was serving with Chico in a card room in the back of a cigar store on 45th Street. Actually, there were 2 cigar stores at that location, with 2 card rooms back to back. This proved to be a most fortunate arrangement. There was a city law that all games had to cease at 1 o'clock in the morning. Late this night, I was playing Pinochle in one card room and Chico was playing in the adjoining place. At 5 minutes to 1, Chico's game broke up and he came over to kibitz me. I had just been dealt a fabulous hand in spades and I had the bid 400 points. The curfew was creeping up on me and I began to sweat. If I lost this hand, I'd be broke for the rest of the summer. Chico gave my cards a quick look over my shoulder. He signaled me to stall, then moseyed around the table and out of the room by the back way. I stalled. Half a minute later I was wanted on the telephone. It was Chico calling from next door. "Blank your ace of diamonds," he said, "and lead the jack of trump." In his brief amble around the card table, Chico had memorized all the opposing hands. He told me exactly how to play. I rushed back and followed his instructions, and on the stroke of 1 o'clock I hauled in the stakes in the kitty. The only guy who was a match for Chico at Pinochle was a Chicago character named Pete Penovich. Pete had wonderful looks, a natural disguise for a gambler. He was a big 6-footer but baby-faced, with sleepy eyes and a shock of prematurely white hair. He looked like an overgrown, lazy kid, but he was far from lazy. He had the busiest mind I ever encountered, and a photographic memory to go with it. When he played, he demanded total concentration and never tolerated so much as an ash tray on the table to distract him. Pete won at gambling any way he could, fair means or foul, and managed to make more than a few enemies over the years. Even when I first knew him, when he was in his early 20s, he would never sit with his back to a door. I remember the first time I ate out with Pete. When his stack of wheat cakes came, he lifted the one on top and ate the second flapjack first. By force of habit, he was unable to deal even wheat cakes from the top of the deck. Later on, when Pete was one of Al Capone's bodyguards, he got in a bad jam. His mouthpiece advised him to get out of town, way out of town, until the heat was off. "Okay," said Penovich, "I'll go on a hunting trip." "Great," said the lawyer. "Where'll you go?" "Milwaukee." "Milwaukee. What the hell are you going to hunt in Milwaukee?" "Oh," said Pete, "cats, dogs, whatever they got around there." For a while he ran a gambling casino in Chicago. When he first opened, he showed me his layout. He was really proud of the joint. His roulette wheel alone, he said, could pay the nut. It was rigged so the house couldn't lose, even if the players had every number covered. If that ever happened, he said, the pill would jump off the wheel, hop out the door, and roll down Michigan Avenue. Pete used to come around to the house and shoot pool with us, sometimes with his friend Nick the Greek. Our basement was in a continuous uproar. Everybody shot pool in those days, even Grandpa, who was nearly 100 years old. Grandpa never had to wear glasses, and he continued to smoke his pipe, roll his own cigars, call out the cars, and shoot pool right up to the end. The only one of us who couldn't tolerate the mad life day in and day out was Groucho. Groucho had to have privacy to read. For hours at a time, he would read in his Elgin Roadster parked on 33rd Street. Once he finished a book sitting in his car in a garage while it was hoisted up on chains being repaired. To be truthful, life was not all pool and Pinochle for the rest of us either. We played for a lot of army camps that summer, and long before the summer was over, Minnie got the bug again. It was time for a better circuit. It was time for her boys' next rise in class. Once again, Minnie did it. She got us a week's booking into one of the best showcases in town, the Wilson Avenue Theater. The Wilson was under Albee management, and it paid the same scale as the Chicago Palace. E.F. Albee was the all-powerful emperor of big-time vaudeville who ruled from a throne room above the New York Palace, the Palace. After our run at the Wilson, we were signed for 30 weeks on the Orpheum circuit. This was it. We had risen in class as far as we could go, short of playing the Palace itself. The Marx Brothers were on the big time. Chapter 10, But Can You Carry It on the Chief? W.E. headed west for our first swing on the Orpheum time aboard the Santa Fe Chief. Being greenhorns, we listened to the veterans on the train. One thing you should always remember, they told us, no matter how rich you got. The cardinal rule on the Orpheum was, never buy anything you can't put on the chief. I already knew about this. When we were signing for the tour, the guy in the front office said to me, "But what about the harp?" "What do you mean, what about the harp?" I said. "I mean," he said, "can you carry it on the chief?" I told the guy where I had hold a harp. Through all kinds of weather, through wrecks and washouts, on all kinds of freight cars and baggage cars. I never made a jump without it and never lost it. I knew a guy on the Panage's time, I said, who lost a coffin with his wife's body in it, but I never lost my harp. Another greenhorn on the chief was the fiddle player from Waukegan, whom we had broken up so badly the night Chico first joined the act. He now called himself Ben Benny, and was half of the musical act Benny and Woods. Benny didn't know what kind of a living hell he was headed for. For 30 solid weeks he had to follow the Marx Brothers on the bill. Hollywood, California. While I was playing the Orpheum in Los Angeles, the boys convinced me I should try for a job in the movies. I was a natural for silent pictures, they said. I didn't talk anyway, and I was pretty good at stunts and pratfalls. I was given a screen test by some assistant director at MGM. I flunked it. The guy didn't even say, "Wait until you hear from us." He said, "Get out of here and don't come back." Like any rubberneck tourists, we tried to get into the Douglas Fairbanks studio to watch the leaping, dashing, swashbuckling Fairbanks shoot a picture. We couldn't get past the gate. There was a high stucco wall around the studio, no chance of sneaking in. But Groucho wouldn't give up. He plunked himself down on the sidewalk facing the studio wall. "Let's sit here for a while," he said. "Maybe he'll jump this way." We sat for a long time, but Doug never jumped our way. Lately on the road, I had been seeing lots of movies, but Fairbanks I only saw if I couldn't find a Chaplin picture playing anywhere. Charlie Chaplin was my idea of comic genius. I would watch a Chaplin picture 4, 5, or 6 times over. What an artist. I had a chance now to see some of the great acts in vaudeville too. I think my all-time favorite was Blossom Seeley. Now there was a gal with class. She was one of the first to carry her own lighting with her. She was said to have been the first artist to use the dramatic effect of an overhead baby spotlight. Once when a dancer on the bill heard this, he sniffed and said, "Why, Leonardo da Vinci used an overhead baby 400 years ago in The Last Supper." I also saw some pretty unusual artists while traveling on the Orpheum. I think the most original were Collins and Hart, who featured a cat that blew a whistle. On this point, George Burns, that erudite historian of vaudeville, agrees wholeheartedly. "Nobody ever stole that act," he said. "Montreal, Quebec. Here I ran into the inimitable Wingy Tuttle, part-time jewelry salesman and full-time character. 'You don't want to stay in a hotel,' Wingy told me. 'Come over and stay with me. I'm living with some friends here. They won't mind if you move in the apartment too.' I thanked him, and after the show I went to the address he had given me. Right away, Wingy and his friends invited me to join them for a late dinner. It was a good, home-cooked dinner. Then after dinner, half a dozen girls came trooping in. Staying here, I said to myself, was going to be a lot better than 2 weeks in a hotel. Then a Chinese kid came in the apartment, and the next thing I knew, all the guests, Wingy and his friends and the girls and all, were sitting in a circle on the floor. The Chinese kid started cooking something over a little alcohol burner. He put the stuff he cooked into a pipe and started passing the pipe around the circle. I had taken lodgings in an opium den. I stayed there nevertheless until our show closed, and it was a lot better than any hotel. No wild chases in the corridor, no fights or noisy poker games. All night, everybody but me sat on the floor smoking the pipe and talking in low voices. It was the most peaceful place I ever stayed in. When it came time to leave Montreal, Wingy said he'd like to buy me a going-away present. I told him he'd done enough for me already, forget it. I knew that he had to live by his wits and that sometimes his supply ran low, but Wingy insisted. He had to send me off in style. Before train time, he took me into Jaeger's, a shop that sold expensive Scotch woolens. He had the clerks in Jaeger's going crazy, filling the order for my going-away assortment. A cashmere overcoat, 2 cashmere suits, 2 dozen argyle socks, sweaters, trousers, neckties and shirts, all the best, the very best. Wingy paused to ask me casually when my train pulled out. I told him in 12 minutes. He turned to the manager and said, "I want everything altered and pressed and packed and delivered to Mr. Marx's Pullman car in 11 minutes. When the manager said that this would be quite impossible, Wingy blew his top. He rose up to his full height and pounded on the counter and shouted, "Do you know what this means, my good man? This means I am forced to cancel the whole order. That ain't all. I and Mr. Marx will never again so help us put on another stitch of Scotch-type goods." He hauled me out of the shop and hailed a taxi to rush us to the station. At the station, he insisted he should at least pay the cab fare, but then he found he had left home without a nickel on him. I slipped him a 5-spot. Wingy said he was ashamed to take it. But he took it only, he said, because he knew I would understand, being such a good pal, the embarrassing spot in which he found himself in. It was the most beautiful touch I was ever a victim of. Yet I regarded, and still regard, Wingy Tuttle's show in Jaeger's as a gesture of true friendship. It was the only way he knew how to express his affection, and it took real guts to carry it off. I never had a nicer send-off from anywhere. New York City. One of our great contemporary heroes was Benny Leonard, the lightweight champion of the world. Show people and fighters always seem to have a great affinity for each other. With Benny Leonard, we felt a special bond. He was also from the east side of New York, and he was no bigger than we were. When we were on the Orpheum time, we often crossed paths with Leonard, who was making a tour doing exhibition bouts. We caught each other's shows and spent all our free time horsing around together. He let us take turns sparring with him, and we taught Benny some of our stage routines. Benny's manager and constant companion was Billy Gibson, the hustler and operator who later handled Gene Tunney. Gibson, one story was, had been set up in business and given a percentage of Benny Leonard by the notorious Arnold Rothstein. There were a lot of stories about Billy Gibson, who was an irrepressible little butterball. Once he was having a drink with some friends in a speakeasy. Another patron, beefy and drunk, came over and asked if he was Benny Leonard's manager. Gibson said proudly that he was. The drunk said it was nothing to be proud of. He could lick that Jew boy with one punch. Gibson put down his drink. He challenged the stranger to say that again. The stranger said it again. Gibson hauled back and cut loose a roundhouse right smack on the other guy's jaw. It was like hitting a rock. The drunk just stood there and gave him a wink. "Well," said Billy, "maybe you could," and went back to his drink, nursing his sore hand. It was Billy who came up with the proposal that the Marx Brothers and Benny Leonard go on tour together. Right away we agreed. So now we were in New York again, getting ready to go on the road in the Benny Leonard troupe. Benny had commissioned Herman Timberg to write a new act for us. The result was On the Mezzanine, an act which lasted an hour and was practically a show in itself. It was in On the Mezzanine that I first did a piece of business that was to be my favorite for many years. The scene was a hotel suite. A good-looking girl is on the phone. "But how will I know you?" she asks, then says, "Oh, you'll be wearing a brown suit with a white carnation." Enter Groucho, Chico, and me, all in brown suits with white carnations. We have overheard the conversation at the other end of the phone. On our heels, the hotel dick comes in. "The hotel's silver has been stolen," he says, and a witness reported that a guy in a brown suit with a white carnation pulled the job. He grills Groucho and Chico, gets nothing but gags. He turns to me and says, "You've got an honest face. You don't want to be a crook, do you?" I nod my head yes. "You just stay away from these other two guys," he says. "They'll only get you into trouble." I make a contrite face, stick out my lower lip, and shake my head. Impressed by sparing me from a life of crime, the detective shakes my hand. A knife falls out of my sleeve and bounces on the floor. The detective shakes harder. 3 more knives fall out. Intrigued, he shakes my other hand. Half a dozen knives clatter to the stage. He shakes both hands and still more silver comes spilling out. When I first did the bit, I had 20 pieces up my sleeves. I eventually worked up to dropping 300 knives, with a silver coffee pot tumbling out of my coat for a finish. We tried out On the Mezzanine in a neighborhood theater on 14th Street and knew we had a winner. Benny Leonard packed up his gloves and I packed up my knives, and on the road we went. St. Paul, Minnesota. I worked out a new refinement on the knife-dropping gag. I would single out a dame in the audience, sitting down front. All the time the detective was shaking the cutlery out of my sleeves, I would give this dame a frozen stare, kind of a modified Gookie. The dame I singled out this night in St. Paul fainted dead away when I began to stare at her. We had to stop the show. I felt terrible. I jumped down into the orchestra pit where the ushers had carried the lady. When she came to and opened her eyes and saw me leaning over her, she fainted again. Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The only complaint we ever got from the public over our material was while we were on the road with Benny Leonard. At one point in On the Mezzanine, Groucho, Chico, and I can't remember what it had to do with the scene, limped across the stage in a parody of The Spirit of 76. A committee of professional patriots complained to the theater manager that this was disrespectful to Old Glory and the great traditions of the USA and should be cut from the show. So far as I know, it was the only time we ever offended anybody. We never worked dirty. We never used any Jewish expressions on stage. Our comedy may have been broad and pretty hokey at times, but it was clean. We never resorted to a bedroom or bathroom double entendre, as a lot of comics did to get a laugh out of a tough audience. And so, back to New York. With the Benny Leonard troupe disbanded, we thought we'd try our luck working out of New York City. I had been having attacks of tonsillitis off and on for months now. It was a good thing I didn't have to use my voice on stage, because half the time I didn't have any voice, and I decided now was a good time to have my tonsils removed. Chico said he knew just the doctor for me. This guy was good and the price was right, $32.50, and ask no questions. Chico could dig up a bargain in any line you wanted to name, from wholesale haberdashery to cut-rate tonsillectomies. I called the number he gave me, and the doctor made an immediate appointment for the operation. The office was up in Harlem in the basement of a private house. When I got inside, I heard the doctor's voice, but I couldn't see him. He was standing behind his desk. He was a dwarf. He sat me in a Morris chair and told me to open my mouth and relax. He put on a kitchen apron, got a wooden box, stood on the box, took some instruments out of his apron pocket and went to work. When he clipped the first tonsil, he slipped and fell off the box. He picked up his instrument from under the Morris chair, wiped it off on the apron, climbed back on the box, and clipped the other tonsil. He told me I'd better lie down on the bed for a while before I went home. He put away his operating room equipment, the bloody apron and the wooden box, then returned carrying a big portfolio. "Now I have here something you might be interested in," he said. "You don't have to talk, just nod or shake your head." As he opened the portfolio, he said, "I do etchings, very fine etchings." He held up a picture of a naked guy chasing a naked broad across the Central Park Mall. "Like this one?" he said. I shrugged. "Tell you what I'll do," said the little doctor. "This beautiful etching is worth $10 at least, but it's yours for $2.50. $35 pays for the operation and the $10 etching." I don't remember if I bought the etching or not. I only remember that I got out of there as fast as I could as soon as I stopped bleeding. It was, to say the least, a startling piece of surgery. The most startling thing about it is that ever since that afternoon in the Harlem basement, no doctor has ever looked at my throat, without admiring the job that had been done on my tonsils. Once a specialist in Beverly Hills said, "There's only one surgeon who could have done such beautiful work." He was right, but he was also wrong. The surgeon he was thinking of was not a dwarf who had to stand on a box to operate. Minnie came east to get her boys rolling again. The time had come to push the Marx Brothers up to the absolute pinnacle, the palace. We were famous in Albuquerque, Butte, and Kankakee, and even in Chicago and L.A. Now we had to become famous in New York City. Minnie stormed the Citadel, but the best she could get for us, with all her clippings and fast talk, was third on the bill at the Albee Theater up in Boston. We decided to take it. Boston. We were a much bigger hit than the last time we played Boston as the Four Nightingales, the night the guy spit tobacco juice on me in the old Howard. In fact, we were such a hit that the Boston manager telephoned E.F. Albee, the emperor himself, to report on us. Albee gave him an order: make the Marx Brothers the headliners on the bill. When the manager came to tell us the good news, he said, "Where the hell have you fellows been?" We could have told him, but it would have taken all night and half the next day. Saturday night, we got a wire from the Albee office, telling us we were booked for 2 weeks in New York City, 1 week at the Royal and 1 week at the Palace. The Palace. We were zooming now and nothing could stop us, and so back to New York. We were taken in tow by a guy named Murdoch, Albee's chief of staff. Murdoch had a passion for honey. He had pots of honey on his desk and he carried a jar of honey in his pocket. But no matter how much he ate, it didn't seem to affect his disposition. He was paid to be tough to actors. Murdoch told us we were a very lucky act before we went on stage at the Royal. Mr. Albee had great confidence in us to have booked us into the palace sight unseen. So now he said we'd better go out there and give him hell and prove the boss's judgment was right. Well, we went out there on the stage of the Royal and we were a dismal flop. The audience was predominantly Jewish. They had come thinking we were a Jewish act. From the moment Groucho came on and made jokes in English instead of Yiddish, they sat on their hands. All of our relatives turned out to see us too. When not one of them was mentioned once in our act, they all got sore, and when we came out for bows, they sat on their hands. Murdoch didn't bother to come backstage after the show. He and the rest of the front office boys had left the theater by the front door. Before we had gotten out of costume, we got the fatal call. We were canceled out of the palace. Minnie wouldn't give up. She flew over to headquarters and bearded Murdoch in his den. She cited the record, she quoted reviews, she explained, and she apologized. She pleaded and begged and wheedled and fussed and fumed and ranted and raved. Murdoch fled into the inner office for an emergency transfusion of honey. When he came out, Minnie started in on him all over again. He had met his match. He gave in. It was the only way he could get Minnie out of his office. The Marx Brothers could play a week at the palace, he said, but they would have to open the bill. The opening act was the floor mat of vaudeville. If you opened the bill, your status was only slightly higher than that of the ushers. For an established act, this could be suicide. Minnie said we'd do it. The palace was the palace. We'd show them. The Palace, New York. We opened the bill at the palace. For the first 6 or 7 minutes, our act was a total waste, while the audience, notorious latecomers at the palace, got seated. Then the laughs began to come. We finished in a riot. Murdoch had been watching from the back of the house like a vulture. When we went off, he came back to our dressing room. "Maybe," he said begrudgingly, "you aren't as bad as you looked at the Royal." We were moved up to third on the bill. We got such a reception that the next act raised a stink with the management. It was unfair to follow the Marx Brothers, the way we got the audience all riled up. We were moved to the first spot after the intermission. Then we got complaints from the next 2 acts that came on after us. Before the week was over, we were closing the show where nobody had to follow us. We were held over for a second week. In the middle of the week, Frenchie arrived from Chicago, in a style befitting the father of the newest stars of New York vaudeville, on the 20th Century Limited, with a lower berth all to himself. Frenchie had come, as it turned out, not only to bask in our new glory, but to resume his old job as laugh starter. He thought he was doing us a favor. We tried to explain that while it had been helpful for somebody to start the audience laughing back in Fargo or Muskogee, we really didn't need a laugh starter at the palace. Nevertheless, Frenchie watched all our performances from the middle of the house. He didn't have to start any laughs, but he did meet some interesting people. One matinee, he sat next to a guy who kept shaking his head during the act. Frenchie asked him what his trouble was. The guy said he was feeling sorry for the boy on the stage, the one with the red curly hair who played on the harp. Why did he feel sorry for him? Why, because the poor boy couldn't talk, he was a mute. And it was a crime and a shame to make a kid with an affliction like that work in vaudeville and make a fool of himself in front of the public. Frenchie reassured him that it was all part of the act. Off the stage, Harpo could talk. He was perfectly normal. The stranger knew better. That kid up there was a mute, you could tell from the way he behaved. Frenchie was getting hot under the collar. He was about to reveal who he was when the guy said, "You wouldn't like to make a little bet on it, would you, Mac?" Indeed, Frenchie would. $1 even money, the guy wanted to know. Frenchie considered this carefully. He was a wild pinochle player, but he was a very timid bettor. $1 was a lot to gamble at even money. Frenchie shook his head. "I'll give you 2 to 1, the guy said. Frenchie thought, what would Chico say? Chico would say the price wasn't right. Frenchie shook his head. The guy was pretty sure of himself now. He raised the odds again and again. Finally, Frenchie agreed they had a bet at 5 to 1. For a price like that, he could take a chance. "How are we going to prove it so you'll know I'm right?" the guy asked, and Frenchie said they would go backstage after the show and talk to Harpo. "They won't let us go backstage at the palace," the guy said, and Frenchie said, "Sure, why not?" The two of them came into the dressing room after the show. "Harpo," said Frenchie, "I want you to meet a friend of mine." I shook hands with the stranger and said that any friend of my father's was a friend of mine. The stranger laughed. He handed Frenchie a 5-spot and said it was a dirty trick, but it was worth it if I'd give him my autograph. Frenchie couldn't understand why the fellow called it a dirty trick. It was a legal bet, they had shook hands on it, and he had won it fair and square. Chico, when he heard the full story, was never prouder of his father. We decided that since we were successes now, we would pension off Minnie and send her back to Chicago with Frenchie. If anybody ever had, Minnie had earned herself a permanent vacation. The Emperor's Throne Room, New York. The first Marx brother to get in trouble after Minnie's retirement was me. Frank Fay, the famous monologist and MC, was staging a series of shows he called Sunday concerts in out-and-out defiance of Albie's monopoly. Fay wasn't the most popular guy in vaudeville, but we all admired him for this. It took a lot of guts to buck the empire. One day during our run at the palace, Fay called me up and asked if I would appear on one of his concerts as a single, since he knew that any act working for Albie was forbidden to play for him. I told him I'd be glad to. I didn't see any harm in it. What difference would it make? I was on the program as Arthur Marx, not Harpo. I didn't even play the harp. I did a piano number and a brief pantomime bit. Apparently it did make a difference. On Monday morning, I got a call from the front office. I was summoned to appear before Mr. Albie promptly at 12 o'clock noon. I was prompt and I was scared. To me, E.F. Albie was more powerful than the President of the United States. I was passed through 3 barricades of secretaries and into the inner sanctum, the throne room of the Emperor, where very few common subjects had ever set foot. He was sitting at his desk, eating lunch. He asked me if I'd like to join him for a bite. I politely refused. In my condition, I couldn't have kept down a teaspoonful of chicken broth. He told me to sit down and apologized for eating in front of me. He ate, I sat. When he finished his lunch, he offered me a cigar and lit one for himself. We smoked our cigars. Albie talked about this and that, show business small talk. I said nothing. I waited for the axe to fall. Finally, the boss stood up. I stood up. Now it comes, I said to myself. But Albie just smiled, shook my hand and said, "Well, it was nice of you to come and chat with me, Harpo. I hope you'll do it again." That was the end of my audience with the Emperor. He had never come to the point of why I had been summoned, but the point was clear enough. Everything I did was watched and reported on. I had better keep my nose clean. The next time I was called to the throne, there would be no cigars or small talk. Albie ruled in mysterious ways, but he was all-powerful. I kept my nose clean. Cleveland, Ohio. On our last night at the Albie Theater in Cleveland, Groucho Zeppo and I were sitting around the backstage lounge while the movie part of the show was on. Chico rushed in with startling news. "Our next date is all set," he said. "We're going to play London, England." "Who said so?" we wanted to know. "Abe Lastfogel," said Chico. He just talked to him on the phone. Lastfogel handled our bookings out of the William Morris office, our new agents. And where did Abe get the idea of sending us to London? From Chico, it turned out. Chico had called him that morning and said we were ready for a change of scene, like maybe England or someplace. It took a little time, but we managed to find out exactly why Chico was so hot for a change of scene. It seems that Chico had been cleaning up on the Cleveland locals at pool, until 2 nights ago, when a Sharpie turned up and clipped him for $20. This hurt. Chico swore revenge. By a fortunate coincidence, the great billiard artist Willie Hop, who was naturally an old friend of Chico's, was then in town on an exhibition tour. He agreed to do Chico a favor. Chico got some dark glasses and a checkered cap for Willie, had him turn up his coat collar, then took him over to the pool room where the Sharpie hung out. There he introduced him as a friend from the show who'd enjoy a friendly game or two. Hop played strictly according to Chico's script and shot a serious, awkward game, but bad as he was, the Sharpie let Hop beat him. Thereupon, a bet of $25 was made on the next game. On his first shot, Chico's friend from the show ran 220 balls. Before the Sharpie paid him off, wondering where the hell he'd come from, an old guy walked in the pool room and recognized Chico's ringer clean through the disguise. "Why, you know who you're playing with," said the old guy. "That's Willie Hop," and that was why Chico was eager to put as much space as he could between himself and Cleveland, Ohio. Still, regardless of how the booking came about, a trip to London sounded mighty good to all of us. London, England. Everybody said the Marx Brothers would be an instant sensation in London. Music hall slapstick was the English audience's special cup of tea. Us they would eat up like kippers and crumpets. So what happened? We opened at the London Coliseum and we were razzed off the stage. It was a worse fiasco than the Royal, much worse. People began to hoot and whistle and throw pennies at us. Groucho went to the footlights and said, "We came all the way from America to entertain you, so you might at least throw shillings." We had never been so humiliated in public in all our professional years. The manager was fit to be tied, but he wasn't disappointed in us. He thought we were great. He explained what had happened. The Marx Brothers, being headliners, were billed over the premier danseuse, a dame who had never been demoted to second billing at the Coliseum. The danseuse was hopping mad, so she organized a claque to give us our comeuppance and supplied them with coins to throw at us. The dancer won. She got back her top billing at the Coliseum, and we were switched to another theater, the Alhambra. At the Alhambra, we were a smash. London couldn't get enough of us. We couldn't get enough of the Londoners either. We'd never known such doting, unrestrained audiences. Not only that, we found that the English everywhere gave actors and vaudevillians special treatment. In hotels and cafes, on ships and buses and trains, we got top priority, and so did our baggage. It was a far cry from the days of one-night stands at home, the days of stale bread pudding, bug-ridden hotels, crooked managers, and trudging from town to town like unwanted gypsies. Here there was genuine kindness and dignity in show business, even between the most eminent impresarios and the seediest performers. One scene I will never forget. We were presented in England by a famous promoter and sportsman named Cochrane. When Cochrane called for auditions to round out our show at the Alhambra, a mob turned up. Every act in the British Isles except the Coliseum danseuse wanted to share the bill with the balmy Marxes. Cochrane, who hated to say no to anybody, had the painful duty of turning down 98% of the hopefuls. One of these was an aged hoofer. He must have been damn near 80, who'd obviously spent his last copper getting his costume out of mothballs and into immaculate condition. He came out in gray suit, gray derby, gray spats, gray shoes, and swinging a gray cane straight out of a Victorian music hall, and went into his song and dance. He put up a courageous, dapper front, but his bones creaked and his voice had rusted to a croak. It was an embarrassing moment. Cochrane, down in the orchestra, raised a hand to stop him. "I thank you very much," he said unhappily. "I shall let you know." Then, instead of retreating in defeat and humiliation to make room for the next act, the ancient hoofer stepped grandly down to the footlights. He leaned over and pointed his cane at the conductor. "Maestro," he said, "would you please play 4 bars for me to go off with?" The conductor complied. The old gentleman danced offstage to the music, waving his derby as if it were his 4th curtain call. Everybody in the house, including the impresario, broke into applause. The only disagreeable thing about England that trip was the climate. It was chilly and damp when we got there, and it kept getting chillier and damper. I never once got really warm outdoors or in. Chico and I shared an apartment near the theater, where the only heat came from an open coal grate. Our last night there was the coldest yet. As the last of our scuttle of coal was burning out, we decided the only way we could keep from freezing was to bundle up in all the clothes we had with us and stay up and play pinochle, instead of going to bed. But the chill came creeping through every layer of every shirt, sweater, suit, raincoat, and overcoat we had on. "What the hell," said Chico. "We can't die of pneumonia our last night here. That would be ungrateful after all they've done for us." So saying, he pulled a drawer out of the dresser, stomped on it and smashed it, and threw the sticks in the fire. We played 2 hands of pinochle, then it got cold again. We burned up the rest of the drawers one by one, then the bureau itself had to go. Next we threw on the chairs and played cards standing up. Before dawn the fire began to die again. We broke up the table and piled it on the fire and had to finish the pinochle game sitting on the floor. We took off for the boat train first thing in the morning, too early to wake up the landlord to tell him goodbye and thank him for a pleasant stay. But we left him a note and enough dough to replace all the extra firewood we had burned. We left the note on the mantelpiece, which we hadn't been able to rip from the wall, although God knows we tried. So in spite of the climate, my last memory of England was a warm one. Aboard the SS Homeric, we had risen so high in class that now the rule was, don't buy anything you can't put on the Cunard line. I brought back a lot of things I couldn't have carried on the chief, including an English sheepdog named Hokum. I expected complications getting him into the States, but Hokum came straight off the boat, with no bother whatsoever about quarantine. The truth was, the authorities were so intent on nabbing Harry Kabikoff that they didn't bother to impound my dog or even check his papers. Harry Kabikoff was a fighter, a lightweight who once made the mistake of trying to clobber Benny Leonard in an exhibition back in St. Paul, and had gotten himself decked by the champ. Kabikoff became quite a pal of Leonard's after that performance, and of ours too. The day we sailed for England, Harry came to the boat to see us off. When the boat sailed, he was still in our stateroom. He had a notion he'd like to try his luck in the English ring. We had to put up bond for him and pay for his fare across. Harry's luck in the English ring was no better than his luck in the Minnesota ring. He came to see us off at Southampton and somehow tarried too long in our stateroom again, and we had to pay his fare back home. The Cunard Line was satisfied, but the U.S. State Department was not. So when we landed, all the officials were too busy hunting for the tiger we had smuggled in to bother about the illegal entry of any sheepdog. By the time Harry got off the hook, with our help, Hokum was home free, to all intents and purposes a bona fide Yankee Fido. New York, among the other things we brought back from abroad, was an inflated opinion of how good we were. The conquest of London had gone to our heads. We got on our high horses and refused to kowtow to the Emperor of the Palace. What the hell, we were now royalty ourselves. The next thing we knew, we were in a fight to the finish with E.F. Albee over a minor issue. It didn't take long for the finish to come. When we worked in Albee Theatre out of town, our act lasted 40 minutes. It was a sort of afterpiece to the movie on the program. There would be as many as 20 people besides ourselves in the company, including extras, musicians, and stagehands. We were on a fixed budget, and this involved a detailed cent-by-cent accounting. If we ran over budget on production costs, the deficit was made up out of our salaries. Whenever this happened, we howled all the way to New York, but it never did us any good. The accounting department was mighty, and it prevailed. On returning from England, we were booked to take a company on a swing through upstate New York and over to Cleveland. The itinerary was okay with us, but we told Murdoch we didn't approve of the budget. Specifically, we felt that the allocation for stagehands was $19, 52 high. Who the hell were we to question an item on the budget? Murdoch wanted to know. We were the Marx Brothers, international artistes. That's who the hell we were. We wouldn't give in. Murdoch said we were crazy. The budget had been drawn up by Mr. Albee himself, and it couldn't be changed. We told him what Mr. Albee could do with his budget. The next day, Mr. Albee told us what we could do. We could look for work elsewhere. Furthermore, we were never to set foot again in an Albee theater. Good, said we. Now we were free to go on to bigger things. Too late, the sobering import of what we had done sank in. We had kicked ourselves smack off the pinnacle of vaudeville. Too late, we learned that Albee's power ranged far beyond his own empire. When you were on his blacklist, doors were closed in your face all over town. Still, we were a headline act. What to do? The first thing we did was to send for Minnie. She came charging out of retirement on the next train east. Minnie turned the city upside down, and at last she found an open door, the door of the Schubert brothers' office. Nobody warned us, unfortunately, that it was a trap door. The Schuberts had come up with the scheme of sending review companies out on the road, in cutthroat competition with Albee and the Orpheum. These companies were known as Schubert units, and they were headlined by outcasts and exiles from the big-time circuits. This qualified us. We were welcomed with open arms, and papers were signed for the creation of the Marx Brothers Schubert unit. Our new bosses were famous in the theater, but not for their liberal treatment of performers. A Schubert unit had to pay its own way. Each unit had an advance man to put out posters and arrange for theaters, which had to be off the beaten track, since all the big houses were controlled by the moguls the Schuberts were fighting. But there was no budget for advance publicity. There was no advance money for the company, or expense money, or even a guarantee. The unit paid itself from week to week out of box office receipts on a fixed percentage. Under these conditions, we had to stage a full 2-hour show, not just a 40-minute act as we had for Albee. We had to hire variety acts and musicians, and cook up an afterpiece that required a minimum of props and scenery. The more the Schuberts had to lay out in production costs, the more they whittled down the company's box office percentage. For all this, the Marx Brothers were the Marx Brothers. We'd done it the hard way before, and we'd do it the hard way again. We hit the road. Buffalo, New York. We landed in Buffalo to find no posters up, no theater lined up for the unit to play in. Our advance man was running a week behind the show. Business was lousy. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, business got worse. We had to cut our people from half salary down to 1/3 salary. Acts were pulling out right and left, and replacing them wasn't easy. The Schuberts declined to accept our collect calls or reply to our telegrams for help. In Milwaukee, Minnie announced that she had the answer to our troubles. All the show needs, she said, is a little more class, like some new special effects. That'll pack him in. When Minnie spoke these words, I was hearing a voice out of a past that I hoped I had forgotten, a past of hawkshop mandolins and fake carnations. I couldn't believe we had fallen all the way back to this. Just 4 months ago, we had been the guests of honor at the London townhouse of the Duke of Gloucester, but Minnie lived only for the present and the job at hand. Her present job in Milwaukee was to make a breathtaking spectacle out of the Chinese number in the first act. She lit on this number for the simple reason that one of the girls in the unit was stuck on a local boy whose father owned a Chinese restaurant, and who agreed to give Minnie all the Chinese props and decorations she wanted if we would plug the restaurant during the show. Minnie had an inspiration. It would be a rain scene. For the special effect, 2 stagehands would shower rice down from the flies, while lights played through the falling rice for atmosphere. It would be the most thrilling thing ever seen in Milwaukee, Minnie proclaimed. It was not, however. That night it was raining hard outside, real rain. The theater roof leaked. The special effects rice, sitting high above the stage in 2 big cans, got pretty wet by the middle of the first act. It came time for Minnie's new number. When the stagehands got the cue to start the shower, 2 fat globs of soggy rice plummeted to the stage. The kids on stage didn't know what hit them. They got the hell off before they could find out. Death in Milwaukee or China Strikes Back, Indianapolis, Indiana. By now, our advance man was 2 weeks behind the show. Bills were piling up, our credit was exhausted, we were served with a lawsuit. A lawyer had notified us that all our assets, costumes, props, and sets would be attached the minute we arrived in Indianapolis. Sure enough, when we arrived, the lawyer was there to greet us with a deputy sheriff, but they were stymied. They couldn't lay a finger on us because our assets had already been attached. We had the papers to prove it. Minnie had arranged this through a friendly lawyer on our way through Chicago. The only place we could find to play in Indianapolis was an amphitheater that seated like 4,000 people, miles from the center of town. When we complained about the size of the joint, the manager told us not to worry. He had a wide, portable screen that could be set up across the middle of the auditorium, giving it a false back, and giving the effect that a half-empty house was really a full house. The Indianapolis opening of the Marx Brothers Schubert Revue was attended by 128 paying customers. The manager obligingly moved the screen down 8 more rows to the 1/4 mark. Attendance at the second performance was 34. After the second show, I saw Minnie pacing the stage, whistling vaguely, squinting at the light borders and rubbing her hands. I knew what was coming, a new special effect. But this one was different, no fancy scenery, nothing as tricky as raining rice. This one would be done with lights alone, but what a lighting effect. When word of Minnie's new spectacle had buzzed around Indianapolis, the house would be jammed to the rafters. Minnie worked out her scheme with the spotlight operator. It was simple, she said. While the company sang Moonlight Bay, the spotlight man would project the moon and a galaxy of stars on the ceiling and the proscenium, and rippling water on the floor of the stage and the apron. So simple it was genius, true theatrical genius. To give Minnie credit, it might indeed have been a brilliant effect. We never had a chance to find out. That night, the spotlight operator turned up drunk. He got confused about nature's laws, let alone Minnie's cues. He had the moon and the stars shining on the floor and water rippling all over the ceiling. Well, word buzzed around Indianapolis, all right. The total attendance for our 4th show was a nice, round figure. 10 people. Even with the screen behind the second row, it still looked like 10 people. Now even Minnie had to face reality. We were washed up, we were stranded, we didn't have enough dough to pay our way out of the hotel. We could sneak out of the hotel, but we still didn't have train fare to any point beyond Kokomo. We didn't have enough dough to pay the kids and the company the price of dinner. It was the end of the line for the Schubert unit, and it looked like the end of the Marx Brothers, headliners on the Orpheum, the hit of the Palace, and the toast of London. I had 7 cents in my pocket. Her sons were afraid to say it, but Minnie said it. We'll have to wire Al for a loan. We knew that Uncle Al was financially good for our getaway money. He now had a new partner, a guy named Gallagher, and owned half interest in the most popular song in the country, Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Sheen. But Minnie was not exactly sure if she had sent the telegram to her brother's right address. She wouldn't admit it, but she was also afraid that even if Uncle Al received the wire, he might decide that this was the last straw and refuse to bail us out. "Boys," she said, "we can only wait and hope." While waiting and hoping, I went for an aimless walk in the outskirts of Indianapolis. I was depressed and confused, and I had to be alone. I kept telling myself that something good always happened every time I hit bottom, but I didn't believe it. What could happen? What could I do? Groucho could go back in vaudeville as a single. Zeppo could go back to Chicago with Minnie, where he'd have no trouble finding a job. He was the only high school graduate in the family. Chico could land a job as a piano player on his own terms anywhere. But me, what was I trained to do besides being a Marx brother? Well, I could play the harp on a New York City ferryboat for nickels and dimes. Beyond that, nothing. As I walked, a long-forgotten voice came out of the past. Miss Flatto, waggling her finger at my nose and saying, "Someday you'll realize, young man. Someday you'll realize." Okay, so now I realized. I had come to no good end, exactly as she had predicted. I was a man of nearly 30 years, and here I was stranded in a strange city with 7 cents in my pocket and no way of earning cent number 8. "Okay, Miss Flatto," I said to the voice in my memory, "you've had your revenge." It was the only time I ever felt sorry for myself. I came out of my daze. I was startled to find I was standing watching an auction sale. The inventory of a little general store in the suburbs, groceries, notions, and dry goods, was being auctioned off. There were about 20 people there. They must have been jobbers mostly, because the auctioneer was knocking down the stock in big lots. I was careful to keep my hands in my pockets, so I could resist any crazy impulse to make a bid and blow my entire capital of 7 cents. The shelves were nearly emptied out and most of the crowd had left, but I still hung around, having nothing better to do with myself. Finally, everything was gone except one scrubbed brush, the former owner hovering in the background, the auctioneer, myself, and an elderly Italian couple. The elderly couple had been there all the time. Either they had no money or they were too timid to make a bid on anything. Whichever it was, they exchanged sad looks now that the auction was winding up. The auctioneer was tired. "All right," he said, "let's get it over with and not horse around. I have left here one last desirable item. One cleansing brush in a #1 brand new condition, guaranteed to give you floors so clean you can eat off them. What am I offered?" The old Italian guy and his wife looked at each other, searching for the key to the right thing to say. The auctioneer glared at them. "All right," he yelled. "It's only a goddamn scrub brush." They held on to each other like they had done something wrong. I said quickly, "1 cent. The auctioneer whacked his gavel. He sighed and said, "Sold, thank God, to the young American gentleman for 1 cent. I picked up my brush and handed it to the old lady. She was as touched as if I had given her the entire contents of the store. The old man grabbed my hand and pumped it. They both grinned at me and poured out a river of Italian that I couldn't understand. "Think nothing of it," I said, and added "ciao, which was the only Italian I could remember from 93rd Street. They thought this was pretty funny the way I said it, and they walked away laughing. I walked away laughing too. A day that had started out like a nothing day going nowhere except down had turned into a something day with a climax and a laugh for a finish. I couldn't explain it, but I hadn't felt so good in years. A lousy penny scrub brush had changed the whole complexion of life. When I got back to the hotel, the money had arrived from Uncle Al. Just as I anticipated, it had been decided that Groucho should audition as a single, Zeppo return to Chicago with Minnie, and Chico hire out as a piano player. To all of these decisions I said, "Nuts." This was the longest serious speech I had ever made in front of the family, and everybody listened. Then everybody started talking. We talked ourselves out until all our self-pity was gone. What had happened to us was our fault, not the Schuberts or anybody else's. And what was going to happen to us would also be our own doing, not the Schuberts or anybody else's, aboard the eastbound Pennsy. The other passengers on the coach kept complaining, so we bribed the porter a quarter and spent the night in the men's room of the nearest Pullman car. I tootled on the clarinet and played pinochle with Chico. Groucho smoked his pipe and read a book. Zeppo did deep knee bends. At the same time, we were all working, throwing ideas into the kitty and putting together a show we could do back in New York. None of us stopped to think how idiotic and deluded we were. What show for whom? We were not only exiled by the moguls, but now even the scavengers wouldn't touch us. Absolutely idiotic, and thank God we were. The train ride from Indianapolis to New York, clacking through the blackness from the end of the line to what looked like the beginning of nothing, was the most momentous jump we ever made. For me, it was the prologue to a new kind of life in a new kind of world. /div/div/body. Chapter 11. The name is Woolcott. It wasn't much of a show, but it kept Chico in pinochle money and the rest of us in eating money. It was a 3-day tabloid or tab show, in which everybody doubled in brass. Groucho was master of ceremonies, tenor, and straight man in the afterpiece. Chico doubled as piano player and monologist, besides doing comedy in the afterpiece. I played harp and clarinet, spelled Chico at the piano, and dropped knives. Zeppo was the juvenile and the baritone, and also the prop man and the stage manager. Minnie was leading lady, character woman, producer, company manager, and wardrobe mistress. Since we had been thrown to the lions by the lords of the vaudeville jungle, we had to hack out our own circuit. The Marx Brothers circuit, justly unsung and unfabled in the annals of show business, was made up of the least-known side street theaters in Brooklyn and the Bronx, with a western swing to Hoboken, New Jersey. Oh, how the mighty had fallen. We were surviving, but that was all. The future was a bleak blank zero. Nobody of importance came to see us because we didn't let anybody know where we were playing. We were even too ashamed to let our relatives know. Indianapolis looked better all the time. We were broke back there, but at least we still had stature as big-time headliners. Hang on, was Minnie's rallying cry. I'll find a whale. It was not Minnie, for once, who led us into greener pastures. It was Chico who found the way. He found it where else? In a pinochle game one Sunday night. He found a live one, a guy with dough, a guy with enough dough to put a legitimate show together. The live one was a producer named Joseph Gates. He was better known around Broadway as Minimum Gates because of the quaint way he auditioned an actor. A Gates audition consisted of his turning his back on an actor and saying, "So what's your minimum salary?" Actually, Gates's bankroll was not his own. He had found an angel, a pretzel manufacturer from Hackensack, New Jersey, Herman Broody by name. Broody had promised his girlfriend he'd put her on the stage. He had the stage for his girl, but no show. He came to Gates and gave him the dough to build a production. So now Gates was looking for a star to build the production around. He had about decided to sign a blackface comedian named Wilson, who had worked as a single on all the big circuits and whose minimum salary was $600 a week. Chico went to work on Gates. Why not sign the 4 Marx Brothers for the show? By sheer coincidence, said Chico, the Marx Brothers minimum was also $600 a week. Gates couldn't see it, too many guys in the act. They'd clutter up the stage, Chico wouldn't let go, he kept after him like a dog with a bone. He even let Gates beat him in 3 straight hands of pinochle. That may have been what did it. Anyway, Gates reported to Broody that he was undecided whether to sign Wilson or the Marx Brothers for the lead. Broody was surprised at Gates's indecision. Why, there was no choice at all. What the hell, if you could get 1 ton of pretzel salt for $600 at one place and 4 tons for $600 at another, you went to the second place. Didn't Gates see the simple, practical, hard-headed logic of that? If he could get 4 actors for the price of 1, then grab him before they got away. We were hired. Our new show, for reasons unknown even to the writers, was called I'll Say She Is. Since it had full-stage production numbers like Perfumes from Hindustan, followed by a team of gilded toe dancers who were eternally griping about the goddamn beads on the floor left over from the Hindustan bit, and since our own big scene lasted over 45 minutes, the show was billed as a musical comedy, not as a common review. Div class equals P indent. I'll Say She Has had an out-of-town tryout in Allentown, Pennsylvania, then opened in Philadelphia. At the end of summer, we were still playing to capacity. Business was too good to close. So the show continued to run until the day after Thanksgiving, when Broody decided Gates should take it on the road. The tour lasted a year and a half. We were in the legitimate theater now. We looked down our noses at acts that toiled away at the 2-a-day and 3-a-day grind of vaudeville. We only had to do matinees on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Consequently, we had more time off than we'd ever had before. During the Philly run, I had time to learn the game of golf. I also had more time for music. I learned half a dozen new tunes for the harp. My old clarinet had fallen apart, and I replaced it with an $8 job I found in a Philly pawn shop. My dog Hokum also kept me busy. On the golf course one Sunday, he flushed a skunk out of the rough. He had to be confined to the theater basement, and I had to hire a kid to help me keep poor Hokum doused with toilet water around the clock. When I took him out for his first airing in my open runabout, a sudden thunderstorm came up. Hokum panicked, jumped out of the car, and I never saw him again. During our Chicago run, we had a long, happy reunion with Pete Penovich and with our mutual friend Nick the Greek. They went with us to the ballpark at least twice a week when the White Sox were in town. We were in good company. The Greek always bet a big bundle, sometimes as much as 10 C's on a ball game, and he would make good luck bets with us, riding the other way. He'd give us 4-1 when the bookies' odds were even money. During this same stand, I first met a man who was to become a lifetime friend, Mr. Ben Hecht. Groucho and I had read Hecht's 1001 Nights in Chicago, and being fans of the author, we wanted to meet him. We found out where he lived through Kavasai's bookstore, which was like the local pool room for Chicago writers and painters at the time, and the 4 of us went around to his apartment. Groucho said, "You Ben Hecht the fiddle player?" Hecht said he was and asked us in. We stayed all night. Hecht played the violin, I played the piano, and Ben and Groucho sang, improvising dirty parodies on popular songs. We saw a lot of Hecht and got to know his buddy Charlie MacArthur, who was also loony enough to be to our liking. In one of his memoirs, Hecht recalls this particular summer in Chicago and mentions being haunted by a perpetual Halloween called the Marx Brothers. He should talk. He played the spookiest fiddle I had heard since Sali Saloshki. I must admit, however, that he was a fair writer and a better-than-fair poker player. Except for these bright interludes, the road was the road, grueling and tiresome. A hotel was a hotel and a train was a train. When you'd been in one, you'd been in them all, and we'd been in them all for 14 years too many. We threatened to quit the show. They raised our salary. We said we would still quit, unless they took I'll Say She Is off the road and opened it in New York City. Ever since we first opened in Philadelphia, we had been promised that the show would go to Broadway. The management kept stalling, saying the show still needed more testing out of town. Now we held them to their promise. A year and a half was enough of an out-of-town tryout for any show. Either I'll Say She's went to New York or the Marx Brothers took a walk. We were the motherlode of a gold mine, and we knew it. Without us, the whole thing would turn to a pile of slag. Our threat worked. We went to New York. The Casino Theater on 39th Street was leased and May 19 set for the opening. Apparently the plot was this: open at the casino, get crucified. It simply wasn't a production of Broadway caliber. Run a couple of weeks to appease the Marx Brothers, then head back out on the road. We were warned not to put our trunks in storage. On the afternoon before the opening, I was sitting in Lindy's restaurant. It was sad to think that a month from now I'd be in Albany or Columbus or Baltimore. During rehearsals, I'd been staying at the Princeton, a theatrical hotel, with the rest of the cast. Tonight, after the show, I was going to move in with Minnie and Frenchie, who had taken a house on Long Island. I had a home again, and during the day a choice of 2 homes away from home, Lindy's or Rubens. I was back with my own people who spoke my language, with my accent, card players, horse players, bookies, song pluggers, agents, actors out of work and actors playing the palace. Al Jolson with his mob of fans and Arnold Rothstein with his mob of runners and flunkies. The cheesecake was ambrosia. The talk was old, familiar music, a lot of yucks, a lot of action. Home sweet home. I got up to go to work with absolutely no enthusiasm and told the boys to save my seat. I took a cab down to the casino. The marquee lights had just been turned on. The four Marx Brothers in I'll Say She Is. I was not impressed. I was a realist. I kept hearing the words, sorry, boys, you reshut. But what the hell, I thought, remembering the empty seat in Lindy's, it was going to be fun while it lasted. The story of the Marx Brothers' Broadway debut on the night of May 19, 1924 has been told many times. It has been rehashed in columns, articles, and books, and on the radio. How Minnie fell off a chair while being fitted for her opening night gown and broke her leg, and had to be carried into her box at the casino. How one famous critic was furious at his paper for making him cover some damn acrobats. How the Marx Brothers stood the audience on its ear. How the disgruntled critic laughed so hard he cried. There is very little that I can add to the story, I'm sorry to say. All I can remember in all honesty is doing the show, getting some good laughs, taking a few bows, then going home alone to Long Island and straight to bed. Minnie, because of her busted leg, decided to spend the night in a hotel. At 8 o'clock in the morning the phone rang. It was Groucho. He was excited. Hey Harp, wake up, he said. Have you read the reviews? What reviews? I said. Variety doesn't come out until tomorrow. No, the newspaper critics, said Groucho. The Sun, the Times, the Trib, the World, the big critics. Yeah, they liked us, they loved us, we're a hit. Listen, I interrupted Groucho to say I'd rather go back to bed than listen to any reviews. I didn't know anything about Broadway critics, only about the mugs who wrote for Variety. All I ever read in the papers were the sports pages, and once in a while a column like S.J. Kaufman's or F.P.A.S. Conning Tower. If the big critics liked our show, that was nice, but it was nothing to wake up a guy at 8 in the morning about. Groucho wouldn't get off the phone. Let me read you how it starts out in the Sun, he said. This you gotta hear. All right, I said. Go ahead, it's your nickel. Groucho then read, to my growing embarrassment, Harpo Marx and Some Brothers. Hilarious antics spread good cheer at the casino. By Alexander Woolcott. As one of the many who laughed immoderately throughout the greater part of the first New York performance given by a new musical show, entitled, if memory serves, I'll Say She Is, it behooves your correspondent to report at once that Harlequinade has some of the most comical moments vouchsafed to the first-nighters in a month of Mondays. It is a bright, colored, and vehement setting for the goings-on of those talented cute-ups, the four Marx Brothers. In particular, it is a splendacious and reasonably tuneful excuse for going to see that silent brother, that sly, unexpected, magnificent comic among the Marxes, who is recorded somewhere on a birth certificate as Adolf, but who is known to the adoring two-a-day as Harpo Marx. Surely there should be dancing in the streets when a great clown comes to town, and this man is a great clown. He is officially billed as a member of the Marx family, but truly he belongs to that greater family, which includes Joe Jackson and Burt Melrose and the Fratellini brothers. Harpo Marx, so styled oddly enough because he plays the harp, says never a word from first to last, but when by merely leaning against one's brother one can seem richly and irresistibly amusing, why should one speak? Groucho paused. Is that all? I said. Didn't the son of a bitch say anything about you or Chico or Zeppo? What did he think I was doing a single? Is he blind or something? Oh, there was more, Groucho said, plenty about all the rest of them. He just thought I'd like to hear the part about me. Like me to read it again, old clown, he said. I hung up on him and went back to sleep. At 10 o'clock the phone rang again. A voice I had never heard before said, have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Harpo Marx? From the way he spoke, I couldn't tell if he was a con artist or a ham actor Groucho had hired to pull a gag on me. I was very suspicious. I'm Harpo Marx, I said. Who's this? The name is Woolcott, he said. Alexander Woolcott. The name didn't ring any bells. I didn't connect it with what Groucho had read over the phone. I'd been too sleepy at the time. Sorry, I said. Don't think I know you. I was still suspicious. I do a little chore now and then for the New York Sun, the guy said. I did a little chore last night, as a matter of fact. I reviewed your new show, and now I would like very much to meet you. I didn't know what to say, Woolcott went on. Forgive me for being so presumptuous and calling you out of the blue, he said. I got your number from Charlie MacArthur, who seemed to think you wouldn't mind. Oh well, so he was a friend of Ben Heck's friend Charlie. He was all right then. I told him so and he laughed and said, now that we've exchanged references, can we meet? Will you receive me if I barge into your dressing room after the show tonight? Sure, why not, I said, and he seemed very pleased. Before he hung up, he said, by the by, Mr. Marx, how did you like my little piece in this morning's Sun? I said I thought it was the lousiest review I had ever read, and he laughed so hard I had to hold the receiver a foot away. When he hung up, I reflected that a guy who laughed like that couldn't be all bad. I'd give him a little time after the show, it wouldn't hurt. Then I'd go over to Lindy's and relax, where nobody ever used words like behooves and splendacious and presumptuous. Alexander Woolcott barged into my dressing room, literally. I had no idea what a big New York critic ought to look like, but I didn't expect this. He looked like something that had gotten loose from Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. I couldn't help thinking of Mons Herbert's old vaudeville act in which he blew up the rubber turkey. If Mons had blown up a plucked owl, put thick glasses and a mustache on it, and dressed it in an opera cape and a wide black hat, this is what it would have looked like. "The name is Woolcott," he said, and his voice didn't change my first impression. It was a voice that could have been reproduced by letting the air out of a balloon, a downbeat inflection with a whiny edge to it. Coming from him, it sounded hoity-toity and supercilious, and I didn't like it a bit. We shook hands. Woolcott sighed and settled his bulk onto a rickety dressing-room chair with surprising ease. He rested his hands on the head of his cane, blinked, twitched his mustache, then broke into a grin that wasn't supercilious at all. If anything, he was being shy. He had come to see me not as a critic, but as a starry-eyed fan. "Well, Marx," he said, "so you didn't approve of my piece in the morning's paper." "Nope, I sure didn't," I told him. "At least I didn't approve of the part I could understand." He laughed and said, "Might I ask what you disapproved of specifically?" I had read the whole review by now. "You got us all mixed up, Mr. Woolcott," I said. "Groucho's not the oldest, Chico is. Zeppo's not the stage manager, he's the juvenile. And what about Harpo, did I get him right?" "Tell you the truth," I said. "I couldn't tell from the things you wrote whether you were giving me the raspberry or trying to give me a build-up, because I didn't know what half the words meant. If you're looking to give me a build-up, forget it. I don't work as a single, I work with my brothers or not at all." He stopped smiling and took off his hat. "My dear Marx," he said, "I was neither flattering your performance nor making light of it. I meant every word I wrote. You are the funniest man I have ever seen upon the stage." I didn't know how to return a compliment like that, so I said, "What about my harp solo?" "How did you like that?" "I still think you're the funniest man I have ever seen upon the stage," said Woolcott. "Consider yourself fortunate, Marx," he added, "that I am not a music critic." So he was one of those characters. He made you a compliment, then jabbed the needle in. I had known guys like that who couldn't help needling any more than a wasp could help stinging. It was a type of guy I loved to have around. They were the world's greatest patsies for practical jokes. I began to like this Woolcott. He said he was sorry if he'd offended me, but he had an unfortunate social disease. He always spoke whatever came to his mind. "My friends will tell you," he said, "that Woolcott is a nasty old snipe. Don't believe them. Woolcott's friends are a pack of simps who move their lips when they read." "Nevertheless," he continued, hoisting himself up off the chair, "I should like them to meet you tonight. I should like to show them a true artist. You might bring some light into their grubby little lives. I take it you're free for what's left of the evening." I had to get out of this fast. If his friends talked the way he did, I would have absolutely nothing to say to them. I didn't know the language. "Sorry," I said. "I've got a date I'm already late for." Woolcott did not intend that I should refuse his invitation. He squinted down his nose at me and said huffily, "A young lady, I presume?" I shook my head. "Some business matter of great urgency?" he asked with heavy sarcasm. I nodded my head yes. "Poker game?" I said. His grin returned. "Bravo," he said. "Precisely what my friends and I have in mind." "Are you a good poker player, Marx?" I told him I played a pretty fair country game. He clapped his hands. "So be it," he said. "The minute you're out of grease paint, come buckety-buckety over to the Hotel Algonquin. Shall we say 11:30? I was trapped. "Okay, 11:30, I said. "But first, would you mind showing me your teeth?" He bared his teeth. "Too bad," I said. "No gold." "Well, I'll keep looking." "No gold," said Woolcott, waiting for the gag. I told him I was still looking for another guy as nice to play poker with as Mons Herbert, who used to tip his hand by the number of gold teeth he flashed. This delighted Woolcott. "And what did this walking bonanza do upon the stage?" he asked. "He played the anvil chorus by blowing on knives and forks," I said, "and for a finish he blew up a turkey until music came out of its ass." Woolcott laughed so hard he had to sit down again. He wiped tears from his eyes and said, "Dear God, why can't I have friends like that?" I refrained from telling Woolcott why I had been reminded of Mons's act in the first place when he had entered the dressing room. He put on his black impresario's hat, adjusted his cape, and stuck out his hand. "A rare pleasure, sir," he said. Instead of giving him my hand, I gave him my leg, the old switch gag I had used since on the mezzanine. He pushed my knee away in disgust. "See here, Marx," he said with the full hoity-toity treatment. "Kindly confine your baboonary to the stage. Off it, you are a most unfunny fellow." I liked him more and more. The Algonquin was an oddball kind of a joint. I couldn't figure it out. It obviously wasn't a theatrical hotel because nobody was sitting around the lobby playing two-handed pinochle or reading Billboard. It didn't have the smell of a commercial traveler's hotel, and it didn't have the phony trimmings of a tourist trap. Being none of these things, it had to be a blind, a front. But what the Algonquin was a front for, I couldn't figure out either. When I inquired for Mr. Woolcott's room, the guy at the desk gave me a funny look. I thought, oh, now he's going to ask me for the password. But he must have decided I was all right. He gave me the number of a second-floor suite. When I got to the suite, I felt a lot better. It was just 8 guys playing cards in a room filled with smoke and littered with ashtrays, coffee cups, cast-off jackets and ties, and stacks of poker chips. Woolcott, now in shirt sleeves like all the rest of them, put down his cards, jumped up, and took my arm. Harpo, he said, meet the Thanatopsis inside Straight and Literary Club. Harpo Thanatopsis. Thanatopsis, Harpo, Thanatopsis. What was this? A mob of Greek revolutionaries. The guys at the table seemed friendly enough. They smiled and said polite things. I said, finish your hand for God's sake, and then they seemed even friendlier. When the hand was over, Woolcott introduced me around. Only one name meant anything to me, Frank Adams, F.P.A., the famous columnist of the Conning Tower. Groucho and I had been mailing in contributions to the Conning Tower for years and had succeeded in having a few of them printed. I never thought I'd be shaking hands one day with the keeper of the tower himself. As for the rest of the card players, I could only remember them as a bunch of guys named Benson, which was what one of the names sounded like. I had a lousy memory for names. I met a plump Mr. Benson with a toothbrush mustache and a surprised look. A huge shaggy one who looked like he was wearing last week's dirty laundry. A tall one with a booming voice and a handsome, ruddy face. A tall, sad-faced one who kept twisting an arm around his head and massaging an ear the hard way, a bald Mr. Benson with glasses, and a Benson with uncombed hair who looked like a cowhand who'd lost his horse. Weeks later, when I finally got them all straight, I realized that I had been introduced to, respectively, the writers Robert Benchley and Haywood Brown, Herbert Bayard Swope, the editor of the New York World, the playwrights George S. Kaufman and Mark Connolly, and Harold Ross, the editor of Judge, who was then cooking up an idea for a new magazine to be called The New Yorker. If I had known that night in May who these characters really were and that I'd been lured into a den of intellectuals, I would have scrammed out of the joint and run all the way to Lindy's, where my empty seat was still waiting for me. But not knowing any better, I stayed and played poker. My luck was lousy, but it was otherwise a surprisingly pleasant evening. The most popular sport between hands was baiting Alec Woolcott. That was how I learned how hard Woolcott had tried to get out of reviewing I'll Say She Is. F.P.A. had him squirming while he retold the whole story. Seems Woolcott had come to the Algonquin before the opening, cursing about having to cover some damned acrobats called the Marx Brothers, and looking for somebody to take his place and write the review for him. He tried threats, cajolery, and bribery, but had no takers. In last-ditch desperation, he latched onto Adams. Adams said sorry, but he had a date for the evening. He was taking a lady English professor to the theater. When Woolcott finally gave up and dragged himself into the casino, muttering with self-pity, he discovered Adams and his date already sitting in the theater. He was so furious he swore he'd never speak to F.P.A. again. Now look at the old fraud, said Adams. He wants the world to think he invented the Marx Brothers, and he brings one of the acrobats in here like he was presenting his favorite son at court. I hope you fry in hell, said Woolcott. The game broke up early. The big weekly game would start Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, they told me, and they expected me to be there. It was easy to see why. They wanted more of my dough. I dropped $100. I said goodbye to Woolcott, Adams, Benson, and said I'd see them Saturday. I had passed the initiation. I was now a member of the Thanatopsis inside Straight and Literary Club. I've often wondered if I ever would have made it if I'd been a winner that night. Downstairs at the Algonquin was where the conversation flowed, often at a round table in a corner of the dining room. Years later, when everybody was getting nostalgic about the 20s, this became known as the Round Table, and people were written up as being members of the Algonquin Round Table. The Thanatopsis Club did have official members, but the downstairs gathering never did. It was nothing more than one long schmooze, with people drifting in and out, eating, arguing, gossiping, telling jokes, talking shop, and having brainstorms. Along with the other upstairs card players, Woolcott, Adams, Benchley, Brown, Swope, Kaufman, Connolly, and Ross, I spent a lot of time at the round table. There was no telling who else might turn up, regulars like Deems Taylor, Donald Ogden Stewart, Peggy Wood, Jane Grant, and Dorothy Parker, or strays like Helen Hayes, Charlie MacArthur, Edna Ferber, Bernard Baruch, Ring Lardner, Otto H. Kahn, and Will Rogers. Woolcott had lunch at the Algonquin every day. Through him, I met 4 extraordinary women who were to be very close to me for the rest of the decade. The actress Ruth Gordon, Nasa McMain, the painter and illustrator, Alice Duer Miller, the novelist, and George S. Kaufman's brilliant wife, Beatrice. Alice Duer Miller was the most dignified and cultivated lady I had ever met. I thought it would be impossible for me to ever get to know her. Then one day I found out that the greatest single passion in Alice Miller's life was not writing or literature, but the New York Giants. I told her how I used to watch my one giant, Sam Mertz from Coogan's Bluff. She was enchanted. Alice said she had felt there was something rare about me that she liked, and now she knew what it was. From that moment on, we were very special friends. We shared the faith, a bond that could only exist between giant fans. Aside from my brief exchange with Alice Miller, I had nothing, absolutely nothing, to contribute to the round table, yet I was accepted immediately as somebody who belonged there. They didn't really expect me to talk. It wasn't only that I played a goofy mute on stage and sometimes off stage too. It was mainly because I brought to the table another kind of talent, the one talent it lacked the ability to sit and listen. The Algonquin was a refuge for the brightest authors, editors, critics, columnists, artists, financiers, composers, directors, producers, and actors of the times. The dining room corner was a hotbed of raconteurs and conversationalists. But until I came along, there wasn't a full-time listener in the crowd. I couldn't have been more welcome if I had had the power to repeal prohibition. Bernard Baruch and Herbert Bayard Swope got me cornered one Sunday and wouldn't let me go. For 8 straight hours, they took turns talking to me while I gave the cues like an orchestra leader, for Baruch to shut up and Swope to talk, and Swope to shut up and Baruch to talk. Miss Flatto, I said to myself, should see me now. I took an apartment in town on East 57th Street but only slept there. I spent the rest of the time on the west side, at the theater at the Algonquin and at Alec Woolcott's joint. Alec shared a cooperative townhouse over on West 47th Street with Harold Ross and his wife, Jane Grant, and an old college friend named Holly Truex. When Alec wasn't holding court at the Algonquin, he held court at home, slopping around all day, no matter who was there, in his pajama bottoms and an untied kimono. At night, however, he liked to put on the dog. Everything had to be just right, the cocktails and the dinner, and everybody had to be dressed up and on time. The first time he asked me to his place for an evening, he said he'd be delighted if I could bring my brothers along too, provided, he added, that they behaved like gentlemen. That was all I needed to hear. As Ross told me later, Woolcott was annoyed as hell when everybody had showed up at the appointed hour except the Marx Brothers. Punctuality was an obsession with him. Then he got even more annoyed when an unearthly, screeching racket started up outside the house, drowning out the story he was telling. He flew into a rage and threw open the front door. The racket was being made by Groucho, Chico, Zeppo, and me, riding on a street carousel and yelling like 4 wild urchins. When Alec saw who it was, he laughed and clapped his hands like a kid at his first look at a circus. Then he got sore again, not because we'd lugged a merry-go-round up to his doorstep, but because we were late, which was unforgivable. Woolcott considered that Woolcott was the hub the world revolved around. If he wasn't the center of attraction, he was miserable, and when he was miserable, somebody caught hell. He was a diabolical master of the insult. He could slay a victim with one stab of a phrase or a word. Some of his victims became undying enemies. Others, like me, became undying friends. I first caught the brunt of Woolcott's wrath in a lecture on punctuality the day of the carousel. He didn't stay sore very long, however. I wouldn't let him. I didn't understand half the names he called me, like arrested adolescent. When he finished his tirade, I gave him the innocent tie bit and said, "Arrested adolescent, how did you know about that? I never told you I was thrown in the jig when I was the partner of Seymour Mintz." That got him. The red went out of his face. His eyes lit up and his mouth hung open at the prospect of hearing a juicy new story. This I had already learned about Alec. He couldn't resist hearing a story. He was a marvelous audience once you had him. He could have given lessons to Frenchie and laugh starting. For all his sniffy airs, I never knew a guy so easy to break up, as long as he wasn't the butt of the joke, as long as the story wasn't on him. Alec could never hear enough about my early days. He loved to hear me tell about Miss Flatto, the herring peddler, and the window in PS 86. He loved to hear my recital of the jobs I had had, from lappa displaying and tinken swinging to ragpicking and rent-kicking. When he felt blue, instead of asking the piano player to play Melancholy Baby, he would ask me to tell about the Friendly Inn, Madame Shang, my debut at Kenai Island, the Mississippi train wreck, Pete Penovich, or the musical cow milker who mailed the dead rabbit to the theater manager in Laredo, Texas. He felt it was his responsibility to keep me out of mischief. He was like a stern old bachelor uncle, although he was actually only 6 years my senior. At the same time, he was more generous and more patient than anybody I had ever known. I think he liked me because I never tried to hide the things that I should have been ashamed of according to conventional rules. My lack of education, my colossal ignorance, my lack of ambition. Basically, the only way I had changed in 20 years was to move down the east side from 93rd Street to 57th Street. I still lived from day to day and had fun wherever I could find it. I made no bones about the fact that I'd rather play games than work. Now at last I had enough time to play and enough money. I had begun to pay myself back with interest for everything I'd missed out on when I was a kid. I wasn't having a second childhood. It was my first real childhood. The crazy part of it was, I was spending it as a member of the Woolcott gang, hanging out with the brightest and most famous delinquents of the 1920s. Perhaps the one thing Woolcott had in common with me was his ability to stay young and enjoy childish pleasures, no matter how old he became. He was a fanatic on games, There was always some kind of game going on wherever Alec was. Cribbage, poker, parcheesi, bridge, backgammon, craps, casino, anagrams and charades indoors, croquet and badminton outdoors, and word games and guessing games anywhere and everywhere he went. Whether he was taking Harold Ross on at cribbage at $100 a game or trying to top George S. Kaufman's outrageous puns over lunch at the Algonquin, Alec went all out. He played to win. He was a sore loser. He was even more insufferable when he won because he couldn't resist rubbing salt in the wounds. Woolcott never wellshed on a gambling debt. He kept meticulous records of his wins and losses and expected everybody he played with to be just as efficient. Alec went all out in everything he did. The better I knew him, the more I was amazed by his capacities for games, food, talk, friendships, feuds, causes, and long hours of concentrated hard work. His curiosity was endless. So was his enthusiasm whenever he discovered something that moved him or tickled him. And when Woolcott enthused, everybody else, by God, had to enthuse too. Everybody else could mean his inner circle, as when he discovered croquet, New York City, as when he discovered the Marx Brothers, or the world at large, as when he discovered Japan, the Hall Mills murder case, the plays of Taunton Wilder, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, Seeing Eye Dogs, and Walt Disney's Three Little Pigs. Woolcott was no hidden persuader. For nearly 20 years, he was the most conspicuous persuader in America. Because of his sharp tongue, his lack of modesty, and his peculiar looks, Woolcott was a sitting duck or a squatting owl for anybody to mimic or lampoon. There was nobody in public life easier to caricature until Adolf Hitler came along, with the possible exception of George Bernard Shaw. Woolcott was caricatured aplenty, mostly in words. Ben Hecht described him as a persnickety fellow with more fizz than brain. Harold Ross once said he was a fat duchess with the emotions of a fish. James Thurber called him old vitriol and violets. Another editor on The New Yorker said Woolcott was one of the most dreadful writers who ever existed. I think this guy and everybody else who stuck pins in Alec took him too seriously, much more seriously than he took himself. Alec's first love was the theater, anything theatrical, whether it was the Broadway stage, the movies, the circus, an animated cartoon, a sunset, or a murder trial. To me, Woolcott was a ham actor, not a deep thinker or a serious writer, but a great, big, wonderful ham. Anybody who knew him and didn't realize this took himself too seriously. Once I told Alec how stupid I felt, tagging along in his shadow, sitting beside him at the round table and never opening my trap. "My dear Harpo," he said, chuckling, his fat round belly jiggling out of his kimono, "you're a smarter fellow than I am. I am the best writer in America and I have nothing to say either, but I'm not smart enough to keep my mouth shut." 90% of the time he was on. The other 10% of the time, when he was off, he was his own severest critic. He used to characterize himself as an overgrown boy child and refer to himself by sickening baby names like Aki and Wookie. Most people, of course, saw him when he was on. Very few of us had the privilege of being with him when he wasn't ham acting. I was, I believe, one of the 5 people who, over the years, knew and loved Alexander Woolcott the best. The other 4 were Alice Duer Miller, Beatrice Kaufman, Ruth Gordon, and a man named Joe Hennessy, who did the dirty work for Alec, seeing his steak was cooked rare enough, driving his car, keeping him on schedule, and trying to pacify the people he insulted. I could never figure Alec out completely, nor he me. He was too complicated and I was too simple. Our friendship was a lifelong game of who am I. It was frustrating, exasperating, and sometimes downright silly, but it was a good, rewarding game. Woolcott was what I had believed in the innocence of my youth that Seymour Mintz was going to be. He was a true friend. Moreover, it was physically impossible for him to walk on a bias. I'll say she has ran for over a year, and it made us the richest we'd ever been. I recognized now the power and importance of the New York critics, particularly the man on the Sun, who was behooved to write something about the Marx Brothers at least once a month. Chico had all the action he could handle. He was in pinochle paradise. Groucho could buy all the books he wanted instead of going to the public library. I had joined the Algonquin mob and lived in a happy new world. Minnie and Frenchie bought a new house farther out on Long Island. They bought a new 4-door Chevy, hired a chauffeur, and began to live it up. Minnie organized a ladies' poker club, which met 4 times a week. Minnie's furs and jewels kept shuttling back and forth from the local pawnbroker, since she still made a religion of trying to fill a straight in poker. "Hang the odds," said Minnie. She had borne 5 sons all in a row, and it was therefore her destiny to hold 5 cards all in a row. But the odds, not destiny, prevailed. And so, back to the old hawk shop. Frenchie could at last be the Beau Brummel he'd always fancied himself to be. He was now a walking fashion plate that made Mr. Bums, the hat tipper of 93rd Street, seem in retrospect a walking ad for second-hand fumigated clothing. Beau Brummel he might have become, but otherwise Frenchie had changed very little. The first day the new chauffeur came to work, Frenchie had himself driven to the grocery store to do the marketing. He came out of the market laden with bundles, got into the shiny new Chevy, and had the chauffeur drive on. He made 2 more stops, then directed the way back to the Marx residence. The driver didn't make a move to get out of the car when they got home, and Frenchie asked if he wouldn't like some lunch. He said thanks, but it wasn't his lunchtime. The least he could do, said Frenchie, was help carry in the bundles that he was willing enough to do. In the kitchen, after dumping the bundles, he just stood around waiting, so Frenchie suggested he might go clean the car if he didn't want lunch. Look, Mac, said the driver, I don't want no lunch and I'll clean my car when I damn well feel like it. All I want is my money. Frenchie called for Minnie. He didn't have the heart to fire a servant. Minnie came and immediately got the situation cleared up. The man in the kitchen was not the chauffeur they had hired. When Frenchie had come out of the grocery store, he had gotten into the wrong new Chevy, driven by the wrong guy in a leather cap. He had taken a taxi. In some ways, Frenchie was getting surer of himself. He now had the strength of his convictions on important issues. Late in the summer of 24, he invited a friend to be his guest for a drive up to the mountains and a weekend in a hotel. At a certain point on Route 17, south of Middletown, Frenchie and his friend got into such an argument as to whether they were then traveling uphill or downhill that they nearly came to blows in the car. And Frenchie ordered the chauffeur to turn around and drive straight back to New York. I had become quite a dude myself after our show settled down for a run. I was not the fashion plate that Frenchie was, however. I was more the hot sport type. I favored golf caps or straw skimmers, blazers, and white linen knickerbockers. Alexander Woolcott said that nothing in the world made him sicker than the outfits I wore on the street, with the exceptions of Maxfield Parrish's painting and the poetry of Edgar A. Guest. Alec was constantly trying to change the style of my headgear from Broadway to Continental. He himself favored berets, and the kind of hats that spies and opera impresarios wore in movies. One hot day in July, he and I, both wearing berets, were walking east on 42nd Street. Near the corner of 5th Avenue, I noticed a shop advertising straw hats for sale at $2 apiece. I ducked into the store. Woolcott kept on walking and talking. In the store, I grabbed a hat off the counter and plunked down $2. I ran out wearing the new skimmer and caught up with Woolcott, who hadn't broken stride or stopped talking. It wasn't until we were waiting for the light at 5th Avenue that he did a double take, noted the switch in my headgear, and made a face like he was about to throw up. There were few dull moments while Alsatias was running. The boredom that used to come toward the end of a season on the road never crept into the casino. All that crept in was madness. We kept the joint a bedlam 6 nights and 2 afternoons per week, from the marquee to the dressing rooms. One day at lunch, Woolcott told me he was bringing Minnie Maddern Fisk, the grand lady of the American theater and one of his great idols, to see our show on Thursday night. Kindly see to it, Harpo, he said, that you live up to all the extravagant lies I've told Mrs. Fisk about you. Through somebody, probably Harold Ross, I got hold of a photograph of Alec in his academic robes, taken at Hamilton College. I had the picture retouched and blown up, and on Thursday I pasted it onto the display in the lobby of the casino, so that Alexander Woolcott in cap and gown was in the middle of the chorus line of I'll Say She Is, kicking in unison with the gals to the left and right of him. I knew Alec must have seen the doctored poster in the lobby, and I knew he was sore, because he didn't bring Mrs. Fisk backstage after the performance. The next day he gave me the silent treatment at the round table. He didn't speak to me until one night a week later. The occasion was the opening of a show called Is That So down the street from the casino. Groucho, Chico, Zeppo, and I got in costume early that night and stood under the marquee of our theater, playing mandolins and singing sad songs as the first-nighters and critics walked past to the opening. When Woolcott came by, he didn't look at me, but he nearly knocked me down in passing and said under his breath, "Jew son of a bitch." This struck me as being very funny, although it wasn't one of Woolcott's best. It wasn't even original. It was the punch line from my story about Mrs. Shang in the Happy Times Tavern, Alec's favorite tale of true life adventure. The next day he was his old, yakety self again, as if nothing had happened. I was now a harpist with 8 years professional experience. I decided it was time I should learn to read music and to play the harp correctly, but I was a little shy about going out to look for a teacher. As it happened, a teacher came to me. A guy came back after a matinee to say how much he'd enjoyed the show and how terribly original he thought my playing was. I didn't know whether this was a dig or a compliment until he told me he was a harpist with the Metropolitan Opera Company. I asked him if he might give me lessons, and he said he'd be flattered too at $20 a throw. We made a date. When I arrived at the studio for my first lesson, the maestro told me to start playing immediately, anything. I led off with the sextet from Lucia, the nearest thing to a classical piece in my repertoire. He watched me so closely his nose was practically sticking through the strings, and he kept talking to himself. "Ah, yes'll, ah, so, extraordinary." When I finished the sextet, he fluttered a hand and told me to keep playing anything at all. But don't you think we ought to start with how to read notes? I said. He shook his head and made impatient noises with his tongue and said to play. I played. Every 8 bars I stopped to ask what about the notes, and he kept saying I didn't need notes, just keep playing. Then he began to stop me to ask me questions. Could he see again how I did that glissando? Could I do that trill again? If I brought up the subject of reading music or pedal work or fingering, he promptly shut me up. By the time the hour was up, I had taught the maestro my whole lousy technique. When he took my $20, he said he couldn't tell me how much he looked forward to our next session. I told him he didn't have to, since there wouldn't be any next session. That was the end of my formal study of the harp. In the 35 years since then, I have had many legitimate harpists, including great virtuosos like Salcedo and Grangini, ask me to demonstrate my technique. They were utterly fascinated that I could get any sound at all out of the instrument, the way I played it, let alone some pretty good sounds. I was always willing to demonstrate, but damned if I would ever again pay $20 to give any teacher a lesson. The nearest I've had to a regular teacher has been a lady named Mildred Dilling. I first met her in a music store where she was trying out a new harp. She was playing a piece called The Music Box. I introduced myself and confessed that I couldn't read notes and asked her if she would please teach me to play The Music Box. She was delighted to. We soon became good friends. It was she who introduced me to the world of Bach and Mozart, Debussy and Ravel. Thanks to this fine and generous artist, I came to realize that the sextet from Lucia was not, after all, the greatest piece of classical music ever written. Like all the others, Miss Dilling never tried to change my screwball technique, but she was glad to help me in any other way. Many a time I've telephoned her, sometimes from across the country, waking her up in the middle of the night when I've gotten stuck on a tricky chord. Night or day, she wouldn't fail me. She'd hitch her harp close to the phone in her studio and play the chord over and over until I got it, at the other end of the wire. What you might call an extension course. The night of the closing of I'll Say She Is, quite a gang was waiting in the Algonquin to congratulate me on our successful run. When I shook hands with F.P.A., he said nothing, but a hotel knife dropped out of his sleeve and clattered onto the lobby floor. I think that was the exact moment I knew, without any reservations, that I belonged to the world of Woolcott and his friends, and to no other. I never did get back to Lindy's. The night after we closed, Alec invited me to go along with him to cover the opening of a new play. He had a hunch that he might need company for the ordeal, and he was right. It was a play in 2 acts about a pioneer airmail pilot. The story, as I remember, went something like this. Pilot crashes, drags himself to an Indian wigwam. Indian family, mother, father, daughter dressed in skins take him in. Daughter goes for pilot, pilot goes for daughter. Mother discovers them and smooch. Mother exclaims to father, our little girl has become a lady. Father misconstrues, swears to avenge his daughter's honor. First act, curtain. Act 2, pilot still limping around wigwam, still sneaking off with daughter. Father, wrathful, confronts daughter. Daughter swears pilot has done nothing to her except vouch true love. Old man confronts pilot. Pilot makes tragic confession, proving nothing could have happened between him and daughter. Reveals vital part of his anatomy had been severed in plane crash. Curtain. Woolcott's summary of the play in the next morning's paper I shall never forget. It was 2 sentences long. In the first act, she becomes a lady. In the second act, he becomes a lady. Nearly every producer on Broadway wanted to sign us up for our second show, including Ziegfeld, Dillingham, and even Shades of Indianapolis, the Schuberts. The one guy who didn't go after us was the one guy we wanted to work for, Sam Harris. Irving Berlin, who had become quite a fan of ours, went to bat for us. Strictly as a favor to Berlin, Harris agreed to look over some of our acts in his office. He looked us over. He said he'd let us know. To take up the slack, we signed for a couple of out-of-town stands in I'll Say She Is. We were playing in Syracuse when a call came from Sam Harris. He said he wanted us to star in his next production. So that a minute wouldn't be wasted, a writer was already on his way to Syracuse to talk to us and knock out some new blackout sketches for us. The last thing we wanted was a blackout writer hanging around, knocking out new sketches. We had plenty of sketches of our own. What we wanted to do was a real show, not a corny review, but we didn't want to trouble Mr. Harris. We decided we'd take care of the writer ourselves. He turned up backstage that night, a small fellow with a cocky manner, and introduced himself. We just stared at him. Zeppo did all the talking. Take off your coat, he said, and the guy took off his coat. Zeppo pulled up the guy's shirt sleeves and said, so you want to write us a new show, huh? He felt the muscle on the guy's right arm and shook his head. He felt his left arm and shook his head again. The guy started to squawk and Zeppo said, didn't Sam tell you how we do business with writers? The guy looked puzzled, then apprehensive. Zeppo rolled up his own sleeves. In those days, Zeppo had biceps like Charles Atlas. Okay, writer, let's go, he said. Wrestle you to a fall, you write us 2 shows or nothing. The blackout man grabbed his coat and ran. We never saw him again. When he reported back, Sam was not perturbed, as we found out later. He paid the guy off, then called up George S. Kaufman and said, I need a big writer who can wrestle. George, how tall are you? When George learned what Sam needed a big writer for, he said, "Are you crazy? Write a show for the Marx Brothers." "I'd rather write a show for the Barbary Apes." But Sam was not perturbed. Our second Broadway hit was The Coconuts, music by Irving Berlin and book by George S. Kaufman and Maury Riskind, staged by George S. Kaufman. Chapter 12, No Use Talking Tea. Coconuts got off to a roaring start at the first rehearsal. George Kaufman sat on the empty stage under a worklight and began to read the script. Halfway through the first scene, Chico fell asleep. Somewhere in the second scene, I fell asleep. It wasn't that I was bored. I felt comfortable and confident. There would be no need for Zepp to wrestle Kaufman and Riskind, 2 shows or nothing. I had heard enough to know that they'd written no string of blackouts, but a real musical play, whatever the hell it was about. By the time we opened in Boston, Kaufman didn't know what it was about either. We were ad-libbing so much. Whenever a new bit occurred to Chico or me, we did it. Whenever a gag popped into Groucho's mind, he delivered it. The first performance ran 40 minutes too long. All the critics and most of the audience had left long before the curtain finally came down. Berlin, Kaufman, and Riskind stayed up all night trying to hack the show down to size. They cut a chorus here, a chorus there, and a couple of dance numbers. The next day we obediently rehearsed the new version. The next performance ran even longer. There was scarcely enough dough in the box office to pay the stagehands overtime. Berlin, Kaufman, and Riskind held an emergency meeting. "Only thing to do," said Kaufman morosely, "was to cut another production number, 2 more choruses and 2 songs altogether." Irving Berlin yelped like he'd been stabbed in the back. "My God," he said, "any more cuts and this will be a musical without any music." Kaufman had a long, lugubrious brood, twisting an arm around his head and massaging an ear and rubbing his collarbone with his chin. "Tell you what, Irving," he said, "you wave the songs and I'll wave the story." The only song Berlin was willing to take out was a ballad that he admitted was no good even as a show tune. The ballad was Always, which wasn't heard in Coconuts, but which had a life of its own long afterwards. Irving bled over the other cuts, like a doting but helpless father watching his babies go to the guillotine. The crisis came to a head when the Stagehands Union gave Sam Harris an ultimatum. The crew had to be out of the theater by 11 o'clock at night, or they'd walk off the production. Sam came to our dressing room immediately after the Saturday matinee. George and Irving were already there. Sam asked them in his gentle, unruffled way to please step outside. This, he explained, was a matter between him and the boys. Chico, Groucho, Zepp, and I knew exactly what to do without any premeditation. We grabbed Sam, stripped off his clothes, and threw them out the dressing room door. Sam, shaking his head but otherwise unperturbed, stepped outside, bare naked, commenced to pick up his clothes, and said to Kaufman and Berlin, "Perhaps you fellows had better deal with them directly." The unfunny part of it all was that the audiences didn't think we were worth laughing at. None of us came out and said it, but the Marx Brothers were running scared. What we were doing was playing to each other, not to the people out front. We were in bad shape and we knew it. But the minute the curtain went up in the Lyric Theater for the New York opening, all the tribulations of Boston were forgotten. Alec was out front with the other Algonquin regulars, and so was Minnie, all daring us to outdo I'll Say She Is. I felt great, and I felt like having some fun. During the tryout, I was never in on the script conferences since I had no lines to be changed. While the others conferred, I would retreat to my hotel room where I worked out some ideas of my own. Now we could put them into action. Our first scene had been tried a dozen different ways but never seemed to come off. Opening night in New York, it came off. This is how it went. Groucho is behind the desk of a Florida hotel. The story had to do vaguely with the Florida real estate boom. Chico and I come in looking for rooms. A bellhop tries to take my bag. I won't let him have it. We grapple and the bag falls open. Its total contents are 3 telephone directories. We go to sign in. I lean on the desk and do takes while Chico and Groucho do all the talking. The phone rings. Groucho says, "You want ice water in room 202? I'll send up an onion. That'll make your ice water." I'm bored. A Western Union boy, tired of waiting for his cue, comes in with a stack of telegrams. I grab the telegrams and start tearing them up. This is such wonderful sport that I don't want to stop. I jump over the desk and grab mail out of the pigeonholes and tear it up too. My enjoyment is so infectious that Groucho pitches in and helps me tear up the letters. When the last pieces flutter to the floor, I'm dejected. "Sorry the afternoon mail hasn't come in yet," Groucho says apologetically. "Now what to do?" I clap my hands, grab the pen out of Groucho's hand and throw it like a dart at a plaque on the wall. A bell rings. Groucho hands me a cigar. We had the joint in a riot and we didn't let it simmer down for the rest of the night. We were a hit. Now George Kaufman could smile again, but we still didn't know George well enough. He came backstage with his chin on his chest and said that Act 1 seemed to be all right, but Act 2 needed another cut. Somewhere in the middle of Act 2, he wasn't exactly sure where, he could have sworn he heard one of his original lines. Coconuts ran a full season on Broadway and played on the road for 2 years. We never did stop ad-libbing. No two performances were ever quite the same. One matinee during the second month in New York, I cooked up a little surprise for Groucho. During one of his quieter scenes while I was offstage, I selected a blonde cutie from the chorus and asked her if she'd like a bigger part in the show. She was willing and eager. I told her all she had to do was run screaming across the stage. She did, and I tore after her in full pursuit, leaping and bounding and honking my horn. It broke up Groucho's scene, but when the laughs subsided, Groucho was ready to top it. "First time I ever saw a taxi hail a passenger," he said. So I chased the chorus girl back across the stage the other way, trying to catch Groucho flat-footed. I didn't. "The 9:20's right on time," he said. "You can always set your clocks by the Lehigh Valley." Luckily for me, my blonde's boyfriend was not in the audience that afternoon. After the show, I found out I had picked the hottest girl in the company. Her boyfriend was Jack Legs Diamond, and Legs wanted his bimbo stashed securely in the chorus, where she wouldn't get mixed up in no monkey business with them loony actors. I made a quick switch of blondes before the evening show. The chase became a running gag in Coconuts. It was fun if only to see what Groucho's topper would be, and then became part of my permanent repertoire. My stature as an actor was growing, you might say, by leaps and bounds. I was having a most prosperous year all around, largely at the expense of the other members of the Thanatopsis Club. The big weekly game began at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and usually lasted into the gray light of Sunday morning. I was allowed to drop out at 8 o'clock to do the show. I would run to the theater, get the nuisance over with, then run back to the Algonquin to get on with the important business of the evening, all without bothering to get out of costume. Kaufman was the only garrulous member of the Thanatopsis when he was dealing. Otherwise, he never spoke a word. Whenever he got the deal, he started telling stories to throw the rest of us off our game, with the usual result that his game wasn't so steady either. Over the years, I was the most consistent winner, Haywood Brown the hardest pressing player, and Alec Woolcott the worst. Swope was probably the best player there, but he only played at the Algonquin for fun. He did his serious gambling elsewhere. Woolcott the poker player and Woolcott the cribbage player were not the same person. They weren't even related. At cribbage, Alec was absolutely unbeatable. Harold Ross spent a good part of his life and tore out a good part of his hair. Fortunately, he had acres of it to spare, trying to beat his old war buddy at cribbage. Once, after a game in which he was smartly lurched by Woolcott, Ross slammed down his cards and howled to the heavens, "This goddamn Woolcott knows something about this goddamn game that the guy who invented it didn't know." Yet at the poker table, Woolcott was hamstrung like Minnie by a superstition. Where Minnie's weakness was filling inside straights in draw poker, Woolcott had a thing about the king of clubs showing in stud. Whenever the king of clubs was his first or second face-up card, he would raise. If anybody else got it, he would fold. It was a ritual with him. As a consequence, he was sometimes eminently beatable at poker. Shaggy Big Haywood Brown bulked over his cards in a constant sweat. If he came out winners on a Sunday morning, he was in even more of a sweat. The rest of us accepted personal checks when we settled up after a game, but Brown had to have cash. He'd rather settle in cash for a percentage of what was due him, as little as 50 cents on a dollar, than take a check for the full amount, even from somebody as solvent as Herbert Bayard Swope, his boss on the New York World. One Saturday night, Chico sat in with the Thanatopsis. He played his usual reckless game and dropped $1,200. Brown was the winner. When Chico offered Brown a check for $1,200, Brown said he'd take $1,000 in cash instead. Chico said he didn't have $1,000 on him. Brown offered to settle for $750. Chico didn't have $750. "How much have you got on you?" Brown asked, and Chico emptied his pockets and counted his money. $18. Brown pondered whether he should take the $18 cash in hand or take a chance on Chico's check for $1,200. For once, he decided to take a chance, even though Chico's reputation had preceded him to the Algonquin. Brown was at the bank when it opened Monday morning to deposit Chico's check. It was no good. He came roaring after Chico like a wounded bear. Chico grinned and told him not to worry, a mere small oversight. "Put the check through again tomorrow," he said, then added, "but not before noon." The check bounced the second time. Brown came charging back to Chico. "Look," said Chico, "I told you not to put it through until 12 o'clock, didn't I?" "What the hell?" Brown roared. "I didn't get to the bank until 5 minutes after 12. "I'm sorry," said Chico, "that was too late." Like Woolcott, Brown was a great talker and a great laugher. When he laughed, the whole 250 pounds of him shook, and the dishes must have rattled on the shelves of the Algonquin kitchen. Unlike Woolcott, Brown didn't worry about literary style when he talked. He wanted to like everybody he met, which made him one of the best-liked guys in New York City. The only grudges he ever held were political, never personal. When he resigned from the World in 1928 because he disagreed so violently with the paper's policy on the Sacco Vanzetti case, His friendship with Swope continued as warm as ever. One day Brown called me up and asked me if I'd like to come over to his place and meet Mabel Normand, the Hollywood star. I'd never met a real, live movie queen, and I was so delighted at the prospect that I put on a suit and a tie, something I hadn't done since Zeppo's wedding. I met the beauteous Miss Normand in Brown's bedroom. Brown didn't rise to introduce us. He continued sitting in his rumpled bed, in rumpled pajamas, everything that touched him instantly magically tossed its press, swatting at a punching bag that hung from the ceiling. He was conscientiously following his doctor's orders to get plenty of rest and exercise every day. That winter, the winter of coconuts, we took to bringing in snacks from home and the delicatessen for our poker sessions and ordering less food at the Algonquin. Apparently, the room service waiter complained to the management, because one Saturday night there was a large, hand-painted sign tacked to the inside of the door of our suite. Basket parties not welcome. Frank Case, proprietor of the Thanatopsis Inside Straight and Literary Club, we felt, was the victim of unjust, ungrateful, and cavalier treatment. We voted to take our business elsewhere. We gathered up our cards and chips and trekked across town in a convoy of taxis to the Colony restaurant, where we were graciously received and given a private room to play in. Case called immediately to apologize. We decided to give him 2 months of Saturdays to reflect on his dastardly deed before we moved back to his joint. Leaving the Colony late one freezing night in January, I shared a cab with Woolcott and Brown. The two of them were at each other's throats, tooth and nail, slur and insult in some ridiculous literary argument. I couldn't get a word in sideways. My place was the first stop. When I got out of the cab, Alec muttered, "Tell the driver where to drop us off like a good boy, Harpo," then launched back into his tirade against Brown. I did not like his condescending attitude, so I said to the driver, "The other two parties want to go to Werba's Theater, Brooklyn." Werba's was a burlesque house in the far-off, frozen reaches of Flatbush. 2 hours later, I was awakened out of a deep sleep by the telephone. I still couldn't get a word in sideways. The person at the other end of the wire delivered one sentence, "You Jew son off a bitch," then hung up. Woolcott and Brown had argued all the way over the Brooklyn Bridge before they realized what kind of a ride they were being taken for, and coming back the cab had slid on the ice and stalled. By the time they got home, they were in the early stages of frostbite. When guys like Alec and Haywood held the floor, there was no use my talking. But I had my own illiterate way of making my presence felt, as I demonstrated that night. As for Alec's standard crack at me whenever I took him for a ride, the epithet he borrowed from Madame Shang, I must point out that it was uttered in anger, all right, but it never had the slightest tinge of malice or defamation to it. Once a reader sent Alec a letter accusing him of being anti-Semitic. Alec was deeply hurt by the accusation, yet he didn't want to stir up a fuss over the matter. "Miss Dorothy Parker," he wrote back, "has seen fit to name my apartment Wit's End. In the light of the faith of most of my good friends who share with me its modest delights, I should see fit to rename it Jew Drop In." The Thanatopsis returned to the Algonquin, where Frank Case greeted us with a lovely welcome home floral wreath, and all was well with the world. FPA was never in better form. Once between games, he said he had seen an incredible sight earlier in the day, Harold Ross tobogganing. Ross wasn't with the club that night. "For God's sake, Ross tobogganing," said Kaufman. "Did he look funny?" "Well," Adams said, "you know how he looks not tobogganing." Robert Benchley about this time was paying a lot of attention to a protégée of his, a young actress named Helen Walker. One Saturday he arrived late at the poker game. Somebody asked where he'd been and Benchley said, cueing Helen Walker. "Please," said Adams without looking up from his cards, "no baby talk at this table." When Swope retired from the New York World, we kidded him unmercifully about being unemployed. He continued to live like an emperor. He was chauffeured about in a limousine. He gave fabulous parties at his estate on Long Island, and he maintained a townhouse on Fifth Avenue. He gambled for astronomical stakes outside the Algonquin. But we made out he was more to be pitied than envied. He had no job and no visible means of support. Once he was playing bridge with Brown, Adams, and myself. Brown, reviewing the bidding, said, "Who the hell bid 6 no trump?" "I did," said Swope. "And who the hell are you?" said Brown. "I," he replied grandiosely, "am Herbert Bayard Swope, age 48, address 1165 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Occupation housewife," said FP. One night I brought around a copy of Shouts and Murmurs for Alec to autograph. Alec signed the book, handling it with loving tenderness, then sighed and said, "Oh, what is so rare as a Woolcott first edition?" "A Woolcott second edition," said FPA. Nobody was more delighted by this crack than Harold Ross, who was in an on-again phase of his famous off-again, on-again feud with Woolcott. Ross squeezed his eyes, clutched his hair, and was seized with a violent trembling. This meant he was laughing. Ross was so easy to break up that he could never tell a story straight through without breaking himself up. His favorite was a true story about a Chinaman in San Francisco who had 2 wangs, but nobody ever heard the end of it. Every time he tried to tell it, he'd have such a seizure of eye-squeezing, hair-clutching, and trembling that he'd be too weak to finish. Benchley happened to arrive one Saturday night, late again between deals when nobody was talking. As a matter of fact, we had just talked ourselves out on a most depressing subject, prohibition. The New York papers had been yelling for open war on the sale of hooch, and a record number of speakeasies had been padlocked that week. "Why so quiet?" Benchley asked. FP. gave him a reproving look, put a finger to his lips, and said, "Moment of silence for the unknown bootlegger." A moment of silence was a phenomenon that never occurred downstairs at the round table. I kept my trap shut, but the joint was so thick with talk that I seldom had a chance to hear myself not talking. A lot of what was said was way over my head. A lot of it was shop talk, inside jokes from out of the world, The New Yorker and Vanity Fair. Books I had never read, plays I had never seen, and people I had never heard of were torn apart with great hilarity. All this was lost on me, but I never ceased to be fascinated. I never stopped listening. Once I fell asleep in the dentist's chair while I was having a molar drilled, but I never fell asleep at the Algonquin. Crazy bits and fragments of round table talk come back to me still over the years, like isolated lines from an old show whose title and plot I've long forgotten. I can hear the voices clearly, voices of some of the most brilliant people who ever lived, but what I hear them saying is not always brilliant and never very profound. Kaufman, want to hear me give a sentence using the word punctilious. Woolcott, give a sentence using the word punctilious. Kaufman, I know a man who has 2 daughters, Lizzie and Tilly. Lizzie is all right, but you have no idea how punctilious. FPA, guess whose birthday it is today? Beatrice Kaufman, yours, FP. No, but you're getting warm, it's Shakespeare's. Brown, who'd taken up oil painting, you have no idea how hard it is to sell a painting. FPA, if it's so hard, why don't you try just selling the canvas? I'll give you a note to some tent makers I know. Brown, no more griping. Today I shall be bold, resolute, and gay. Kaufman, I hear they've just taken in a new partner and now the firm is bold, resolute, gay, and Berkowitz. Charlie Chaplin in a conversation about blood pressure, mine is down to 108. Kaufman, common or preferred/D. V. Dorothy Parker, I met a strange fellow up in Canada, the tallest man I ever saw, with a scar on his forehead. I asked him how he got the scar and he said he must have hit himself. I asked him how he could reach so high. He said he guessed he must have stood on a chair. Famous actress bragging about her husband, look at him, isn't he beautiful? And do you know, I've kept him for 7 years now. Dorothy Parker, don't worry, he'll come back in style. Herman Mankiewicz, you know, it's hard to hear what a bearded man is saying. He can't speak above a whisker. Alice Miller to Woolcott, on settling up a loss at cards, you sir are the lowest form of life, a cribbage pimp. Bernard Baruch to Swope, you sir are a foul-weather friend. Roman 4 class equals P. Blanc. Benchley, have you heard the one about the little boy on the train? Kaufman, who's heard it 20 times? For some strange reason, it's Benchley's favorite joke. No. Benchley, a man gets on the train with his little boy and gives the conductor only 1 ticket. How old's your kid? The conductor says, and the father says he's 4 years old. He looks at least 12 to me, says the conductor, and the father says, can I help it if he worries? Ross, this looks like a nice day for discoveries. Let's discover something. Maybe we could get a key and a kite and go discover electricity. FPA. I think Benjamin Franklin already did an experiment like that. Wasn't he the guy who flew a kite and discovered the air-cooled car? Ross. Well, I could go out and lie in an orchard and let an apple hit me on the head and discover Newton's law of gravity. This could lead to the invention of the elevator and nobody would have to walk upstairs anymore. Kaufman. A funny thing, I happened to be lying in an orchard this very morning. Only it was a fig orchard and a fig hit me on the head, and that made me think of the law of gravity, and I said to myself, this will lead to the invention of fig Newtons, and maybe I could sell the idea to some big biscuit company and make myself a fortune. Woolcott, well, it's buckety back to work for little Aki. Exits singing, I hope you fry in hell, I hope you fry in hell, hey ho the Mario, I hope you fry in hell. One day I complained to Swope, as we left the Algonquin, about the chicken feed stakes in the Thanatopsis games. We had a summer layoff from coconuts, and I had a hankering to play some real cards for real money. The next day I was en route to Florida with Swope. We were riding in the private railroad car of Harry F. Sinclair, the oil magnate, along with the producer Florence Ziegfeld and 6 or 7 financiers named Benson. For the whole trip south, I sat quietly eating my words. I never touched a card. Those guys' steaks made me feel I was a kid back on 93rd Street, hustling for pennies. When the train pulled into West Palm Beach, they were still playing. The car was switched onto a siding. They sat there playing all the rest of the day and far into the night. Before I got dizzy from counting, I saw $1 million change hands. At Palm Beach, I was the guest of the guy who financed the Ford Motor Company, but I was invited to have my dinners at the Vanderbilt Mansion, along with Swope, Sinclair, and the others. All I had known about Florida was what I had learned in coconuts, and it certainly wasn't like this. For the first time in my life, I felt completely out of place. I simply didn't belong here, or so I thought, until Mr. Emerson, the husband of Alfred Vanderbilt's widow, came down for dinner. He was made up as Abraham Lincoln, whiskers, wart, stovepipe hat, the whole works, and nobody paid him any special attention. The next night he made his entrance as Ulysses S. Grant. On the third night he was Teddy Roosevelt in Rough Rider uniform, complete to a set of prop teeth. He expected no comments or compliments. It was simply a thing he got a kick out of, dressing up like historical figures he admired. Who'd ever think I'd find the sixth Marx brother married to a billionaireess and living in the ritziest house in the ritziest resort in America? I felt better after seeing Mr. Emerson. I felt better yet when I discovered that Colonel E.R. Bradley operated a gambling casino in town. But my pleasure was short-lived. I began losing heavily at Chemin de Fer. Joseph P. Kennedy, the Boston financier, came to my rescue. He took me aside and told me it hurt him to watch me throw my money away. The action in Bradley's casino was too fast for me, he said, and I was obviously losing more than I could afford to. I've got a better kind of action for you, he said. I'll give you the names of 2 stocks. Buy either one of these and you'll get your money back. As soon as I got to New York, I bought the cheaper of the 2 stocks. I did recoup my losses from Chemin de Fer barely. The other stock, which was Coca-Cola, went up 1,000 points and split 3 times. It would have made me rich. Shortly after we got home, Swope took me to the races at Belmont Park. Swope was not only a shrewd horse player, but a state racing commissioner as well. So when he gave me a horse in the feature race, I made a bet of $2,000, 4 times what I had sunk in the market on Kennedy's tip. Swope's horse came in dead last. It was the last time I ever bet on the horses. I was very happy to rejoin the fun-loving Thanatopsians and play for chicken feed. Herbert Bayard Swope was like the times he lived in, expansive, vigorous, colorful, unsnobbish, outspoken, and always ready for a game or a gamble. His estate at Sands Point, Long Island, had the same honest magnificence about it. The first time I was invited to Sands Point, Swope said, "How about coming out to the island for a weekend, Harpo? Bring some things in case you stay over, but travel light." It was the first time I had ever heard the expression "come for a weekend," and I wasn't sure what it meant. I stuck a toothbrush and a pair of pajama pants in the pocket of my raincoat and took off. When I got to Sands Point, the Swopes were serving cocktails to 30 people, dressed in flannels and tea frocks. Half an hour later, an uninvited contingent of 10 more guests arrived. Pearl Swope sent for her housekeeper and told her there'd be 40 instead of 30 for dinner. The housekeeper nodded and smiled, and an hour later 40 people sat down to a superb feast. I was the only guy without a dinner jacket. When Swope saw I was uncomfortable, he suggested that everybody remove their jackets since it was such a hot evening. 20 more guests showed up after we ate, and all the men had to remove their jackets as soon as they got there. When the party got in full swing, I got restless. Then I spotted a fat guy whose wallet was sticking halfway out of his hip pocket. I tailed him, snatched the wallet, counted the dough inside, and slipped it back in his pocket. Then I ducked around the wing of the house and met the guy coming the other way and bet him $10. I could tell by looking at his face how much money he was carrying on him. The guy said sure, he'd take the bet. When I told him the exact amount, $950 and some change, he was so amazed he damn near dropped his drink. I handed him back his $10 and told him what the gag was. He was so delighted that he begged me to come to all of his parties for the rest of the season, out in Southampton, and pick his guests' pockets. I was a social success. That was the era of the Long Island estate. I toured the big-time circuit, from the Swopes to the Talbots to the Whitneys to the Guggenheims to the Otto Kahns to the Pulitzers. One I didn't get to was Marcus Lowe's, which Wolcott alone of the Algonquin mob had the opportunity of seeing. Alec was commissioned to write a magazine piece about Marcus Lowe, the movie theater tycoon. He agreed to write it because he happened to like Lowe. That was a condition of Alec's. He never did an article about anybody he didn't like. An interview was arranged, with more protocol involved than in a meeting of 2 heads of state. Alec would visit Lowe at home on Long Island at 10 o'clock sharp in the morning. Lowe himself would answer the door, no monkey doodle with servants. Then he and Wolcott would sit down in a quiet place and talk for 2 hours. At the end of 2 hours, Alec would get up, walk out, and return to New York City. At 10 o'clock sharp on the appointed morning, Wolcott rang the bell at the main entrance to the Marcus Lowe mansion. Lowe was right on schedule. He opened the door. He was alone, no butlers or maids in sight. Lowe was nervous but obliging. He said, "Let me hang your hat and cloak in the closet here." Lowe opened the closet door and was amazed to discover it led to 5 rooms of his mansion he had never seen before. Housing was not much of a problem in the 1920s. The biggest love affair in New York City was between me, along with 24 other Wise and Nasa McMain. Like me, Nasa was an unliterary, semi-illiterate gatecrasher at the Algonquin, but unlike me, she was beautiful and bursting with talk and talent. A lot of us agreed she was the sexiest gal in town. Everybody agreed she was the best portrait and cover artist of the times. Her studio was our third most favorite hangout after the Algonquin and Wolcott's apartment. We had some wonderful parties in Nesa's place, and I was always the last to leave. Nesa had undertaken to teach me about art. She was an entrancing teacher, and I was a dedicated pupil. Perhaps because I was a pantomimist by trade and didn't have much use for words, I fell in love with the fine arts. One of my proudest moments occurred when I reported to Nesa that I had spent an afternoon with Alec and the Avril Harrimans at an auction on 57th Street and had purchased my first painting, a small original Degas. Nesa kissed me, oh boy, oh boy. She kept telling me I should paint too. You'll never be lonesome, Harpo, she said, as long as you have some paint, a brush, and some canvas. This idea I laughed at. I told her I could only possibly do 2 paintings, one called Waltz Me Around Again, Willie, and the other, Love Me and the World Is Mine. Nesa had one failing as an art instructor. It was, as far as I knew, her only failing, period. That was her passion for fires. If a siren or bell should sound during one of our late-night seminars, that was the end of the seminar. Nesa was such a fire buff that she once dashed to Penn Station and jumped on a train when she heard there was a 4-alarm fire burning in Philadelphia. We went on tour with Coconuts. When we settled down for our run in Chicago, I was surprised to find that Chicago had become a dull place. Ben Hecht was in New York. Pete Penovich was away, probably visiting friends in Joliet. What to do with myself? Damn it all to hell, Nesa was right. I should paint. I rented a studio. I spent $350 on oils, brushes, props, smock, beret, and a couple of acres of canvas. I asked the guy in the artist's supply store where I could get a model, and he gave me a number to call. A model came to my studio, a well-stacked brunette. I asked her how much she charged, and she said, "How do you want me nude?" I said, "Of course." 10 seconds later, she was out of her clothes and in the nude. Remembering how Nesa posed her models this way and that to catch certain highlights and shadows, I posed my girl this way and that. After each new pose, I went back to the easel. But I didn't have the courage to bring brush to canvas. I was scared. For the first time since the night I made my debut on the stage on Kenai Island, I had stage fright. Half an hour passed. I meditated. I inspected my brushes. I uncapped tubes of paint and studied them and smelled them and recapped them. I fiddled with the skylight. I put a scarf in the crook of the model's arm, so. I put a rose in her teeth, so. I went back to the easel and stared at the canvas. What would Nesa do next? Now I remembered. She would sketch in the model with some crayon. That was my trouble. I had to sketch before I could paint. I picked up a piece of black crayon. I held up my thumb and squinted to get the model in perspective. All I saw was my thumb. It was shaking. I didn't have the courage to make a mark on the canvas. I began to sweat. Finally, the girl said, "Do you mind if I have a smoke, Mr. Marx?" On the way to her coat to get a cigarette, she sneaked a glance at my easel and saw that the canvas was a total blank. She said, "Don't you even know how to draw, Mr. Marx?" "No," I said, "I don't. But I want to start with you." "Well," she said, forgetting about having a smoke, "let me show you a few pointers. I'll sketch you in. You sit over there." "How do you want me nude?" I asked. She said it didn't matter. I didn't bother to undress. Cheaper that way, so it came about that the model, undraped, painted the artist, fully draped. The two of us worked together, taking turns posing and painting for several weeks. She showed me how to mix colors and how to use brushes and how to adjust the lighting. I didn't show her much in return, but she didn't seem unsatisfied. My model had to leave Chicago before I did. She left me with a challenge, Mr. Marx, she said. "What you should do next is a self-portrait of yourself. It might be kind of hard, but you must do it for your own personal good." Using the bathroom mirror, I painted a self-portrait. When it was finished, it looked exactly like my Aunt Hannah. I never used a live model again. I've been painting off and on ever since. I've done a few pretty nice things, but only because I know that any resemblance I get is not going to be to anything I'm looking at. Before I left Chicago, I sold my first oil. I had kept one of my cockeyed nudes because it was painted on the biggest piece of canvas I owned, and I'd had it put in a pretty lavender frame. I decided to use the canvas for a landscape. So I painted trees over the nude, purple trees to match the frame. When Coconuts was about to leave town, I took my landscape to an art dealer and offered it for sale. The dealer looked at the painting and said, "Why?" I held it up to the light and showed him how the original nude still came through all the layers of purple. "Well," said the dealer, "it is sort of a novelty," and he gave me $5. When I left the gallery, I made a recount and realized that the canvas and frame alone were worth $27.50. But what the hell, I'd sold a painting. From what Nesa had told me, it had taken a lot longer for Rembrandt, Cezanne, or Van Gogh to make their first sale. When the show moved to Boston, I set up shop with easel, model, smock, and beret in my suite in the Parker House. Early in the run, my old friend Eddie Cantor came to town, playing in kid boots. I arranged the scene, then called Eddie and asked him to drop by my place for tea. Eddie, who was as proper as any Bostonian, said he'd be delighted to have tea with me. I carefully refrained from telling him about my new career as an artist. What he saw when he came to the hotel was totally unexpected. I had left all the doors open. When I heard his soft falsetto Harpo, I yelled at him to come on in. I was busy. He walked through one open door, then another door, and I yelled at him to keep coming. He came through the last door and stopped cold. The first thing he saw was my model, a gorgeous young blonde, nude upon a chaise longue with a rose between her teeth. Then he saw me behind the easel, squinting at the model and painting with great concentration. Eddie, flustered by the presence of the naked girl, rushed over to the easel to make some kind of polite, face-saving comment about my painting. What he saw me doing on the canvas was filling in the colors on a big drawing of Mutt and Jeff. He made a queer little croak, then turned and paddled out of the suite without saying a word. I thought maybe I'd gone a bit too far with the gag. So after the show that night, I took my harp to Eddie's hotel and played a serenade by the door of his room. Unfortunately, before Eddie could come out and tell me how thrilled he was, a house dick came along and kicked me out of the hotel. My dalliance with the fine arts didn't go to my head, I'm happy to say. When I got back to New York, I found I hadn't lost the old touch. The first day in town, Chico and I took a stroll through Times Square and, having nothing better to do, decided to sell money to a policeman. We stopped a friendly-looking cop in front of Lindy's and asked if he'd like to buy some used cash cheap. He gave us a tolerant smile, winked, and walked on. We stopped him again. Chico flashed a dollar bill and said our special introductory offer was $1 for 90 cents. He gave the cop the dollar. The cop thought for a minute, rubbed the bill, then gave Chico 90 cents. Next, we offered him a $2 bill for 170. He bought the $2 bill. It was obvious he was humoring us along until he could decide whether we were a couple of nuts or a team of con artists. It was also obvious that he liked the bargains he was getting. But by the time we offered him a 5-spot for $4.50, he was convinced that something fishy was going on. He said he was going to haul us both in unless we told him what our racket was. Chico shrugged and gave him a cheerful grin. "No racket, officer," he said. "We just like to sell money, that's all." The cop muttered that he was right in the first place, a couple of nuts. He got away from us as fast as he could. Not long after this, I felt in the mood for another good deed. The beneficiary this time was Tiffany's, the famous jewelry store on Fifth Avenue. Tiffany's, I told myself, was too stuffy for its own good, and something had to be done about it. I bought a bag full of fake emeralds, rubies, and diamonds at Woolworth's, then went to Tiffany's. I asked to look at some diamonds. The clerk pulled out a tray of stones, and while I looked at them, I turned over the bag from Woolworth's behind my back. Jewels went spilling and bouncing all over the joint. Bells rang, buzzers buzzed. Store detectives appeared out of the woodwork, hustled out all the other customers, and locked the doors. Meanwhile, the whole sales staff, including the manager in cutaway coat and striped trousers, were down on their hands and knees retrieving my sparkling gems. When they were all collected and put in my hat, the manager saw they were phony, every one of them. The attitude of Tiffany's changed abruptly. The store dicks hustled me out the door with the recommendation that I never return to the premises. On the way out, for a final touch, I tipped the doorman a giant ruby. Tiffany's, I found out, had a long memory. 5 years later, I went back there to make a legitimate purchase, some silver for a wedding present. The minute I stepped into the store, 2 detectives recognized me and grabbed me. I convinced them I was carrying no fake jewels. Nevertheless, they stood close by while I bought the gift and followed me to the door with visible signs of relief. On the way out, I tipped the doorman a giant ruby. One Saturday night, the Thanatopsis convened without playing poker. A well-known female impersonator named Bert Savoy had drowned off Kenai Island after being struck by lightning. And the next day, a New York columnist had written an obituary for him in the form of a love letter. Also on the following day, so the legend goes, all the pansies at Kenai Island were wearing lightning rods. Anyhow, the letter to the departed Savoy was one of the most revolting and mawkish things we had ever read. So we spent the evening sitting around the poker table composing telegrams to the columnist. I remember 3 of them. Where were you with the water wings? Worried. I'm forever blowing bubbles. Worried. Letter received, no check. Worried. George Kaufman, one of the collaborators on the telegrams, was shocked when he saw that we really meant to send them. For all his flair for the theater and his biting, irreverent wit, George was a very conservative guy and something of a timid soul in public. I never knew a man so easy to embarrass. In fact, embarrassing George Kaufman became a rewarding hobby for me. When he was embarrassed, he would blush and stammer and twist himself into knots. When he was acutely discomfited, he would try to wind his right arm twice around his head and reach back to his right ear. Kaufman especially hated arguing over who should pay the fare when he took a cab with somebody else. Such scenes were unbearable to him. Paying cab fares became an obsession with George. He used to keep a supply of neatly folded bills in his breast pocket, 5s, 10s, and singles, so he could make a quick draw and pay the driver before anybody started making a scene. Ordinarily, I let George pay without protest, but one day I resolved to cure him of his obsession. I cut a small hole in my pants pocket and stuffed the pocket with bills. George and I shared a taxi from Woolcott's house to the Algonquin. When we got to the hotel, I jumped out of the cab, opened my fly, reached in, pulled out a 5-spot and handed it to the driver. There was quite a crowd around the hotel entrance and I had a good audience. George was too mortified to speak. He slunk out of the cab, red-faced and twisted in knots, praying that nobody would recognize him. One time I was traveling with Beatrice and George to their country home in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. We decided to have lunch on the train. The diner was crowded and an old lady asked if we minded her taking the 4th chair at our table. That was okay with us. It was only mildly embarrassing to George. He was apprehensive. I could tell that I might somehow get involved with the old lady and make a scene. But I said nothing to her. I didn't even look at her. She finished eating first. The waiter brought her check on a saucer. Still not looking up from my plate, I reached for the saucer, salted and peppered the lady's check, and ate it. Kaufman twisted in such agony that I was afraid he was going to screw himself through the bottom of the car. That weekend at the Kaufmans, we got into a hot session of croquet. During a game, one of the servants came to the court to announce that 2 ladies from the Society of Friends were in the house, keeping their appointment with Mrs. Kaufman. Beatrice excused herself. She'd forgotten the date, something to do with local charities, and said she'd only be gone a few minutes. Half an hour passed. George was getting edgy. It would be his shot as soon as the game resumed, and he was in a good position to win. He couldn't wait any longer. He went inside to rescue Beatrice from the Quakers. 20 minutes passed. No Beatrice, no George either. Now I was getting edgy. I looked in the window. There sat both the Kaufmans, cozily sipping tea with the ladies from the Society of Friends. I went to the kitchen and dumped a bottle of ketchup down the front of my shirt and pants. I went to the doorway of the living room where I stood, dripping ketchup. "Excuse me, ma'am," I said, addressing Beatrice. "I've killed the one cat and he'll be ready for dinner, but I still haven't caught the other one. Will one be enough?" The visitors departed in haste, and our game resumed. Beatrice couldn't stop laughing over the Quakers' retreat, but George was practically reduced to ashes. He couldn't get his ball through another wicket, and never did make it to the stake. The pursuit of happiness by me and my pals was seldom interrupted. We lived in a world of our own. Only once in a great while did anything occur to remind us that the bigger world beyond our own was not eternally full of fun and games. Poverty I had never forgotten and never could. But meanness and stupidity I had been spared for a long time, until I had an unhappy reminder in the early summer of 1927. I made a fishing date with Paul Bonner, a book collector friend of Woolcott's and Pye Traynor, the 3rd baseman of the Pittsburgh Pirates. I said I'd take care of the accommodations. I wired a hotel out in Montauk, Long Island for reservations. The hotel wired back, "Reservations confirmed, trust you are Gentile." I was sore as hell, but I didn't bother to wire back. Why should I stir up a fuss and embarrass Bonner and Traynor and ruin the weekend? Better to turn the whole thing into a joke. So when I entered the Montauk Hotel, I had my pants rolled above the knees, wore a tam o'shanter, smoked a pipe, walked with a crooked cane, and signed in as Harpo Marx. The place was deserted. At dinner, we were the only diners. 20 waitresses stood around watching us eat. I began to feel depressed, and I finally told Bonner and Traynor what the joke was. They got sore and insisted we should move to a hotel where nobody cared what anybody's name was. That made me feel a lot better. While we were checking out, the manager came over to us. I said to him, "Lad, could you direct me to the nearest Jewish temple?" and threw him a cookie and we blew the joint. I rented myself a bachelor-sized summer estate on Long Island Sound near Great Neck and retired there with my current dog, a retriever who was disguised as a black poodle. I looked forward to a summer of nothing to do with nobody to listen to. I bought me a kite and fixed up a special rigging so the string could tickle the bottoms of my feet while the kite flew and I stretched out and snoozed on the grass. This has always been a Marx family weakness, the passion for having our feet tickled. To me, it was the ultimate luxury, the absolute end-all of gracious living. My life of ease didn't last very long, however, thanks to my dog and my friend Woolcott. Every time I drifted off to sleep, massaged by the kite string, the poodle would fetch a big wet pebble from the shore and drop it in my hand, a command for me to throw it so he could retrieve it. Then I got a wet pebble from Alec, a letter inviting me to come spend the rest of the summer on his island up in Vermont. Being from Woolcott, this too was a command. I reeled in the kite, closed up the house, put the poodle in a kennel, stuck a toothbrush and a pair of pajama pants in my raincoat pocket, and took off for Neshobe Island, Vermont.
This is the end of part 1. Part 2 is available on the channel.